The story opens on a bright, sunny day at the All Japan University Karate Championships finals, with a packed stadium buzzing with excitement. In the ring, two finalists are locked in a fierce battle, exchanging powerful blows in the heat of the championship match. The crowd discusses one of the fighters, Hashizaki Inosuke, also known as the Bone Crusher. He's this year's favorite to win, especially since he lost the previous year, and everyone is eager to see if he'll take the title this time. With a powerful strike, Hashizaki blocks his opponent's kick, the impact so immense that it shatters the bone in his opponent's arm. While Hashizaki remains focused, his opponent screams in agony, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and excruciating pain. Hashizaki follows up with a decisive, powerful kick, aiming to end the match. The blow lands, and his opponent's eyes go white as he begins to fall, completely knocked out. A spectator shouts in disbelief, realizing Hashizaki won the point and the match with a single, devastating hit. With his opponent down, the announcer declares the winner, Hashizaki Inosuke. As the award ceremony begins, the crowd cheers, remarking that the other universities never stood a chance. But as Hashizaki receives his trophy, he looks strangely conflicted. A close-up reveals Hashizaki's face, not filled with joy, but with a deep, puzzling depression. The spectators notice his somber expression and speculate that he's worried about another fighter. His rival, a man named Yumioka Teru. It's revealed that Teru is the one who defeated Hashizaki last year. It seems Hashizaki desperately wanted a rematch against him in the finals, but Teru is nowhere to be seen. People in the crowd wonder why Teru didn't show up to the event, with one person mentioning a rumor that he stopped practicing karate altogether. Later, the scene shifts. Hashizaki walks alone in the pouring rain, his championship trophy stuffed unceremoniously into his bag, his expression still downcast. As he walks with his head hung low in the rain, a passerby can't help but notice the incredibly sad look on the champion's face. A close-up on Hashizaki's face reveals the depth of his frustration and disappointment, his features twisted in a silent grimace against the rain. Hashizaki's thoughts drift back to the past. He remembers the countless times he fought against his rival, Yumioka Teru, winning some and losing others, always pushing himself to the absolute limit. He reminisces that their intense rivalry is what pushed them to become so strong that no other karate fighter could match them. For Hashizaki, Teru was more than a rival. He was an inspiration, the person he wanted to become. They called each other their greatest rivals, but underneath it all, they saw each other as friends. Lost in his memories, Hashizaki silently questions why Teru stood him up at the tournament. His search brings him here, standing in the rain outside a run-down building labeled Yumioka's apartment. Hashizaki stands before a door, sensing someone inside. He calls out to, "I know you're there. Let's talk." A voice from behind the door, belonging to Inosuke, says they haven't spoken since last year's tournament. He asks to come in, and the door slowly opens. Hashizaki steps into a dark, messy room. A lone figure sits in a gaming chair, illuminated only by the glow of a computer monitor. His eyes fix on the silhouette of his old rival. With his voice tight with frustration, Hashizaki gets straight to the point. "Who? Why didn't you come to the tournament?" From the shadows of the messy room, the figure at the computer clicks his mouse, looking at the tournament results. Without turning, he flatly says to Hashizaki, "Looks like you won." Hashizaki explodes with rage, shouting that there's no point in a tournament if Teru isn't there. He calls him a coward for winning last year and then disappearing. From his chair, the figure just smirks and says, "Okay, then." The figure swivels around, revealing a shocking transformation. It's Yumioka Teru, but he's now overweight and slovenly. With a smug look, he asks, "I lose, you win. You happy now?" Hashizaki's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. While Teru casually opens a bag of snacks and pours a drink, Hashizaki stammers, unable to comprehend the change, asking, "Are you really Teru?" Teru points at Hashizaki with a dismissive look, stating that he doesn't really care anymore about who wins or loses, leaving Hashizaki stunned. Hashizaki presses him for a reason, but Teru simply smiles and says he's sorry, but he stopped practicing karate a long time ago. With a chillingly serious expression, Teru tells him, once you fight him, you'll understand why. Hashizaki is left confused, asking what. Teru explains that compared to a certain guy, everything they trained for was worthless. He calls this person a monster, while Hashizaki demands to know who he's talking about. Ignoring Hashizaki's questions, Teru picks up a glow stick and asks him to leave, saying that his favorite idol's live stream is about to start. The scene shifts to a quiet night at a Lawson convenience store. Inside, two employees, a young woman with her hair in buns and a meek-looking young man with glasses, stand behind the counter during a quiet moment. They go about their routine, serving a customer. The young man politely asks about a points card and completes the transaction, wishing the customer well as they leave. The female employee, Ms. Ching, tells her co-worker, Tsuyoshi, that she fried too many nuggets and asks if she can eat them, already putting one in her mouth. Tsuyoshi deadpants that she's doing it on purpose and points out that she's already eating them, to which she just continues chewing happily. Their routine continues as another customer comes to the counter asking for cigarettes and chicken nuggets, which the meek-looking Tsuyoshi bags for him. After the customer leaves, the two employees watch him go. Ms. Ching notes that he comes in a lot. Ms. Ching deduces the man's lonely life from his regular purchases and decides to nickname him Mr. Lonely Drinker, much to Tsuyoshi's disapproval, who thinks it's a sad nickname. Their conversation shifts to the new rice ball flavor, kimchi, and mushrooms, which Tsuyoshi tried and found horrible. Ms. Ching exclaims, "I knew it." They discuss how the manager ordered way too many of the new rice balls. Tsuyoshi reassures her that the manager will be the one in trouble, not them. Ms. Ching then asks Tsuyoshi to restock the shelves, and he agrees. While Tsuyoshi is busy restocking, an angry customer shouts for someone at the register. Tsuyoshi looks up, wondering where Ms. Ching went, only to see her casually eating in the back room. Tsuyoshi hurries back to the counter and apologizes profusely to a group of annoyed delinquents who are tired of waiting. Just as the delinquents are getting aggressive with the timid clerk, Hashizaki enters the store with an intimidating presence, slams a can on the counter, and cuts in line, telling the delinquents that he was there first. Tsuyoshi is caught in the middle, stammering nervously as he finds himself between the angry delinquents and the imposing figure of Hashizaki. Hashizaki completely ignores the delinquents and stares intently at the terrified clerk. He asks, "Are you Kawabata Tsuyoshi?" The clerk, sweating, confirms that he is. A bead of sweat runs down a confused Tsuyoshi's face as Hashizaki glares at him with intense, focused eyes, his mind flashing back to his conversation with Teru. In the flashback, Hashizaki confirms the name Kawabata Tsuyoshi. Teru warns him with absolute certainty that no matter how much Hashizaki has trained in the past year, he will never defeat this person. The flashback continues, with a desperate Hashizaki grabbing Teru and demanding to know where this monster is. Teru nonchalantly tells him that if he goes to a convenience store in Sakai City at night, he'll probably meet him. The scene then snaps back to the present, with Hashizaki staring at the meek clerk, utterly bewildered. After a moment of tense silence, Hashizaki's shoulders slump and he dismisses the clerk, saying, "No, sorry, never mind," while Tsuyoshi timidly asks if he can help him. As Hashizaki leaves the store, the delinquents mock him, calling him a piece of shit. Tsuyoshi politely thanks him for coming. Sitting on a bench outside, Hashizaki sighs in frustration, believing he was made a fool. He opens a drink, thinking to himself that there's no way a guy with a body like that could be a martial artist. Just then, Hashizaki overhears the delinquents leaving the store, laughing about how they scared someone. At the same time, Ms. Ching returns and urgently tells Tsuyoshi that the blonde delinquent puts something in his pocket. Ms. Ching prepares to call the police, but Tsuyoshi, surprisingly, tells her he's got it and thanks her, much to the delinquent's annoyance. Tsuyoshi calmly walks up to the group of delinquents and politely asks them to empty their pockets, which only serves to anger them. The blonde delinquent scoffs, admitting they took something but blaming Tsuyoshi for letting another customer cut in line. Tsuyoshi looks flustered, trying to respond. Watching from the bench, Hashizaki mutters to himself, thinking the clerk is going to get himself beaten up. Tsuyoshi apologizes for the line-cutting incident but calmly states that it's no excuse for shoplifting. The delinquent gets furious and grabs Tsuyoshi's collar. The delinquent raises a fist, threatening to kill Tsuyoshi, while Tsuyoshi himself remains completely expressionless, his glasses hiding his eyes. From outside, Hashizaki sighs, thinking he has no choice but to save the clerk. But before he can move, a scream erupts. The blonde delinquent is suddenly on the ground, writhing in agony. Hashizaki jumps to his feet, completely shocked and bewildered, trying to process what just happened in that split second. Hashizaki analyzes the movement, realizing it wasn't a locking technique or a simple counter. He thinks that as soon as the punch was thrown, the clerk did something impossibly smooth. Hashizaki is left wondering what Tsuyoshi even did. The other delinquents are equally stunned and furious, shouting at Tsuyoshi as their friend writhes on the floor. Another delinquent attacks, but Tsuyoshi effortlessly redirects his arm, pokes him in the eyes, and then flips him onto the ground with shocking speed and precision. The third delinquent, wearing a baseball cap, throws a punch, but Tsuyoshi ducks under it and delivers a swift elbow to his face, sending him crashing to the floor. The final delinquent, with a shaved head, attempts a kick. His friend tries to warn him, but it's too late. Tsuyoshi dodges the kick and, with pinpoint accuracy, strikes the delinquent squarely in the groin, causing him to cry out in pain. As the delinquent doubles over, Tsuyoshi delivers a second, brutal strike to the same spot. Hashizaki watches in disbelief, realizing he just hit him in the balls twice. With a final, devastating punch to the groin, Tsuyoshi finishes the fight, his movements brutally efficient. The last delinquent collapses, foaming at the mouth, his body twitching as he wets himself from the sheer pain and shock. The scene is one of utter carnage. All four delinquents lie defeated on the floor. Tsuyoshi stands calmly over them, while Hashizaki stares from the entrance, completely stunned into silence. With his glasses reflecting the light, Tsuyoshi calmly states his philosophy. I will not start a fight. However, I will finish any and all fights that are brought against me. Hashizaki stares, his mind racing as Tsuyoshi exhales calmly, his glasses obscuring his eyes. The contrast between the violent outcome and the clerk's demeanor is staggering. Hashizaki internally analyzes what he just witnessed. Tsuyoshi didn't use a recognizable martial art like Aikido or Kung Fu. He simply dodged every attack and sent their momentum straight back at them. He realizes that's not all. Tsuyoshi specifically targeted their most vulnerable points, not just to injure, but to completely and utterly remove their will to fight. Teru's words echo in his mind. Compared to him, everything we worked for was for nothing. With dawning horror and excitement, Hashizaki realizes it's him. There's no doubt about it. As the police arrive to handle the defeated delinquents, Tsuyoshi sighs and turns to go back to work. But Hashizaki, his voice filled with urgency, calls out for him to wait. With sweat on his brow and a look of desperate intensity, Hashizaki makes his request. Will you please fight me? Tsuyoshi looks back at him, seemingly unfazed. Tsuyoshi calmly agrees, but explains that he's working and has a break in 1 hour. Hashizaki, ecstatic, immediately agrees to wait. Before Hashizaki can get too excited, Tsuyoshi stops him, stating that he has several rules that must be agreed upon before they can fight. Tsuyoshi lays out his first conditions. They will only fight once, there will be no second match, and it must take place in a quiet, secluded location away from prying eyes. Then he adds his final, most important rule, his glasses glinting. Even if you lose against me, please do not talk about me to anyone. His demand for secrecy is absolute. A wild, determined grin spreads across Hashizaki's face. The thrill of facing a true monster, a real challenge, is overwhelming. He clenches his teeth and agrees. Fine. The scene cuts to a bonus panel. Yumioka Teru, now going by Aizen Sensei, is back at his computer, announcing his return to his viewers while proudly showing off his belly. Hashizaki, apparently watching his stream, asks in disbelief if he's really Aizen-sensei as Teru casually snacks on junk food. Hashizaki asks why he's back, and Teru, pointing at the screen, explains he's only back because of the coronavirus and tells his viewers to stay safe. Meanwhile, another bonus panel shows Teru at what appears to be a live idol concert, screaming with passionate joy for his favorite idol, Miko. The story transitions, showing a glimpse of what's to come in the next chapter, the drive to become a stronger fighter. In the mountains, Hashizaki trains with ferocious intensity. All he's ever wanted, all he's ever trained for, was to become stronger. He unleashes a powerful punch against a massive boulder. The impact from his punch is immense, sending deep cracks spiderwebbing across the surface of the giant rock. The scene shifts back to the low-sun convenience store, signaling that the hour of waiting is almost over. Tsuyoshi checks his watch as the sun begins to set. Outside, Hashizaki waits patiently, then finally asks Tsuyoshi to come out and fight. The location is set, a quiet, empty park nearby. Hashizaki, now changed into his full karategi, stands ready and waiting, emanating an aura of pure focus. Hashizaki glares with determination, his muscles tense. "I've been waiting," he says, his voice filled with anticipation. As Tsuyoshi arrives, still in his work uniform, Hashizaki reminds him of the stakes. Kawabata Tsuyoshi. One fight, no second match. As I said before, Tsuyoshi tells Hashizaki that he will try to go easy on him so he doesn't get hurt. But then he adds, "I recommend you give it your all so that you do not have any regrets," leaving Hashizaki momentarily stunned. Hashizaki scoffs, his pride as a martial artist ignited. He declares he won't go easy and doesn't need Tsuyoshi to go easy on him either. He stretches, ready for battle, and says, "Let's start." Tsuyoshi simply replies, "Understood." The fight begins. Hashizaki takes a deep breath and assumes his fighting stance, his focus absolute. Across from him, Tsuyoshi stands casually, as if waiting for a bus. Hashizaki decides his first move. Believing Tsuyoshi uses an unknown style of Chinese kung fu, he knows he needs to close the distance first. He lunges forward, launching a powerful front kick directly at Tsuyoshi's face. But Tsuyoshi, with an almost imperceptible lean, dodges the kick. It misses his face by mere millimeters. Hashizaki is stunned by the effortless evasion. Undeterred, Hashizaki immediately follows up with a swift roundhouse kick, but Tsuyoshi blocks it with a casual forearm, completely unfazed. Hashizaki continues his assault with a jabbing punch, but again, Tsuyoshi dodges with a slight turn of his head, his expression unchanging. He throws another powerful punch, but it meets only air as Tsuyoshi sways out of the way with impossible grace. Hashizaki grabs Tsuyoshi's head, attempting a powerful knee kick to a vital point, a move that should be inescapable. Yet somehow, Tsuyoshi slips from his grasp. Hashizaki's knee hits nothing but air, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. On the ground, Hashizaki looks up in disbelief as Tsuyoshi stands over him, completely untouched and still wearing his placid, blank expression. Hashizaki gets back to his feet, utterly bewildered. Not a single one of his attacks has landed. He realizes with a jolt that Tsuyoshi has anticipated every move he's made. He stares at Tsuyoshi, rethinking everything. He concludes that this man is no normal martial artist, and his movements are not Chinese kung fu or any other style he knows. Hashizaki comments that Tsuyoshi doesn't seem like an amateur. Tsuyoshi, with a blank look, vaguely agrees, replying, "Yes, something like that." Hashizaki decides to change tactics. He introduces himself as Hashizaki Enosuk, the winner of the All Japan Karate Championships, before asking, "Do you remember a guy named Yumioka Teru?" Tsuyoshi thinks for a moment, the name vaguely familiar. Hashizaki explains that Teru is a karate user like himself, and that he heard Teru fought Tsuyoshi about 6 months ago. Tsuyoshi has a faint glimmer of recognition. Hashizaki leans in, his voice filled with intensity, and asks how. How strong was he? After a moment of thought, Tsuyoshi gives a devastatingly simple answer. I don't remember him very well, but I think he was about average. Hashizaki is left completely thunderstruck. A flashback shows a bruised and defeated Yumioka Teru after his fight with Tsuyoshi. In the present, Hashizaki can only mutter, "I see," as the reality of the situation sinks in. Another flashback to Teru's warning echoes in Hashizaki's mind. Compared to him, everything we did was for naught. Standing under the full moon, Hashizaki finally understands the true meaning of his rival's despair. The memory shifts to the previous year's tournament. Yumioka Teru is declared the winner as a defeated Hashizaki lies on the mat. Teru extends a hand to his rival, saying, "Good fight, Ainosuke," showing sportsmanship despite their fierce battle. With a smile, Teru had told him, "You're the only one who can evenly fight against me. I'm proud to have fought against you." For Hashizaki, these words were the ultimate praise. Clasping hands, Hashizaki had vowed, "Next year, I'll be the one to win." All of his intense training was dedicated to defeating this one man. The memory fades to Hashizaki training relentlessly in the mountains, his hands bloody, panting for breath as he pushes himself, whispering more. With gritted teeth, he screams that his current strength isn't enough. All that power was to defeat Teru, a goal that now seems so small and misguided in the face of a true monster. Back in the present, a fire ignites in Hashizaki's eyes. He clenches his fist, a new resolve hardening his features as he finally understands everything. He remembers Teru's words about no longer caring who wins or loses after they had both trained so hard. He now understands the crushing feeling of facing an unbeatable opponent. His back muscles ripple as he tightens his fist. For his rival's sake, for the honor of all their hard work, he declares to himself, "That is why I need to win this." Hashizaki rips off the top of his karatiji, revealing his chiseled physique. With renewed determination, he shouts, "Let's end this, Kawabata Tsuyoshi." Tsuyoshi calmly states that his break time is short, and he doesn't think Hashizaki will be able to land a hit anyway. Hashizaki simply replies, "Just wait and see." Hashizaki unleashes another furious barrage of kicks, but Tsuyoshi continues to effortlessly dodge every single one, his movements fluid and precise. Letting out a fierce battle cry, Hashizaki continues his assault, throwing everything he has at the unmoving clerk. He lunges forward, his movements a blur, kicking up dust and debris as he tries to overwhelm Tsuyoshi with sheer speed and power. This is the most critical aspect of karate, concentrating all of one's peak physical strength into a single devastating punch. Through years of relentless training, applying constant pressure to their fists, a karateka's knuckles become as hard as rocks. When that is combined with the spin of the waist, the spin of the fist, and the shifting of weight, the power is multiplied exponentially. The result is a fist strong enough to split boulders, a technique Hashizaki has mastered, and he's about to unleash it on Tsuyoshi. With a thunderous roar, Hashizaki unleashes his ultimate technique, the rock-splitting strike, a punch carrying the full weight of his training and dedication. But as the powerful punch nears its target, Tsuyoshi simply extends his palm, stopping the devastating blow dead in its tracks, as if it were nothing. Hashizaki stares in utter disbelief, seeing his ultimate, rock-shattering punch completely neutralized by a simple open palm. Before Hashizaki can react, Tsuyoshi retracts his hand and delivers a single, precise strike to Hashizaki's chest. The impact ripples through his body, and Hashizaki's eyes widen in pain and shock. Hashizaki collapses to his knees, gasping for air, the single blow having completely overwhelmed him. Tsuyoshi stands over him, calmly stating, "As I said before, I did not start fights, but I will finish them." With that, he announces his break is almost over and begins to walk away, leaving Hashizaki defeated. Hashizaki can only watch him go, stammering why. In utter shock, his world completely shattered. Tsuyoshi arrives back at the convenience store just as his co-worker, Ms. Ching, is leaving. She remarks that he seems to get into scuffles a lot. In the background, Hashizaki is still kneeling in defeat as Tsuyoshi nonchalantly replies that he fought delinquents and a karate user. The next morning, an alarm clock rings. We see the humble apartment of Kawabata Tsuyoshi, a 22-year-old part-time worker, as he begins another ordinary day. In a monologue, Tsuyoshi describes his simple life. Living alone, working at a store, no hobbies. His only problem is that he keeps getting into fights with random people. He reflects on why this happens, concluding that it's probably because, so far, he hasn't managed to lose a single fight. The day begins for Kawabata Tsuyoshi in the park. A group of elderly people gather around him, expressing their gratitude. One person exclaims that their body feels much better, all thanks to him, while others chime in, eagerly asking him to teach them again. After a quick exercise, Tsuyoshi, a gentle-looking young man with glasses, smiles and agrees. Sure, he says, if you're ready, let us begin. Tsuyoshi's routine continues as he puts on his favorite classical tunes and rides his bike past the Tamagawa River. He then stops to buy an iced coffee at the very same convenience store where he works. He heads for home, enjoying the summer winds. But he has a premonition that his quiet enjoyment is about to be short-lived. And just like that, his peaceful moment is over. A large figure blocks his path, dragging him back to reality. A hooded man confronts him, asking, "Are you Kawabata Tsuyoshi?" Caught off guard, Tsuyoshi simply replies, "Yes, can I help you?" The man is an intimidating figure, dressed in a tattered coat with a cigarette in his mouth. He holds the leash of a fierce dog, which is restrained by a muzzle. With a menacing grin, the man makes his intentions clear. "I'm gonna beat you up," he sneers. Tsuyoshi, still on his bike, looks on in alarm. The man pulls back his hood, revealing his face. He takes an aggressive step forward as his dog growls, ready to attack. The assailant lunges, not at Tsuyoshi, but at his bicycle. He throws a devastating punch that smashes the bike's frame to pieces. The man follows up with another punch, grinning wickedly. But Tsuyoshi stands his ground, dodging the attack with ease. In a flash, Tsuyoshi retaliates. It's not a powerful blow, but a light, precise tap to the man's stomach. The attacker's eyes widen in sheer disbelief and shock. The seemingly tough man collapses to his knees, completely defeated. He stares blankly, unable to comprehend what just happened, as his dog whimpers in the background. The dog, now terrified, runs away yelping. The scene changes, and Tsuyoshi calmly watches as his attacker is forced to buy him a new bicycle. Tsuyoshi reflects that while he often gets into weird fights, sometimes he gets something good out of it, in this case, a 25,000 yen bike. Tsuyoshi arrives back at his home. As he walks in, a man greets him with a cheerful good morning. Tsuyoshi thinks to himself that even he has dreams he'd like to accomplish. He enters a messy room, filled with canvases and art supplies. It's a studio. He sees a man with dark hair already busy painting and notes that Mr. Tanaka is here. Tsuyoshi reveals his personal dream. He wants to be a painter. He, along with his friends, are renting this single-room studio apartment for 160,000 yen, splitting the cost. With resolve, he decides to start his own painting session. Just then, another man with long hair, Mr. Satu, walks in. "Good morning," he says, noticing the other two are already at it. Now, all three of them are in the studio, ready to paint. Tsuyoshi's housemates are introduced. The cheerful Mr. Sadataku, age 27, and the more reserved Mr. Tanaka Gen, age 25. Tsuyoshi mentions he's practicing last year's entrance exam subject again. Mr. Tanaka is focused, but Mr. Sada scoffs at the idea, declaring that they are already artists just by being there and don't need to go to university. Tsuyoshi says plainly that he doesn't want to flunk the exam again, so he'll do his best. His friends, Tanaka and Satu, are horrified. He said the forbidden words, mentioning the exam which they have failed on their 6th and 7th tries. Later that night, Tsuyoshi gets ready to leave. He tells his friends he's done for the night and is heading off to work. While walking, he receives a notification on his phone. It's a message from his coworker, Samaki, also known as Ms. Ching, reminding him they have a shift together. A small smile appears on his face as he thinks of her. As he's about to reply to the message, his path is blocked by yet another challenger appearing out of the darkness. "You're finally here," the imposing figure says. Tsuyoshi looks up from his phone, his expression shifting from pleasant surprise to mild annoyance. The man is tall and muscular, with long dark hair and bandaged arms. He sizes Tsuyoshi up and asks, "You're Kawabata Tsuyoshi?" His voice drips with disdain. "Your body is so flimsy, and yet you call yourself the strongest man alive. You're kidding me." Tsuyoshi, looking completely bewildered by the title, can only reply, "I've never called myself that." The challenger, ignoring Tsuyoshi's denial, gets worked up. "I don't want to hear your excuses," he yells. "Let's see if you can handle my flicker jab." But the fight is over in an instant. With a single, almost lazy-looking touch from Tsuyoshi, the challenger is left face down on the pavement. Tsuyoshi looks at his watch and casually remarks, "I'm glad I left a little early." Tsuyoshi arrives at the Losun convenience store for his shift. His co-worker, Samaki, also known as Ms. Ching, is on her break and sees him sitting at a table. "Tsuyoshi, what are you doing?" she asks. He explains he's drawing a poster for a new item. Ms. Ching is impressed and asks to see it. She reveals that she came from China to learn Japanese and recognizes his artistic ambition, saying she can see it in his drawings. Having become good friends over many shifts, she warmly tells him, "I'll root for you." Tsuyoshi finishes his cartoonish poster for a new ice cream bar and greets his manager on the way in for his shift. Later, the manager sits at his desk, looking at Tsuyoshi's handiwork. He sighs, thinking to himself, didn't he say he wanted to be an artist? His drawings suck. As Tsuyoshi walks home after a long day, feeling tired, he is once again stopped by a large figure emerging from the shadows. "You there, wait a moment," the figure commands. A man in a traditional hakama, and GI introduces himself with an air of superiority. "My name is Tsukikijoboro. Are you Kawabata Tsuyoshi?" he asks, then immediately follows up with, "I'd like to fight you." Tsuyoshi calmly agrees, but states that he has several conditions that must be met. Tsukikij eyes him suspiciously and asks what they are. Tsuyoshi lays down his terms. They will fight only once, and if Tsukikij loses, he must promise to never speak about Tsuyoshi to anyone. After a brief pause, Tsukikij smirks and agrees. With the terms agreed upon, Tsukikij announces the beginning of the duel. He declares his Soshir Mugen style and gets into a stance, ready to draw his wooden sword. In the very next moment, the fight is already over. Tsukikij lies face down on the ground, completely defeated. Tsuyoshi stands over him, victorious without any apparent struggle. As if nothing happened, Tsuyoshi puts his headphones on, starts his music, and continues his walk home, leaving his defeated opponent behind. Arriving back at his apartment complex, Tsuyoshi begins his nightly wind-down routine by making himself a warm cup of instant milk tea. He then settles down on the floor of his room and flips through an art book, choosing paintings that best fit his mood for the day. He admires a piece by Vermeer, noting how beautiful it is. With a large yawn, Tsuyoshi notes the time. It's already 3 a.m. He lies down in bed with a peaceful smile, finally ready for sleep after an eventful day. However, Tsuyoshi is being watched. Hiding behind a utility pole, a shadowy figure with glowing eyes observes him. The watcher recalls the 3 opponents Tsuyoshi effortlessly defeated in a single day and spots a missing dog poster, likely from the first challenger. The watcher, revealed to be Hashizaki, clenches his bandaged fist. He is filled with a burning resolve. "I'm going to find out his secret," he declares to himself, the secret to his strength. This marks the end of a chapter. The scene flashes back to Tsuyoshi on his bicycle, being stopped by a large figure and dragged back to the reality of another fight. The perspective shifts to Hashizaki's investigation. He has tracked down an overweight man he addresses as Aizen-sensei, asking him for information. This is part of Hashizaki's obsessive quest to understand Tsuyoshi. The story then jumps to the beginning of Chapter 4, inside a hospital. Hashizaki is sitting with a doctor who is grimly reviewing his x-rays. "Oh my, looks like you outdid yourself today," the doctor says. "It's completely shattered." The doctor is curious about the cause of such a severe injury. Hashizaki forces a laugh, claiming, "I broke my arm after doing a few punches." Meanwhile, the x-ray on the screen shows his bone isn't just broken, it's shattered into pieces. The doctor expresses his amazement, stating he's never seen such a clean break. He informs Hashizaki that rehabilitation will be necessary. Hashizaki, however, stares back with unsettling intensity, asserting that the injury will heal very quickly. Hashizaki leaves the doctor's office, his arm heavily bandaged and secured in a sling. As he stands grimly in the elevator, the reality of his shattering defeat begins to set in, hardening his expression with a quiet, burning determination. His relentless search eventually leads him here, to a low-sun convenience store. With his arm still in a sling, Hashizaki stares from a distance, his intense gaze fixed on an unbelievable sight. The monster who effortlessly shattered his arm is simply working a shift as an oblivious cashier. Hashizaki is consumed by his defeat, replaying the moment in his mind. He marvels at the immense strength contained in Tsuyoshi's small frame. He concludes there must be a secret to his power and becomes determined to learn more about him. Back in his modern high-rise apartment, Hashizaki, with his arms still bandaged, gets on his laptop to begin his search. He types Kawabata Tsuyoshi into the Google search engine. The first result that pops up is a clickbait article. "I made $1 million even though I'm small and wear glasses. How to make millions easily." The search results are full of useless self-help blogs and get-rich-quick schemes, all using the name Kawabata Tsuyoshi. Hashizaki looks on with growing annoyance. He comes across a profile for a business psychology management professor, also named Kawabata Tsuyoshi, whose cheerful photo looks nothing like the man who defeated him. "Who the hell is this?" he yells in frustration. Frustrated, he realizes there are too many people with the same common name. He changes his search query, now typing in strongest martial artist. The new search yields results about an urban legend, a mysterious figure known only as the world's strongest man. Hashizaki's eyes widen as he reads the headline. He reads on, learning about a legend of a man who all the strongest martial artists acknowledged as the best. It is said that they all fought him, but none were able to win. The article gives this legendary figure a nickname, the Cold-Hearted Reaper. It promises an exclusive interview with the man on the next page. Hopeful, Hashizaki moves to click the link. However, the link doesn't lead to an interview. Instead, it opens a pornographic advertisement, much to Hashizaki's shock and disgust. To make matters worse, the pop-up triggers a fake virus warning. Hashizaki realizes the link was just bait for a porn site and yells out, "Damn it," in a fit of rage. Having concluded that there's no reliable information on the internet, a furious Hashizaki gives up on his online search. He decides to take matters into his own hands and is seen running out of his building and hailing a taxi. Meanwhile, in a messy apartment, the pop idol group Metamorphoses is holding a live stream to announce their new song for their 2-year anniversary. Watching the stream with rapt attention is Yumioka Teru, Hashizaki's former rival, now an overweight idol fanatic. He's ecstatic as the group announces their new song, Dokidoki Summer Paradise, will be released on August 19th. Just as the idol group is about to announce a special present for those who pre-order, Hashizaki bursts into the apartment, yelling Teru's name. He's out of breath from running up the stairs and desperately says he needs to ask him something. Panting, Hashizaki tells Teru about his encounter with Kawabata Tsuyoshi, confirming that everything Teru had told him was true. Teru, however, is annoyed, only half listening as Hashizaki interrupts his live stream. Hashizaki laments that Tsuyoshi is impossibly strong, and all the training and effort he put in was meaningless against him. Teru seems to react, as he knows what Hashizaki is talking about. As the idol group on the live stream says their goodbyes, Hashizaki finishes his story, still trying to catch his breath. Teru, however, just stares blankly at his computer screen, humming along to the music. Hashizaki pleads with Teru begging him to share any information he has. Please, tell me more about him. Tell me who told you about him. Anything will do. Teru finally snaps, but not about Tsuyoshi. He explodes in rage, screaming, "Shut up!" at Hashizaki. He furiously explains that Hashizaki barged in during a crucial part of the live stream. This is a live stream. You get it? I won't be able to listen to it later. Teru gets in Hashizaki's face, irate that he missed the CD release details. He mockingly asks if Hashizaki will buy it for him, then calls him a simpleton and tells him to shut up. Completely bewildered, Hashizaki can only apologize. Hashizaki is kicked out. As he desperately pleads for help, Teru coldly tells him off. You lost against him, right? He broke your arm? So why don't you go ask him directly? Then he slams the door in his face. Dejected and with no new leads, Hashizaki walks through Tachikawa Station. With his arms still in a sling, he boards a train, alone with his thoughts and his failure. Hashizaki, his arms still in a sling from his previous encounter, stands grimly outside the convenience store. Inside, the clerk, Kawabata Tsuyoshi, and his co-worker, Tsamaki, look up, startled by the intense presence of the new arrival. Hashizaki places a single can of black coffee on the counter. His eyes are fixed on Tsuyoshi, the unassuming clerk who holds the secret to overwhelming power. Both Tsuyoshi and Tsamaki watch him, sensing this is no ordinary customer. With a strained voice, Hashizaki tries to speak, mentioning the name Kawabata Tsuyoshi and saying he has a question. The sheer desperation in his tone catches Tsuyoshi completely off guard. Attempting to maintain a semblance of normalcy, Tsuyoshi gestures to the floor markings. He politely informs Hashizaki that he needs to wait in the designated line like everyone else. Tsuyoshi explains that his behavior is making the other customers uncomfortable. Indeed, a few shoppers are now casting worried glances in their direction. Humbled, Hashizaki mutters an apology. He stands dejectedly at the counter. From the side, Tsamaki watches the scene unfold, thinking to herself that this strange man really needs to learn some basic manners. A little later, Tsuyoshi calls for the next person in line, but Hashizaki remains. Determined, he steps forward once more, placing the same can of coffee on the counter. He isn't finished yet. Tsuyoshi mechanically states the price. That will be 128 yen. But Hashizaki is lost in his own world, the pain in his arm a constant reminder of his humiliating defeat. What can I do, he wonders, to find out the secret to his strength? As Tsuyoshi repeats the price, his hand slaps the counter with a sudden flurry of motion. He then stares in surprise at the pile of coins that Hashizaki has just dropped to pay for the coffee. The transaction is done, but Hashizaki's real purpose is now laid bare. His face contorts with desperation as he leans in and screams, "Please, tell me." He continues to shout, begging to learn more about Tsuyoshi, frightening the other customers. His co-worker Tsamaki turns to him and asks, "What's up, Tsuyoshi?" Another weird customer. Tsuyoshi tries to calm the situation, pointing out the other customers and apologizing that he can't help. As he does, he notices Tsamaki snacking on chicken nuggets again, sighing at his chaotic workplace. But Hashizaki is relentless. He grits his teeth, his mind made up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and he refuses to let it slip away. His pleas turn into demands. "I'll wait for you. When you get off work." Flustered, Tsuyoshi warns him that he's being a bother and threatens to call the police if he doesn't stop. The threat is meaningless to him. "I don't care," Hashizaki roars, slamming his good hand on the counter. Tsuyoshi is genuinely shocked by the man's utter disregard for consequences. Tsuyoshi is stunned into silence. Tsamaki, however, seems impressed by Hashizaki's nerve. Hashizaki's face crumples, tears welling his eyes as he pleads, "Please, you're my only hope. I beg of you." In a shocking display of utter desperation, Hashizaki throws himself onto the convenience store floor, bowing low. "Make me your disciple," he begs. A horrified Tsuyoshi pleads for him to stop this embarrassing display. Panicked and desperate to end the scene, Tsuyoshi hastily gives in. He thrusts a flyer at Hashizaki, telling him to go there and to please just leave. It's something I do as a volunteer, he explains quickly. Hashizaki looks at the paper in his hand. It's a simple photocopied flyer for Tai Chi classes. His gaze then shifts to a nearby apartment building, his mind now fixed on this new, unexpected path. Alone, Hashizaki examines the flyer more closely. Tai Chi. So, Kawabata was a Chinese kung fu martial artist, he concludes. The fact that the classes are free only deepens his admiration. He sees it as proof of a generous and noble spirit. He opens the door to his home, still clutching the flyer. A new resolve forms within him. He decides he must follow Tsuyoshi's lead, not just as a martial artist, but as a human being. That evening, as he stands on his balcony, Hashizaki thinks of his rival, Teru. He stares out at the city lights and makes a promise to himself. He will keep moving forward and bettering himself, no matter what. Before the sun has even fully risen, Hashizaki is already putting his new resolve into action. He runs through the city streets, panting with effort, following the signs toward his destination. Sweating and exhausted, he finally arrives at the entrance to Showa Park, the location mentioned on the flyer. He pauses to catch his breath, ready to take his first step on a new path. He glances at his watch. It's only 5:30 a.m. As he walks into the park, he's surprised to see a group of elderly people already gathered. He must have a lot of serious students. Hashizaki thinks, assuming they are all there for the same intense training he seeks. As Hashizaki joins the group, he's surprised to find only elderly people. An old woman named Mrs. Siko offers him a candy. One of the men is impressed, noting that getting a candy from her is a sign of favor. Just then, Kawabata Tsuyoshi arrives, casually wishing everyone a good morning. Hashizaki watches him, reminding himself not to be deceived by appearances. For all he knows, these seniors could be hidden Tai Chi masters. Upon seeing Tsuyoshi, Hashizaki immediately bows deeply, loudly apologizing for bothering him the previous night and thanking him for letting him come. The other members greet Tsuyoshi casually, calling him Mr. Kawabata. Tsuyoshi is completely bewildered by the formal apology from the new kid so early in the morning. The other seniors murmur amongst themselves, surprised to see a young person joining them. Tsuyoshi begins the class, asking the newcomer to introduce himself. To the crowd of seniors, the national karate champion formally announces himself. My name is Hashizaki Ainosuke. The class starts with simple stretches, which Hashizaki struggles through awkwardly. Then, Tsuyoshi instructs them to get into the Qigong posture. Hashizaki is stunned, having never seen anything like this in his training. As they hold the posture, Hashizaki feels the atmosphere shift. He observes the serious expression on an elderly man next to him, and even thinks Tsuyoshi's stance looks different, more rigid and powerful. He is seeing what he wants to see. Tsuyoshi announces that they will now practice some forms. Hashizaki's eyes widen in anticipation. Finally, he thinks, this must be it, the secret to Tsuyoshi's true power. Tsuyoshi leads the class through a series of slow, gentle movements like the Hanyuan Gong and Xie Danbian stances. Hashizaki tries to follow, but feels incredibly weird. The movements are smooth and slow, completely alien to his explosive karate background. Hashizaki is confused. Every form flows into the next seamlessly, yet they feel like separate moves. He can't tell where one begins and the other ends. As Tsuyoshi instructs another student, Hashizaki comes to one certain conclusion. This style of martial arts is powerful. Hashizaki thinks with conviction, despite his confusion. Just then, Tsuyoshi claps his hands. Okay, that's all for today. Thank you for coming. Hashizaki is shocked. Wait, it's over. While he stands there dumbfounded, the other members are already chatting casually. Tsuyoshi thanks them and says he'll see them the day after tomorrow as he prepares to leave. Hashizaki confronts Tsuyoshi, asking in disbelief if the class is really over already. Tsuyoshi, carrying his bag, simply and calmly replies, yes, that's it. Hashizaki presses on, asking if continuing with Tai Chi will allow him to become as strong as Tsuyoshi. He eagerly offers to join if Tsuyoshi does any secret training by himself, but Tsuyoshi replies that this is the full extent of his exercises. As Hashizaki tries to process this, he overhears some of the other members. They chat about how their joint pain is gone and they're feeling much better, all thanks to Tsuyoshi. Hashizaki is completely bewildered. What he witnessed was monstrous strength, yet what he's learning is gentle exercise for seniors. The two just don't add up. As his mind spins with questions, Tsuyoshi simply says, "I'm going home, okay?" and walks away. 1 month later, the scene shifts to the group having a pleasant post-exercise picnic. The peaceful scene indicates that Hashizaki has been patiently attending the Tai Chi classes this entire time. Hashizaki now seems to be a regular member of the group. He sits with the seniors, sharing tea and snacks, and they address him warmly as Mr. Hashizaki. Mrs. Siko offers Hashizaki a brown sugar candy. He accepts it with a genuine smile, saying that he loves them. He has become comfortable and friendly with the elderly students. Hashizaki even helps out with community activities, showing a festival mock-up he designed to another member. Mr. General he's praised for his artistic talent, a side of him he rarely explores. Despite the praise he receives and his friendly demeanor, Hashizaki has a moment of intense internal crisis. He smiles on the outside, but his inner voice screams, "What the fuck am I doing?" A few days later, another class comes to an end. Hashizaki watches as Tsuyoshi prepares to take his leave. He reflects that even after attending for a while, he's made no real progress in understanding the man's power. Finally working up the nerve, Hashizaki tries to corner Tsuyoshi after class. "Mr. Kawabata, I need to ask you something," he calls out, but Tsuyoshi bluntly brushes him off, saying he's busy. Hashizaki feels a wall between them that he can't seem to break through. Just as he's feeling dejected, Mr. Jin from the class asks to have a word with him. But Hashizaki's mind is elsewhere. He knows he needs to do something more, something decisive, to get the answers he seeks. Abruptly, Hashizaki apologizes and sprints away, yelling that he has something else to do. The seniors watch him go, remarking that it's unusual for him to skip their after-class tea. Hashizaki is done waiting. Hashizaki chases after Tsuyoshi, who is trying to flee on his bicycle. "Mr. Kawabata," he yells, "please. I really need to talk to you." Running alongside the bike, Hashizaki desperately negotiates. "I told you, I'm busy today," Tsuyoshi protests. Hashizaki pleads, "We can talk while we move. I don't mind if it's only until you reach your destination." Tsuyoshi finally gives in. Panting, Hashizaki immediately starts his interrogation. "When did you start Tai Chi?" Tsuyoshi casually replies, "Since I was 5, I think." Hashizaki is shocked, thinking that this long history must be the source of his strength. He asks where he learned it, and Tsuyoshi explains he just learned at the park and took over as teacher when the last one left. This simple answer flies over Hashizaki's head. "I see." He thinks so that Tai Chi class is the secret to his strength. Hashizaki asks if the forms can be used in a fight. "Pretty much, yes," Tsuyoshi replies, but quickly tries to change the subject as they arrive at their destination. "We've almost arrived at our studio, so—" "Damn it," Hashizaki thinks, frustrated. He was so close to getting Tsuyoshi to open up about martial arts. He's caught completely off guard by the word studio. They arrive at a small building where 2 men are smoking on a bench. They greet Tsuyoshi, who introduces them as Mr. Jin and Mr. Taku. Hashizaki is confused by the sudden appearance of these strangers. One of the men, Taku, asks who the friend is. Hashizaki politely introduces himself. Taku and Jin say hello, explaining that they were about to do some sketching. Taku explains that they're just poor, struggling artists. He mentions that they used to be a group with Tsuyoshi, all trying to get into art school together. His friend tells him to knock it off. The revelation stuns Hashizaki. "You guys are artists?" "That's amazing." Taku casually invites him to come in and look around. Hashizaki is thrilled, seeing it as a chance to get closer to Kawabata, while Tsuyoshi looks on in disbelief. Inside the studio, Taku jokes that they'll perform better with an audience. Hashizaki realizes that this is where Tsuyoshi paints every day. As Taku suggests a subject to draw, Hashizaki eagerly asks if he can try drawing too. Taku is surprised by his enthusiasm. "You want to draw?" he asks. "Yes, I'd love to," Hashizaki replies. Seeing his chance for an escape, Tsuyoshi tries to put in his earbuds to tune them all out. The impromptu art session begins. Hashizaki sits at an easel, focused. Taku leans over and asks him how he's doing, getting a cool side glance in return. A moment later, everyone is shocked. Hashizaki has produced a stunningly realistic sketch of the bust. "That's amazing!" Taku yells. Even Tsuyoshi is bewildered, asking, "What's this? Why are you so good?" Hashizaki smiles sheepishly, explaining that he used to sketch a lot in university. Taku is flabbergasted. "You got into an art school?" All three of the aspiring artists, Taku, Tsuyoshi, and Jin, are completely blown away. Now, all eyes turn to the master himself. Taku and Jin ask Tsuyoshi how his drawing turned out. Tsuyoshi tries to hide his canvas, protesting that it's not done, but his friends eagerly crowd around him. They examine Tsuyoshi's work. It's an amateurish, oddly shaped mess. "I guess it's non-conformative?" Taku offers weakly. "Is it abstract art?" asks General Tsuyoshi insists it's a regular sketch. His friends don't hold back, telling him he's terrible at sketching and won't pass the entrance exam next year either. Hashizaki feels awkward, wondering if Tsuyoshi is mad at him. Tsuyoshi glumly admits he's trying to get into art school. Tsuyoshi suddenly launches into a passionate rant, saying he doesn't even like sketching. He complains that to get into art school, you have to prove your sketching skills, which he feels has nothing to do with being a true artist. Hashizaki is stunned by the outburst. Seeing Tsuyoshi so genuinely depressed and hunched over, Hashizaki feels a wave of sympathy. He tentatively speaks up, offering, "If you want, maybe I can help you get better at sketching." Hashizaki explains that sketching is a skill that can be learned by understanding the basics of space, shape, and gradient. Tsuyoshi's friends immediately jump on the opportunity, telling him this is his chance, and he should ask Hashizaki for help. With a kind smile, Hashizaki says that since he's being taught martial arts by Mr. Kawabata, he would be happy to help him out with sketching in return. Tsuyoshi is stunned by the offer from Mr. Hashizaki. In a complete role reversal, he bows his head deeply and asks, "Please teach me." Hashizaki agrees, and the two decide to work together. After their session, Hashizaki walks with Tsuyoshi, who mentions he has to head to his part-time job. They part ways on much friendlier terms, having struck an unexpected deal to teach each other. Hashizaki watches as Tsuyoshi heads for the low-sun convenience store. Before going in, Tsuyoshi turns back and sincerely apologizes for his earlier rude behavior, thanking Hashizaki for the offer to help. The genuine apology catches Hashizaki by surprise, and a smile begins to spread across his face as he realizes he may have finally made a connection. Beaming with excitement, Hashizaki enthusiastically thanks Tsuyoshi, saying that he is the one who should be grateful for this opportunity. They exchange friendly goodbyes, both smiling. Walking away, Hashizaki can't contain his joy. He pumps his fists in the air, celebrating this unexpected breakthrough. He reflects that while he never cared for art for the first time in his life, he's actually glad he went to art school because it led to this moment. Still celebrating his good fortune as he walks away from the store, Hashizaki is suddenly stopped in his tracks by a voice. He turns, shocked, to see Tsuyoshi's co-worker, Samaki, who remarks, "You've got tenacity, I'll give you that." While casually eating, Samaki reveals that many others have come before, asking Tsuyoshi to train them, but they all gave up quickly. She then looks at him and asks a shocking question. "Do you want to know about Tsuyoshi's secret?" Hashizaki can only stammer, "What did you say?" The chapter ends with a close-up on Samaki's face. Her expression is no longer that of a simple convenience store worker. It's sharp and serious. With a knowing look, she poses her own question to Hashizaki. "Who are you?" Continuing from the last chapter, the story introduces a mysterious girl with her hair tied in buns. She confidently introduces herself to a wary Hashizaki as Chin Shinmei. a Chinese exchange student. Chin then places her hand on Hashizaki's chest, adding that she's also a simple employee at the same store as Tsuyoshi, leaving Hashizaki utterly confused by her sudden appearance and familiarity. Suddenly, Hashizaki launches a fierce attack, but Chin effortlessly parries his blow, showing a glimpse of her martial arts skill. Hashizaki cries out in pain, clutching his chest where she struck him. Annoyed, Chin demands to know what's wrong with him, unfazed by his aggression. Undeterred, Hashizaki attacks again, but Chin once more calmly intercepts his punch with precision. The confrontation continues as she neutralizes another of his strikes. Her calm demeanor contrasts sharply with Hashizaki's pained and aggressive expression. A series of panels show the one-sided spar. Hashizaki attacks relentlessly, but Chin defends with fluid and minimal movements, highlighting her superior technique. With a shout, Chin lands a decisive blow. Hashizaki is thrown back, his expression a mix of shock and pain, as he can't comprehend her speed and power. Enraged and humiliated, Hashizaki grabs her by the wrist. She cries out in pain, but then stares him down, demanding to know what he's doing. With a smirk, Chin taunts him, stating that while he might be a good martial artist, his skills are nothing compared to Tsuyoshi's. Hashizaki is stunned into silence. Sensing his desperation for answers, Chin makes an offer. She'll tell him the secret to Kawabata's strength if he invites her for tea. Hashizaki immediately agrees, eager to learn anything he can. They arrive at an izakaya, a Japanese pub. Hashizaki looks on, annoyed, as Chin begins ordering a full meal, thinking to himself that he only agreed to get tea. As a waitress takes their order, Chin asks for a lemon sour. Hashizaki looks on as the table fills with food and drinks, far more than the simple tea he had envisioned. Chin lets out a sigh of satisfaction after a long drink, exclaiming how good it is after work. Hashizaki, impatient, finally asks who she really is, noting that her movements were very similar to Kawabata's. With a sly, confident smile, Chin reveals her true identity. She is not a simple student, but an intelligence agent from the Chinese Ministry of Martial Arts. Hashizaki is utterly shocked by the revelation. She explains that Tsuyoshi's strength is considered abnormal, having defeated many Chinese fighters, which is why her government is now interested in him. Hashizaki struggles to comprehend the scale of the situation. Still reeling, Hashizaki asks about the Chinese Ministry of Martial Arts and who Kawabata-san is. Chin calmly replies that she's still investigating and, for now, can only say so much. Chin explains that Tsuyoshi's strength is enough to attract the attention of an entire country. In the half year since she came to Japan, 192 people have challenged him, including herself. Hashizaki is flabbergasted by the sheer number of challengers. Hashizaki wonders what kind of life Tsuyoshi must lead, facing challengers constantly. Chin elaborates that there are almost no opponents who can win or even land a single hit on him. She then smirks, mentioning she found something very interesting while researching him. She shows him a flyer for a kickboxing gym, explaining that Tsuyoshi's parents apparently owned it. Hashizaki wonders if that's the secret to his strength, but Chin quickly shuts down the idea. Chin clarifies that the gym had already closed down by the time Tsuyoshi was 5 years old. Furthermore, she points out that his fighting style is not kickboxing at all. She tells him that from that point on, Tsuyoshi began to learn a certain martial art. Tai Chi. Hashizaki is stunned, exclaiming that he practices Tai Chi as well, but Chin clarifies that the class Tsuyoshi attends is different. A vision of Tsuyoshi's training appears. It's nothing more than basic morning exercise routines in a park with a group of elderly people 3 times a week. Hashizaki is speechless with disbelief. Incredulous, Hashizaki shouts that the idea of gaining such power from simple exercises is ridiculous. Chin calmly confirms that, as far as her intelligence suggests, this simple routine is indeed the only training Tsuyoshi does. Still struggling to accept it, Hashizaki asks how it's even possible to achieve that level of strength with so little effort. Chin thoughtfully explains that in China, Tai Chi is a traditional martial art known for its sophisticated techniques, but she admits she still doesn't have a definitive answer for Tsuyoshi's case. Hashizaki, sweating and overwhelmed, still can't grasp the situation. He presses Chin for an answer, asking again how Kawabata-san can be so strong with such simplistic training. Chin looks at him seriously and gives her only possible explanation. Tsuyoshi is a genius. Immediately after this profound statement, she casually orders more food, leaving Hashizaki stunned. Sometime later, Hashizaki is seen walking down the street, supporting a very drunk Chin who is complaining about having eaten too much meat. Leaning heavily on Hashizaki, a blushing Chin tells him that Tsuyoshi's strength is an incredible and important matter. With a sly look, she asks him what he thinks about them working together. Hashizaki asks what she's talking about. Hiccuping, she says she brought it up because she recognizes him as a capable fighter, and that if he wants to defeat Tsuyoshi, they must first uncover the secret of his strength. She leans in, her eyes gleaming with drunken determination, and plainly states their shared objective, to defeat him. Hashizaki is shocked by her directness. As he questions how they would do that, Chin reveals she has already requested support from her government, and that they should be arriving at the Losun convenience store right now. In the background, a black van pulls up. Inside the convenience store, the manager kindly tells Kavakan, also known as Tsuyoshi, that some people are waiting outside to see him. Seeing that the store is empty, he gives Tsuyoshi permission to go take a break. Tsuyoshi thanks his manager and steps outside the store, only to be met by a group of 4 imposing men waiting for him. A dramatic shot reveals the 4 challengers in all their glory. A muscular man with a ponytail, a portly man, an energetic youth in a cap, and a stylish man in sunglasses. Watching from a distance, Chin explains to a confused Hashizaki that these men are the elite of Chinese martial arts, whom she personally selected. They are known as the 4 Fists. Chin boasts that despite their different styles, it's no exaggeration to say they are the strongest in China, and she believes that not even Tsuyoshi can defeat them. The members of the 4 Fists observe Tsuyoshi. The first is Lu Sheng, the Lion of the North of Shaolin Kung Fu, who comments that Tsuyoshi looks very weak. The second is Wan Yundiao, the Steel King of Hung Jie, who is less quick to judge. The third member, Yen Lulan, the Rakshasa Zen of Taijiquan, smiles and says he can tell Tsuyoshi's nature just by looking. The fourth, Lu Jifei, the Rose of Destruction of Bajiquan, scolds the others for their rude comments. Lu Jifei steps forward, politely apologizing for the rude introduction, and makes their request clear. Could you fight with us? Tsuyoshi, calm as ever, says he doesn't care, but he has some conditions. Tsuyoshi states his terms. There will be only one fight, with no rematch, and it must be in a discreet place. His final, most important condition. If they lose, they must promise to never tell anyone about him. The scene shifts, beginning the next chapter of the story. Hashizaki is still supporting the drunken Chin near a park. She looks at her phone, complaining that the 4 Fists are late and haven't contacted her. Meanwhile, in that very park, Tsuyoshi stands before the 4 martial artists. Lu Jifei removes his sunglasses, stating that they haven't properly introduced themselves yet. Each of the 4 men introduces himself by name. The stylish Lu Jifei, the smiling Yen Lulan, the powerful Wan Yundiao, and the youthful Lu Sheng. After they introduce themselves as enjoyers of Chinese martial arts, Tsuyoshi simply repeats that it will be just one fight. He warns them to take it seriously, so they don't have any regrets. The hot-headed Lu Sheng gets angry, feeling that Tsuyoshi is underestimating them. Yen Lulan finds it interesting, while Lu Jifei dismisses it as a simple provocation. Wan Yundiao states coldly that their purpose is to defeat him anyway. The group discusses who will go first. Lu Sheng volunteers, arrogantly proclaiming that 3 minutes should be more than enough to defeat someone like Tsuyoshi, allowing them to finish quickly and enjoy their free vacation. Tsuyoshi casually remarks that it's okay if all 4 of them want to fight at the same time. Lu Jifei warns his comrades not to fall for the obvious provocation, as the others eagerly express their desire to fight. Provoked by Tsuyoshi's impatience, the hot-headed Lu Sheng can no longer contain his anger. With a yell, he breaks ranks and charges headfirst towards his unflappable opponent. The fight begins explosively as Lu Sheng launches himself into the air, delivering a powerful high kick aimed directly at Tsuyoshi's head. As the other masters look on, Tsuyoshi simply turns his head, his expression as placid as ever. Lu Sheng gets into his fighting stance, confidently telling Tsuyoshi that it will only take him 1 minute to rip his head off. As Lu Sheng rushes forward, Yin Lulan comments that it will be difficult for Tsuyoshi to deal with Lu's kung fu. Tsuyoshi, however, remains completely stoic. In a flash, Tsuyoshi effortlessly dodges Lu Sheng's flurry of kicks. Thrown off balance by his own momentum, Lu stumbles and goes sprawling to the ground. Tsuyoshi, now somehow behind him, grabs him by the collar and lifts him up, calmly stating that it seems he has nowhere to run. The other fighters are shocked, thinking Tsuyoshi landed a hit. But Lu Sheng is even more stunned, realizing Tsuyoshi simply parried his attack with minimal effort, completely neutralizing it. Lu Zhifei steps in, telling an embarrassed Lu Sheng that's enough. Lu furiously protests that he's just getting started. Lu Sheng frantically complains that it hasn't even been a minute, but Lu Zhifei sternly tells him to shut up. All the while, Tsuyoshi watches the argument in silence. Lu Zhifei then turns his attention to Tsuyoshi, adjusting his sunglasses. He declares that his style, Bajiquan, is not the same as the one Lu used, implying a different level of skill. Tsuyoshi simply replies, "I get it." The two face each other in the park as Lu Zhifei takes his fighting stance. With a powerful shout, Lu Zhifei lunges forward, throwing a forceful punch characteristic of the explosive Bajiquan style, kicking up dust from the ground. Tsuyoshi dodges the initial punch, and then a powerful stomp that cracks the ground. Lu Zhifei remains poised for his next move. Lu Zhifei continues his assault, but Tsuyoshi effortlessly deflects the blow with a simple, almost lazy block. Lu Zhifei looks down in disbelief. Despite the power of his attack, he sees that he only managed to make Tsuyoshi shuffle his feet slightly in the dirt. Lu Zhifei questions how his attack only moved his opponent a little. A smirk crosses his face as he says, "Not bad," acknowledging Tsuyoshi's resilience. Before Lu Zhifei can continue, the towering figure of one Yundiao steps forward, his massive frame casting a shadow over his comrade. Impatient and aggressive, Wan Yundiao declares that Lu Zhifei's time is up. He roughly shoves him aside, eager for his own turn. Wan Yundiao unleashes a devastating punch. The blow sends Lu Zhifei flying and appears to connect with Tsuyoshi, who is knocked backward. As Lu Zhifei yells at Wan Yundiao for interrupting, Lu Sheng comments on his insane strength, noting the jungle gym behind Tsuyoshi is now heavily dented. In the midst of the chaos, Tsuyoshi is seen casually slapping Wan Yundiao's arm away. Ignoring Lu Zhifei's complaints, Wan Yundiao's eyes are locked onto Tsuyoshi. He readies himself for another, more direct attack. Wan Yundiao throws a powerful, straight punch. Tsuyoshi meets the mighty blow with a gentle, open palm touch. To everyone's astonishment, Wan Yundiao is violently thrown backward, as if hit by his own reflected force. Tsuyoshi calmly crosses his arms, completely unfazed, as Wan Yundiao stumbles back toward the jungle gym he had previously dented. The other three fighters look on in absolute shock. Wan Yundiao stares at his fist in disbelief, wondering what just happened and asking if Tsuyoshi somehow returned his own Hung Jie attack back at him. Yin Lulan, the Taijiquan master, finally steps in. He identifies Tsuyoshi's technique as Huajin, an energy neutralization technique, and notes his Nigong, or internal energy, is well developed. Condescendingly, he deems it superficial and offers to teach Tsuyoshi the real Tai Chi. As his comrades watch, Yin Lulan takes a relaxed stance, casually blowing a puff of air or dust from his fingertips, signaling his readiness to engage. Yin Lulan adopts a formal martial arts stance, a serious expression on his face. He now faces Tsuyoshi, who stands waiting, his aura of calm undisturbed. Qin Shanmei finally arrives at the park, with Hashizaki supporting her. She complains that she isn't that heavy when he refuses to carry her. Seeing the standoff, she confronts the Four Fists. With a furious expression, Chin screams at her compatriots, asking them what the hell they are doing. Everyone, including Tsuyoshi, is taken aback by her sudden, angry outburst. Chin scolds the Four Fists, saying they should not have acted without her, and reminding them she told them to contact her upon arrival. They try to explain they just ran into him, then sheepishly turn and apologize to Tsuyoshi. Trying to smooth things over, Chin tells Tsuyoshi that these are her friends from China who just have a bad habit of fighting strangers. But Tsuyoshi ignores her, turning to Hashizaki and asking pointedly, "Why were you with Chin-san?" Hashizaki stammers, trying to explain how they met, but Tsuyoshi cuts him off. Stating that he's still on his work break, he turns to leave, leaving a confused Hashizaki calling after him. With his back turned, Tsuyoshi asks to be left alone for a moment. Hashizaki is stunned into silence by the cold request, sensing something is deeply wrong. Hashizaki watches Tsuyoshi walk away and is shocked to see tears streaming down his face, his expression filled with anguish. Crying, Hashizaki thinks in disbelief. The next day, Hashizaki arrives at an art studio, ringing the doorbell. He checks his phone, which has a reminder to help Kobata-san with the drawing, and wonders if he's early since Tsuyoshi hasn't arrived yet. While sitting on a bench and having a drink, Hashizaki recalls the previous day's events, replaying Tsuyoshi's pained request to be left alone and the image of him crying. He continues to ponder Tsuyoshi's strange question about Chin-san, wondering what it all meant. A new chapter begins, titled The Strongest Anguish. Just then, Tsuyoshi arrives on his bicycle, cheerfully apologizing for being late. He smiles genuinely, thanking Hashizaki for coming and saying it's not a big deal. Hashizaki is relieved, thinking to himself that Tsuyoshi seems to be okay after all. Tsuyoshi opens the door to the studio and happily invites him to come in. Inside the cluttered art studio, Tsuyoshi suggests they can use one of the many objects on the shelves, like an animal skull, as a motif for their drawing practice. Hashizaki readily agrees. Hashizaki chooses a taxidermy duck, and they agree to start by drawing it to practice different textures. They both sit down at their easels, ready to begin. Despite trying to focus, Hashizaki is visibly agitated. He fidgets, drinks from his can, and can't sit still. Internally, he screams that he can't take it anymore, as he's too worried about Tsuyoshi. Hashizaki internally debates with himself. He can't just suddenly ask, "Why did you cry yesterday?" He wonders if it's his fault or if it was because of the Chinese fighters, dismissing both ideas as unlikely. Lost in his worried thoughts, Hashizaki makes a strange noise. Tsuyoshi looks over, asking what's going on. Flustered, Hashizaki panics and blurts out encouragement, giving a thumbs up and saying, "You're doing great." While they're drawing, Hashizaki's phone buzzes. It's a new message from Chin Shinmei. He glances at it while Tsuyoshi continues to receive drawing advice. Hashizaki's phone won't stop buzzing with notifications. He tries to ignore it and continue teaching Tsuyoshi about perspective and drawing. Tsuyoshi notices the constant buzzing and asks if something happened regarding Chin-san. Hashizaki is shocked, asking how he knew. Tsuyoshi simply replies that he heard them talking yesterday. Hashizaki stammers, but Tsuyoshi interrupts, revealing the shocking truth. He knows about Chin-san being a Chinese government agent. Hashizaki is left speechless. As Hashizaki panics, Tsuyoshi explains that while he didn't understand what the drunk Chin was saying, it seemed weird. He then adds with a sad self-deprecation that he should have realized it was a ruse, because there's no way a girl would be genuinely interested in him. Tsuyoshi begins to explain. He tells Hashizaki that, in fact, whenever he went out with Chin-san, she would conveniently disappear, and then strangers would appear looking for a fight. He recounts a specific incident where he went to the bathroom, and when he came back, he found two men knocked out on the ground with Chin apologizing for their behavior. Hashizaki listens, stunned. Tsuyoshi continues, saying that even the previous day with the Chinese fighters, Chin claimed they were friends, which was obviously a complete lie. He sighs, having figured out her whole scheme. Hashizaki is shocked that Tsuyoshi understood everything, including that Chin had led him there. Tsuyoshi continues to muse on why he was ever interested in someone like Chin. Hashizaki, completely misreading the situation, blurts out, "Huh, did you like her?" Tsuyoshi confirms it, explaining that it was all a farce. The matching work shifts, the encouraging messages. It was all a lie. Hashizaki realizes that this betrayal is why Tsuyoshi was crying. Tsuyoshi says he truly hates that kind of manipulation. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Tsuyoshi buries his head in his arms and exclaims, "I want to die." Hashizaki, in a panic, rushes to his side, asking what's wrong. While sketching intensely, Tsuyoshi finally unloads his burden. He explains that for a long time, he's been constantly dragged into fights with strangers who challenge him without any warning. He continues that more and more people keep coming to challenge him. Because they all approach him with hostility, he has only been able to trust a very small number of people. Hashizaki listens, his expression filled with concern and dawning understanding. Tsuyoshi then turns to Hashizaki and says he has an apology to make. He confesses, "Because I'm not a fighter. I just want to be an artist." With tears in his eyes and a broken, almost crazed smile, Tsuyoshi looks at Hashizaki and asks the devastating question, "So, could you tell me why I have to fight?" Hashizaki is left completely speechless. In that moment, everything clicks for Hashizaki. He finally understands. Tsuyoshi doesn't want to fight. He has been forced to face challengers day after day, all alone, simply because he is strong. A fire of determination ignites in Hashizaki. He clenches his fist, realizing Tsuyoshi is not the kind of person who should be forced into this life. He makes a bold decision and asks, "Could you fight with me?" A flashback shows Hashizaki's resolve. He had chased Tsuyoshi down, begging to talk to him, and then bowed deeply before him at his workplace, pleading, "Please, make me your disciple." Back in the present, Hashizaki stands in shocked silence, realizing the weight of the commitment he has just made. He thinks to himself, "What have I done?" while Tsuyoshi looks on, confused. Trying to break the awkward silence, Tsuyoshi returns to their drawing lesson, asking Hashizaki for his opinion on a technique. Hashizaki is still dazed, only managing a simple, "Huh?" Later that day, they part ways. Tsuyoshi sincerely thanks Hashizaki for his help and apologizes for making him listen to all his complaints. Hashizaki reassures him it was nothing and offers to be there if he ever needs to talk. Just as Hashizaki is heading home, his phone rings. It's an incoming call from Chin Shinmei. He answers, clearly annoyed. Chin asks him to come to the Caesarea restaurant near the station, saying there's something she wants to talk about. He spots her waving from inside the restaurant. Hashizaki enters the restaurant and finds Chin sitting with the 4 defeated martial artists. They look up at him as he arrives, and Yin Lulan says, "We have been waiting for you." Hashizaki demands to know why he was called. With a confident smirk, Chin gets straight to the point. "I want these guys to fight with Tsuyoshi." Chin explains they want his help because he's the only fighter Tsuyoshi has accepted. However, Hashizaki flatly refuses. He declares that he is now Kawabata-san's partner and cannot work with them. Chin is stunned by his defiance. With a fierce, determined grin, Hashizaki lays down the gauntlet, concluding the chapter with a powerful declaration. "If you want to fight him, first you will have to fight me." In a Chinese restaurant, a group of martial artists are confronted by a man with spiky black hair. He declares that to fight him, they must go through him first. The group, consisting of a man with sunglasses, a muscular man with a ponytail, and a young woman with her hair in buns, is taken aback by his sudden challenge. A hot-headed young man in a white cap from the group gets enraged by the challenge. He grabs the spiky-haired man by his shirt, yelling and questioning if he's being played with, while the challenger remains eerily calm. Before the delinquent can do anything else, the spiky-haired man strikes with lightning speed, delivering a powerful blow to his torso. The other members of the group watch in shock, not even registering the attack until it has already landed. The force of the single punch sends a man in the cap flying backwards, knocked out cold before he even hits the ground. He lands hard on the table, face first and bleeding, scattering food everywhere. The remaining members of his group stare in stunned silence at the swift and brutal takedown. As the chaos unfolds and other patrons realize a fight has broken out, the spiky-haired man smirks, remarking that this group, the so-called Four Fists, doesn't seem to be a big deal after all. He unwraps the bandages on his arm, coolly stating, "Well, only 3 left." Below, the man with sunglasses reflects his determined gaze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a glass is thrown from off-panel, and the spiky-haired man instinctively shatters it with a powerful block before it can hit him. The attack came from the muscular man with the ponytail, Wan Yundiao, who used a table as a springboard to launch himself into a flying kick. The spiky-haired man grits his teeth as the powerful blow lands, sending him stumbling back and crashing into a table. Wan Yundiao looms over his downed opponent, his boot raised to stomp on him as the restaurant staff begs him to stop. The spiky-haired man looks up, surprised by the ferocity of the attack. As Wan Yundiao brings his belt down like a whip for another strike, the spiky-haired man's eyes widen in alarm. But before the belt can connect, the stout man in the beret, who had been eating peacefully, catches Wan Yundiao's foot and stops the challenger's arm with his other hand, effortlessly neutralizing the attacks. Both Wan Yundiao and the spiky-haired man are stunned by the intervention. The stout man looks down with disdain and tells them to stop, complaining that they are making the food taste bad. The woman with the hair buns, Aino-suk, stands up and clinks her cup to get everyone's attention, silencing the tense standoff between her companions and the challenger. Aino-suk calmly proposes a deal to the challenger. She agrees to his demand for a fight, but in exchange, if he loses, he will have to cooperate with their group. Her determined gaze shows she means business. The spiky-haired man, Hashizaki, grins with confident excitement, accepting the terms of the deal without hesitation. With the agreement made, Aino-suk's group allows Hashizaki to leave. He pays his bill while they give him instructions to prepare for their arranged fight. They watch as he walks out the door alone. As soon as Hashizaki is gone, the man in the cap, Liu, wakes up and flies into a rage, screaming that he'll kill him. Wan Yundiao holds him back, noting that he was caught off guard. Outside the restaurant, Hashizaki stands alone, reflecting on the earlier confrontation. He recalls how the stout man effortlessly stopped Wan Yundiao's attack, realizing that if he hadn't, the situation could have been much worse. Hashizaki clenches his fist in frustration, admitting to himself that he doesn't know anyone on their level. He questions if it's even possible for him to win this fight alone, feeling the immense pressure of the challenge ahead. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. He has a realization, an idea of someone who might be able to help him. He looks up from his phone with a start before looking at a nearby apartment building. The scene shifts to a cluttered apartment where Hashizaki has arrived to ask for a favor. He finds a heavy-set, two-tone-haired man named Thru, who is absorbed in his computer and immediately tells him to go home. Hashizaki desperately begs Teru for help, but Teru dismisses him, saying he's busy. Teru's annoyance quickly turns to rage as Hashizaki persists, and he finally snaps, yelling to know what he wants and threatening to kill him if it's nonsense. With a look of sheer desperation, Hashizaki yells out his urgent request. "I want you to help me fight some Chinese martial artists." Teru immediately refuses and tells him to go home. As Hashizaki tries to plead his case further, a loud crash echoes through the room. A hole has been punched in the wall, not by Hashizaki, but from an outside force, finally catching Teru's attention as they both turn to the source of the noise. Instead of Hashizaki punching a hole in the wall, it's revealed that someone has kicked the front door in from the outside, shattering it completely. Teru and Hashizaki look on in shock from inside the messy apartment. Standing in the ruined doorway is Liu, the man in the cap from the restaurant, his face obscured by a mask. Hashizaki realizes with dread that the Chinese martial artists have already found them. Liu, still furious from his earlier defeat, screams that it's time to finish things. He lunges at Hashizaki, yelling that he came to kill him, while Teru looks on in confusion. Hashizaki dodges the attack, causing Liu to stumble and trip. In his clumsiness, Lu crashes into Teru's desk, smashing his PC monitor. This act of destruction immediately draws Teru's enraged attention. As Teru screams for them to stop, Lu continues his rampage, grabbing a bottle from a shelf and threatening to attack. Hashizaki tries to fend him off, but the chaos escalates as more of Teru's belongings are destroyed. The destruction of his personal sanctuary pushes Teru over the edge. He lets out a primal scream of pure rage, silencing both Hashizaki and Lu, who are still tangled up in the mess. Teru, now seething, orders them to take the fight outside. His anger is not directed at Hashizaki being attacked, but at the intruders who violated his home. Lu, still holding Hashizaki, casually insults Teru, calling him a fat ass. The insult hits a nerve. Teru's expression darkens as he stares at Lu with murderous intent, coldly promising to kill him once they are outside. As the confrontation marks the beginning of a death match, Teru repeats his demand to go outside so he can kill Lu. Lu, however, scoffs at him, claiming he's busy dealing with Hashizaki. Teru's patience finally snaps. He erupts, screaming at Lu to shut up and get out of his house immediately. The scene shifts to an open area outside. A menacing aura surrounds Teru as he glares at Lu, who seems unnerved by the sudden change in the atmosphere. Lu tries to maintain his bravado, insulting Teru again and claiming he'll be done in 5 seconds. But Teru ominously states he must teach the little shit some manners first. In the background, Hashizaki apologizes to Teru, admitting this wasn't supposed to happen. Hashizaki warns Teru to be careful, as Lu is a Chinese martial artist. But Teru, consumed by rage, screams that he doesn't care and blames Hashizaki for everything, yelling that he can't just pay for the damages and expect it to be fine after his house was invaded and ruined. Lu taunts Teru again, telling the fat ass to stop wasting his time. Hashizaki can only look on and apologize, knowing he's responsible for unleashing Teru's wrath. Lu makes the first move, launching a powerful kick aimed at Teru's head. However, Teru effortlessly blocks it with his hand, much to Lu's surprise. Lu follows up with a rapid barrage of punches, but Teru, despite his large frame, is surprisingly agile. He dodges and weaves through the attacks with ease. Lu is bewildered by Teru's speed, questioning how a fat guy can move so fast. Watching from the side, Hashizaki reveals the truth. Although he looks different now, Teru is a former karate champion, which is why he can't be defeated easily. The fight intensifies. A close-up shows Lu's shocked face, a fist making impact, and Teru's foot planting firmly, indicating a powerful stance. Both fighters are breathing heavily. Lu, panting, stands opposite a wheezing Teru, the initial burst of action having taken a toll on both of them. Lu complains that he feels like he's dying, while Hashizaki watches in stunned silence. Suddenly, Lu's expression changes to one of pure rage as he screams, "Fat ass!" once more. Enraged by the insult, Teru stomps his foot and Lu charges forward, landing a clean punch to Teru's face. Lu follows up with a kick to the gut, shouting, "Aura!" Despite taking the hits, Teru remains standing. Hashizaki calls out his name in alarm as Teru asks Lu, "I am, you fat bitch." Lu, not backing down, screams, "Don't underestimate me," and winds up for another powerful blow. Hashizaki watches in horror as Lu prepares to strike again. Teru stands dazed, his head thrown back and mouth agape from the force of the previous blows. As Lu's fist flies toward Teru's face, the scene flashes back to a memory. A young boy, presumably Lu, is being dragged away by a monk at a temple, screaming for him to let go. He declares he's had enough and is leaving. The flashback continues, revealing the source of Lu's trauma. A monk tells a young, tearful Lu that he is a dark child, born against China's one-child policy with no legal identity. He is told that Kung Fu is his father and the temple his only home, as he has nowhere else to go. The flashback continues, showing scenes of Lu's harsh life. He is constantly beaten by the other monks, who call him arrogant. This abuse is juxtaposed with the present, where he channels all that rage into his punch, screaming "die" as he attacks Teru. In the past, Lu is shown being punished and locked behind bars for trying to escape. A monk tells him to reflect on his actions, but all Lu feels is hatred for the place and the people who trap him there, fueling his desperate attempts to flee. Sitting alone in isolation, a bruised and determined young Lu makes a solemn vow. He swears that one day he will become the strongest person there, forcing everyone to finally acknowledge his existence. This burning ambition is channeled into his present-day scream of "die." The flashback ends, and Lu's punch, imbued with all his life's rage and frustration, connects solidly with Teru's gut. The impact is shown with a bright flash, indicating its immense power. Teru grunts in pain, his eyes wide with shock as he stumbles back a step from the force of the blow. Hashizaki watches, horrified, as Teru takes the full force of the attack. Wiping his mouth, Teru admits that the punch hurt, surprised that a kid could hit so hard. Lu, enraged that it wasn't a knockout blow, dares him to try and land a better hit himself. Lu's rage boils over, and he screams at Teru to "come on, hit me." He declares that he won't even try to dodge the attack, challenging Teru to do his worst. Teru smirks, accepting the challenge. With a menacing look, he winds up and unleashes a devastating punch that slams directly into Lu's face, who had foolishly stood still, yelling, "Don't underestimate me." The sheer force of Teru's punch sends Lu flying, his head snapping back. Hashizaki can only watch in utter shock as Lu is completely overpowered. Teru looks on with a cold, unimpressed expression. Despite the brutal hit, Lu manages to stay on his feet. He slowly approaches Teru and gives him a light poke on the stomach. Teru is shocked as he feels a sharp, piercing pain from the seemingly gentle poke. Lu's finger sinks deep into his flesh, indicating an incredibly focused and powerful technique. With a deranged grin, Lu mocks Teru, saying, "It seems it was you who underestimated me." Teru stumbles back and falls to his knees, clutching his stomach in agony from the single precise strike. Hashizaki shouts his name in alarm as Lu stands over him, gloating. The chapter shifts to madness. Teru remains on the ground, a trickle of blood dripping from his hand where he clutches the wound on his stomach. Hashizaki again yells Teru's name, concerned. Teru looks up, sweating and grimacing in pain, while Lu stands before him, radiating an aura of victory. Lu's victory is short-lived as his mind snaps. His face becomes a mask of pure, murderous intent as he declares, "I will kill." His trauma consumes him. He flashes back to being abandoned as a baby by his parents, the memory fueling his rage and sorrow. In the distance, the temple where he was raised stands like a prison. He remembers the tormentors from the Shaolin Temple, the smiling faces of the other boys who beat him, and the old monk who enforced the brutal principles. His desire for revenge becomes an all-consuming fire. In his madness, Lu screams that he will kill anyone and everyone who has ever wronged him. His madness climaxes as he vows to kill them all, including Teru. A vision shows him standing victoriously over the bodies of all the monks who tormented him, his back covered in scars from years of abuse. Returning to the present, Lu, lost in his rage, holds up a bloodied thumb in a thumbs-down gesture. He tells Teru he will let him live, but only if he begs for his life. Hashizaki stares in horror at Lu's thumb, which is gruesomely bruised and discolored. Teru, still on the ground, looks up, confused and wary of what's happening. Hashizaki wonders what kind of insane training Lu must have gone through to sustain such an injury. He knows that simple fractures from punching rocks wouldn't cause that kind of damage to the entire thumb. Hashizaki tries to intervene, yelling at Teru not to fight anymore and that he needs medical treatment. But Teru, ignoring him, suddenly sucker punches Hashizaki, sending him flying. Hashizaki clutches his face in pain, stunned by the unexpected blow. Teru rises to his feet, telling him to get off and declaring his intention to kill Lu himself. Lu, still caught in his madness, just responds with, "Ah, what did you say, fat ass?" Enraged by the insult, Teru stomps forward and unleashes a powerful overhand punch, yelling "fucking brat." The blow connects squarely with Lu's side. Lu stumbles, but doesn't fall, grunting from the impact. He seems more shocked than hurt that Teru is still fighting so fiercely. Lu retaliates with a spinning kick. As he strikes, Hashizaki notices the ugly, dark wound on Teru's stomach from Lu's earlier finger poke attack. Teru grimaces, clutching his wounded stomach as Lu presses his advantage, seeing that his opponent is injured. Lu unleashes a furious barrage of rapid-fire punches, forcing Teru to block desperately. The impacts are fast and heavy, keeping Teru on the defensive. Despite the onslaught, Teru thinks to himself, admitting that Lu is certainly strong and his attacks are fast and heavy. He also acknowledges he's already taken a lot of damage. He wonders, so why? The question echoes in his mind as he continues to endure the beating. Why am I not afraid of his attacks? The reason flashes in his mind, a memory of another man. An unassuming man with glasses and a striped shirt, the one who truly terrified him. With this memory resurfacing, Teru's demeanor changes. He begins to effortlessly dodge Lu's attacks. Hashizaki watches in disbelief, wondering how Teru suddenly started evading every hit. Teru's mind is locked on that fateful day. He can't forget his humiliating defeat, where he was forced to his knees, begging his opponent to stop, surrendering completely. Fueled by this traumatic memory, Teru's power awakens. He easily slaps aside Lu's next attack, his movements now faster and more precise. Lu throws a punch, but Teru vanishes from his sight. Hashizaki is stunned, questioning if he just disappeared. Teru has moved so fast he's become a blur. Teru reappears behind Lu, poise a strike. Lu turns, his face a mask of shock and confusion, unable to comprehend his opponent's speed. Teru lands a powerful blow to Lu's midsection, shouting "say." The impact is immense, lifting Lu off his feet. Lu stumbles backward, gasping for air, completely stunned. Hashizaki realizes with astonishment that Teru was actually faster than Lu. Teru exhales, having fully turned the tables. In his mind, Teru sees the man in the striped shirt again. He thinks to himself that no matter how strong Lu is, he's still not on that guy's level. Lu, sweating and desperate, screams that it's impossible, that it must have been a coincidence. But Teru, now calm and smiling slightly, states that he's finally getting used to the pace of the fight. With a confident smirk, Teru beckons Lu forward. He declares that he will now show him the second strongest fist in Japan, a clear testament to the power of the man who defeated him. The final phase of the battle begins, titled Scream. Lu and Teru face off, both battered but ready for the decisive end. Lu charges in, screaming, but Teru easily blocks his punch with an open palm, his superior skill now on full display. As Lu continues his desperate, screaming assault, Hashizaki watches in awe. Teru is now effortlessly dodging and weaving around every attack. Teru grabs Lu's attacking arm and uses his momentum to spin him around, delivering a powerful blow to his back. Lu is completely helpless against Teru's fluid movements. The fight concludes with a final, devastating kick from Teru that sends Lu flying, ending the match decisively. As Lu lies defeated, Hashizaki notices that his shoe has come off from the force of the final blow. He observes that Lu's movements suddenly changed at the end, likely a last-ditch effort that failed spectacularly. Refusing to accept the overwhelming difference in power, Lu musters his remaining strength for one last, desperate charge, screaming "bastard." Teru, however, watches him approach with a look of calm indifference, prepared for the final exchange. Hashizaki is in disbelief. He notes that despite his size, Teru's movements are incredibly fast, but he questions if Teru was always this quick, sensing a sudden shift in his abilities. Lu throws a desperate punch, but Teru is now in a completely different league, easily deflecting the blow. Teru lands another crushing punch, sending Lu sprawling to the ground, defeated. Lu screams in agony, spitting blood as the force of the final blow courses through him. His eyes are wide with the pain and shock of his defeat. Hashizaki winces, commenting on how much that must have hurt as Lu received the hit directly. Lu's shoe lies on the ground, a testament to the power of the strike that knocked him out of it. But Lu isn't done yet. Fueled by his madness and desperation, he lets out a guttural roar and gets back to his feet, his eyes wide with crazed determination. Hashizaki is shocked that Lu can still stand. Lu lunges forward and lands a wild punch on Teru's face, refusing to give up. Teru grunts from the impact, but remains standing. He looks down at a crouching Lu, both of them exhausted but still in the fight, surprising even themselves. Lu, from his low stance, launches an upward kick that connects with Teru's chin, snapping his head back. Hashizaki is amazed that Lu could attack from such a position. Teru reels from the blow, his eyes rolling back in his head as he is momentarily stunned. Hashizaki watches the brutal exchange, noting that Lu seems completely unfazed by Teru's powerful punches. He wonders why Lu is so obsessed with winning, to the point of enduring this much punishment. Teru grunts in pain, and both he and Lu sway on their feet, completely exhausted and barely able to stand. The two opponents trade blows again, their movements sluggish but still filled with killing intent. Hashizaki realizes they are both at their absolute limits and cannot continue. With a final, simultaneous scream of exertion, they both wind up for one last punch, putting every remaining ounce of their strength into it. They trade one final, brutal punch to the face at the exact same time, the impact echoing through the empty space. Hashizaki screams out Teru's name as both fighters connect with the final, desperate blows. The force of the mutual knockout is too much. Both fighters collapse to the ground, the long and brutal battle finally over. Hashizaki rushes to their sides, calling out to see if they're okay. Teru, lying on the ground, compliments Lu, admitting through breath that he is pretty good. Lu weakly returns the sentiment. A moment of mutual respect passes between the two warriors. Teru asks for Lu's name and promises to remember it. The fight has forged an unlikely bond. Teru extends his hand, acknowledging that it was a good fight. Lu, surprised at first, accepts the handshake, a small smile on his bruised face. Teru asks Lu if he's okay. Lu admits he thinks he has some broken bones and needs to go to the hospital. Teru jokes that he's fine thanks to his layer of fat, but Hashizaki notes the wound on his stomach still looks very bad. As they get into a taxi to go to the hospital, Lu asks to sit in the front. Hashizaki, resigned, decides to take the back seat. As Hashizaki prepares to get in the back, he sees Teru and Lu sitting in the front and is confused for a moment. Suddenly, Teru's friendly demeanor vanishes. His face contorts with rage as he glares at Lu, remembering the damage to his apartment. He screams that he will not forgive the motherfucker, while Lu flips him off from the front seat. Hashizaki tries to remind Teru that they are allies now, but Teru ignores him, still fuming. The taxi drives off, leaving Hashizaki standing alone on the street, watching his new, chaotic team depart. The next day at the low-sun convenience store, Shin-Shame watches her co-worker, Tsuyoshi, with a heavy heart. She calls out his name, but he walks past with only a cursory thanks, avoiding her gaze entirely. Shin lets out a frustrated sigh, clearly troubled by his cold shoulder. Trying to break the ice, Shin cheerfully calls out to Tsuyoshi as he stocks shelves. She suggests they go for tea after their shift, but her friendly invitation is met with a look of pure confusion from the bespectacled young man. Tsuyoshi's expression hardens, and he sharply rebuffs her offer, asking her to stop playing games with him. Shin is completely taken aback, her cheerful demeanor shattering into a wide-eyed look of shock. Later, in the break room, Shin finds Tsuyoshi engrossed in drawing. Worried, she asks if he's feeling unwell. As she gets closer, she sees he's redrawing an advertisement and compliments his artwork, trying to reconnect with him. Her kind words have the opposite effect. To Shin's horror, Tsuyoshi explodes in frustration, shouting at her to leave him alone. The scene shifts to a high-rise apartment where a man with spiky hair is in the middle of a workout. His routine is interrupted by the sound of the doorbell, and he looks up, surprised by the unexpected visitor. He answers the video intercom and finds a distraught-looking Chin Shanmei at his door. She appears flustered and anxious, holding a bag and looking up at the camera with desperation in her eyes. Now, inside the apartment, Chin sits across from the man, Hashizaki. He cuts straight to the point, asking how she found his address and stating that he has a big problem, all while a slice of cake sits untouched between them. Chin looks down, her voice filled with worry as she confesses her own problem. Tsuyoshi doesn't want to talk to me. Hashizaki reacts with a bewildered, huh, clearly not understanding the gravity of the situation. Holding her teacup, Chin begins to explain everything. She reveals her true identity as an agent for the Chinese Ministry of Martial Arts and recounts her various attempts to get close to Tsuyoshi as part of her mission. Hashizaki guesses that Tsuyoshi must have discovered she was an agent, but Chin, in denial, insists it's impossible because she was so careful. She desperately asks if something else might have happened to him. Hashizaki bluntly reminds her of the truth. He reveals that she got drunk and loudly announced her secret identity not only to Tsuyoshi, but to a group of Chinese people she had brought with her. Chin is speechless as the memory starts to surface. The full memory of that disastrous day comes flooding back. Chin throws her head back in anguish, realizing she's ruined everything and finally understanding why she had no memory of the event. Hashizaki can only sigh, remarking on the terrible consequences of drinking. Hashizaki then drops another bombshell. Kawabatsu Tsuyoshi liked her. Chin is completely stunned by the revelation, suddenly understanding that his strange behavior was a result of her drunken confession, not dislike. Overwhelmed with guilt, Chin buries her face in her hands, feeling terrible for what she's done to Tsuyoshi. Seeing his chance, Hashizaki changes the subject, asking her to tell him more about the mysterious Chinese Ministry of Martial Arts. Hashizaki is surprised she's asking him about it, but Chin explains that it's a public institution regulating martial arts in China. She then pulls out her phone to show him something, prompting him to ask why she's in Japan in the first place. On her phone, she shows him a video of a supposed Chinese martial arts master being instantly defeated by an MMA fighter. The comments section is filled with mockery, with users calling kung fu trash and praising MMA, illustrating the problem she's facing. Chin explains with grave seriousness that Chinese martial arts have become a joke to the world. That's why the government sent agents like her to find world-class fighters, to restore the nation's honor before its martial traditions disappear completely. The pieces click into place for Hashizaki. He understands now that her mission is to scout Tsuyoshi because of his proficiency in Tai Chi, a fact which Chin confirms. Suddenly, Chin's frustration boils over. She slams her hands on the table, spilling Hashizaki's drink, and passionately demands to know if he doesn't feel frustrated when a tradition is insulted by strangers online. Hashizaki is stunned into silence by her outburst. In her emotional frenzy, she slaps the shocked Hashizaki across the face, calling him stupid. Both are left momentarily stunned by her impulsive act of violence. Hashizaki remains silent, bewildered. Chin, still fuming, tries to justify her anger by claiming it's a personal matter, arguing that he would feel the same way if it were karate being insulted instead of Chinese martial arts. She gets up and continues her passionate defense, insisting that traditional martial arts are strong despite recent losses. She dismisses MMA as a style for beginners and decries how it's making a fool of China's long and storied martial history. She gets in his face, demanding to know if he thinks she's wrong and pleading for his understanding. But Hashizaki's mind is on another problem. He begins to tell her about a recent incident where a kid she brought ended up fighting his best friend, causing a rift between them. However, Chin is too caught up in her own misery to listen. As Hashizaki mentions being rejected by his friend, she violently grabs his shirt, screaming at him to shut up. Completely ignoring his attempt to share his own troubles, she declares that she hates guys who talk too much. Chin continues her tirade, illogically blaming a bewildered Hashizaki for all her problems. He can only look on in disbelief, hand held to the cheek she just slapped. Her meltdown intensifies as she shakes Hashizaki, lamenting that Tsuyoshi hates her and her fighting alliance is crumbling. He tries to get her to stop as she frantically hits him, demanding that he fix the situation. Having reached his breaking point, Hashizaki finally roars for her to stop. His outburst works, and Chin freezes mid-assault, staring at him with wide eyes. In a baffling display of mood whiplash, Chin's demeanor instantly shifts. She smiles sweetly as if nothing happened, pleased that he finally gets it, and then demands he accompany her to help Tsuyoshi with his drawing. The scene shifts to Tsuyoshi's quiet home, where his friend Ainashuk has come a visit. Ainashuk suddenly brings up a sketch Tsuyoshi made, asking what happened to the girl in the drawing, leaving Tsuyoshi confused. Ainashuk reveals he's been snooping, showing Tsuyoshi text messages on his phone with a girl named Chin. A furious Tsuyoshi demands to know how he got into his phone, feeling his privacy has been completely violated. Tsuyoshi insists it's all a misunderstanding and that Chin is just a co-worker, but Ainashuk playfully encourages him to ask her on a date to the museum, completely misreading the situation. Tsuyoshi vehemently refuses. Just as their conversation gets heated, the doorbell rings. Tsuyoshi, relieved by the interruption, goes to answer it, assuming it's his friend Hashizaki. To his surprise, it's not Hashizaki. At his door stands a strange trio, a flamboyantly dressed man in sunglasses, a large muscular man with a top knot, and a short, stout man snacking on a bun. Tsuyoshi is utterly baffled by the uninvited guests. The man in sunglasses, Ji-Fei, introduces himself, stating that he was impressed by Tsuyoshi's skills as a martial artist and wishes to fight him. He confidently steps inside, closing the door behind him. Tsuyoshi wants no part of it and immediately slams the door in their faces, locking it. While his friend questions the hasty reaction, Ji-Fei's face comically appears through the mail slot, begging to be heard. His friends, now spooked, wonder if the man is a stalker. Fed up, Tsuyoshi yanks the door open and shouts at the persistent visitors to go away, as they are bothering him and his guests. The group has now moved to the yard, with Ji-Fei refusing to leave things unresolved. Inside, Ainashuk asks in shock if Tsuyoshi actually got into a fight, while the other two martial artists, Yunjiao and Lu Lan, wait patiently. Tsuyoshi vehemently denies ever fighting, but his friend Ainashuk undermines him by whispering to the intruders that Tsuyoshi can be unfriendly sometimes, siding with the strangers. Deciding to handle it himself, Tsuyoshi goes outside to confront the group directly. He tells them plainly that they are a nuisance and demands that they leave his property. As Ji-Fei continues to plead, Tsuyoshi's patience finally snaps. His expression turns deadly cold as he leans in and delivers a chilling whisper. "If you say something more, I'll kill you." The entire mood shifts from comical to terrifying. Tsuyoshi's threat hangs in the air, leaving Ji-Fei completely stunned. He takes an involuntary step back, the gravity of the warning sinking in as the chapter title shifts to Natural Enemy. The sheer killing intent behind Tsuyoshi's words sends a jolt of fear through Ji-Fei, causing him to stumble backward in shock. Having made his point, Tsuyoshi stands perfectly still, his expression unreadable, a stark contrast to the intense threat he just issued. As his companions ask what's wrong, Ji-Fei processes the terrifying encounter. He realizes the bloodlust he felt was genuine, concluding that if he lets his guard down for even an instant, Tsuyoshi will kill him without hesitation. Tsuyoshi calmly but firmly reiterates his position. He doesn't care who they are or where they're from. He just wants them to stay out of his private life. One of Ji-Fei's companions, Lu Lan-san, steps forward, accepting the terms of the confrontation. He declares that if a fight is what Tsuyoshi wants, then they will fight. Pushed to his limit, Tsuyoshi's eye twitches. He finally relents, but with a grave warning. He will no longer hold back his power. The two martial artists opposite him sense the shift in his aura. A serious look washes over Tsuyoshi's face as he finally accepts their challenge, confirming he's ready to fight them. The muscular martial artist, Yunjiao, smirks, pleased that Tsuyoshi will finally fight seriously. As his leader Zhifei questions his readiness, Yun Diao confidently confirms he has a plan, stepping forward as the first to battle. Tsuyoshi watches, waiting for his first opponent to make a move. In a brief flashback, Yun Diao recalls his master's words. He reveals that Qin Shanmei provided him with intelligence on Tsuyoshi's fighting style, giving him the confidence to declare, "I know I can defeat him." Back in the present, Tsuyoshi steps forward to face his opponent, casually apologizing for the delay, while Zhifei and Lu Lansan watch with anticipation. Yun Diao cracks his knuckles, his expression hardening with serious intent. With a simple "let's start," the battle is officially underway. Tsuyoshi stares back, his eyes wide and seemingly innocent behind his large glasses. The two fighters stand opposite each other on the quiet residential street, a stark contrast in size and demeanor. The fight begins as Yun Diao lunges forward, unleashing a powerful and committed punch aimed directly at Tsuyoshi's face. With surprising agility, Tsuyoshi effortlessly dodges the blow. Yun Diao's punch misses its mark, and he's thrown off balance by a deceptively simple countermaneuver from Tsuyoshi. As Yun Diao stumbles, a shocked Zhifei questions how Tsuyoshi could so easily throw him off. He recognizes that Tsuyoshi's posture is key to the unusual technique. Before Yun Diao can recover his footing, Tsuyoshi follows up with a swift, sharp kick to his opponent's inner leg, landing a solid blow. While his companions react with alarm and curiosity, Yun Diao finds himself on the ground. In a bizarre turn of events, Tsuyoshi pauses the fight to kindly offer his downed opponent a can of coffee. A close-up reveals Tsuyoshi's disarmingly friendly and slightly goofy smile, completely out of place in the middle of a serious confrontation. Ignoring the peace offering, Yun Diao attacks from the ground with a sweeping kick, but Tsuyoshi dodges it with ease. The scene transitions into a flashback, taking us to a training hall in China. Here, the brutal origin of Yun Diao's strength is about to be revealed. We see a younger Yun Diao crying out in agony as his master, Shifu Wang, inflicts excruciating pain on him, grabbing him by the crotch and coldly stating that full-body training leaves no part of the body untrained. Yun Diao is thrown to the ground, but his master shows no mercy, ordering him to get up and repeat the torturous training exercise. The training becomes even more horrifying. A terrified Yun Diao is shackled to a wall, spread-eagled, with a wooden block labeled "Destroy" placed over his groin, unsure of the terrible ordeal that awaits him. While his master watches impassively, another man strikes the wooden block with a heavy pole. The pole cracks on impact, and Yun Diao lets out a gut-wrenching scream. As the brutal beatings continue, Yun Diao weeps, believing he's going to die. His master simply urges him to endure the pain, promising it will lead him to a new world of power. A close-up shot captures the absolute terror and agony on young Yun Diao's face as he endures the inhuman training. His master explains the essence of hard qigong is to control the flow of qi rather than relying on muscle. In his mind, Yun Diao panics, realizing that if he fails to learn this, the training will kill him. Despite Yun Diao's screams of pain, the master continues the relentless exercise without a hint of compassion. The flashback moves to Yun Diao's final test. He stands before an ornate temple gate where a massive, suspended battering ram awaits, ready for the ultimate trial of his spirit and body. Yun Diao watches in horror as another trainee is strapped to a post in the path of the ram. He questions the excessive nature of the test, but his master simply orders him to proceed. With sickening force, the massive log slams into the crotch of the chained man, a brutal demonstration of the power and sacrifice required by their art. Yun Diao looks on, speechless and horrified by what he's just witnessed. He then realizes that he is next, as he now finds himself chained to the post, awaiting the same devastating blow. The flashback concludes with his master's grotesque smile of approval. "You made it," he exclaims, congratulating a traumatized Yun Diao for surviving the final, emasculating test and achieving a new level of power. Returning to the present, the fight continues. Tsuyoshi, unfazed by the flashback, aims a precise punch directly at Yundiao's groin, targeting the very source of his opponent's hardened defense. Yundiao grits his teeth as Tsuyoshi's fist makes solid contact. The impact is powerful, a direct test to the hard qigong he sacrificed so much to master. To Tsuyoshi's surprise, Yundiao doesn't even flinch. Instead, a crazed grin spreads across his face as he effortlessly absorbs the blow. Tsuyoshi tries again, but the result is the same. While the onlookers watch, Yundiao stands firm, his confidence unshaken. Tsuyoshi, however, starts to look confused, his breathing becoming heavier as he realizes his attacks are completely ineffective. Yundiao's grin widens into a triumphant, maniacal laugh as he taunts his opponent, boasting that such a direct attack will never work on him. Tsuyoshi is left questioning what he's seeing. Yundiao begins to explain the extreme nature of his training, revealing that in the process of mastering qigong, his body was shredded beyond recognition. Flexing with an aura of dark power, Yundiao makes his shocking and absurd final declaration. The training was so intense that his testicles completely disappeared. Tsuyoshi and his friend are left utterly speechless at the bizarre revelation. A massive, muscular man named Yundiao stands before Tsuyoshi, making a bizarre and shocking claim. He trained so much that his testicles disappeared. With a smug, confident grin, Yundiao tells Tsuyoshi that he can't possibly be beaten. In the background, his companions, Jifei and Lu Lan-san, look on in stunned silence. Tsuyoshi stares back, his expression shifting from confusion to annoyance. He bluntly asks Yundiao, "Don't you think that's stupid?" Yundiao's grin doesn't falter as he explains his philosophy that one must sacrifice something to gain something. Unimpressed, Tsuyoshi questions the point of making such an extreme sacrifice. Yundiao elaborates that by losing his weak point, his hard qigong has reached its peak. This revelation is too much for his companions, who can only mutter that his dedication is insane. As Yundiao turns to walk away, his associate Jifei explains to the others that the removal of testicles normally hinders muscle development by preventing androgen production. Jifei remarks that it takes an extraordinary will for Yundiao to maintain such a muscular body under those conditions. As he speaks, Yundiao takes a sudden, aggressive step forward. Without any further warning, Yundiao lunges forward, throwing a powerful, committed punch directly at Tsuyoshi's face. But Tsuyoshi is faster. He easily dodges the attack and counters with a swift strike of his own, aimed at Yundiao's abdomen. The blow lands, but Yundiao doesn't even flinch. He smirks, mocking Tsuyoshi for attacking the central part of his body, believing it to be a useless gesture. Yundiao boasts that the essence of his martial art is to eliminate all weak points, turning his body into an impenetrable iron wall that can resist any attack. Confident in his defense, Yundiao winds up for another powerful punch, aiming to overwhelm Tsuyoshi with sheer force. However, Tsuyoshi effortlessly raises his hand and stops the punch completely, his calm expression contrasting with the surprise dawning on Yundiao's face. A sharp pain shoots through Yundiao's body. He lets out a cry of pain as he instinctively clutches his chest where Tsuyoshi's hand made contact. Yundiao stumbles backward, his body thrown off balance by the unexpected impact. Tsuyoshi remains perfectly still, observing his opponent's reaction. Not giving him a moment to recover, Tsuyoshi presses his advantage, launching a powerful and precise kick towards Yundiao. Yundiao grunts in pain as the kick connects, forcing him back even further. He struggles to regain his footing as Tsuyoshi continues his rapid assault. Tsuyoshi moves with blinding speed, landing a series of precise blows that seem to ignore Yundiao's famed iron-like defense. One of the strikes lands squarely on Yundiao's collarbone. An X-ray view reveals the bone cracking under the pressure, and Yundiao's eyes widen in pure shock. Yundiao stares at his arm in disbelief, realizing he can't raise it. His companions are horrified, with one shouting, "Did he break his clavicle?" As the two fighters face each other, a couple, Chin and her friend, arrive on the scene, looking confused by the confrontation taking place. Ignoring the newcomers, Tsuyoshi unleashes a furious barrage of punches, relentlessly striking Yundiao's chest with machine gun-like speed. All the onlookers, from Yundiao's companions to the newly arrived couple, can only watch in stunned silence as Yundiao screams in agony, completely overwhelmed by the assault. Yundiao is on the brink of collapse, feeling his consciousness fading with each devastating blow. Across from him, Tsuyoshi's knuckles are now bloody, his expression still locked in intense focus. The relentless assault finally ceases. Yundiao, battered and broken, slumps to the ground, completely defeated. Tsuyoshi stands over him, his body still tense with fighting energy. As Yundiao lies defeated, Tsuyoshi clenches his fist, looking as if he's about to deliver another blow. But before he can, Hashizaki lunges forward and grabs his arm, yelling at him to stop since his opponent is already badly injured. Hashizaki, clearly concerned and confused by the scene, demands that Tsuyoshi tell him what happened. Tsuyoshi looks away, trying to brush off the intense situation by claiming that it's nothing to worry about. Hashizaki clenches his fist in frustration, complaining about having to deal with guys who stalk people and start spewing illogical nonsense. While Yundiao's companions rush over to check on him, Tsuyoshi explains his reasoning to Hashizaki, stating that he despises people who would sacrifice something so important so easily. Hashizaki is surprised to see Shanmei has also arrived, questioning her presence just as Tsuyoshi declares that people like Yundiao are the type he hates the most. Chin looks at Tsuyoshi with a guilty expression and apologizes. Ignoring her, Tsuyoshi turns to the remaining fighters and calmly asks, "And who is next?" The stout man in the floral shirt, Lu Lansan, steps forward with a serene smile, volunteering to be Tsuyoshi's next opponent. Jifei warns Lu Lansan not to embarrass Chinese martial arts. Unfazed, Tsuyoshi simply acknowledges the situation, saying, "I get it." Lu Lansan calmly explains that he believes only he can truly measure Tsuyoshi's strength, because they use the same style of fighting. A new chapter begins, titled Key. Lu Lansan takes a deliberate step forward, ready to begin his match against Tsuyoshi. Lu Lansan extends his hand in a formal gesture, a traditional start to a Tai Chi bout, and asks Tsuyoshi if he understands what it means. Tsuyoshi accepts the challenge, and the two fighters meet, hands touching as they assume the classic Tuei show, or pushing hand stance. Watching from the sidelines, Chin explains to a confused Hashizaki that this is Tuei show, a unique practice in Tai Chi where opponents join hands to seamlessly blend attack, defense, and counterattack. Chin continues her explanation, noting that while it resembles the initial clash in sumo, the real difference is that they are fighting with their ki, their internal energy, which creates an intense, invisible struggle. In a sudden shift, Lu Lansan is forced to take a step back, a flicker of surprise on his face as he feels the immense pressure from Tsuyoshi's ki. Hashizaki's eyes widen in shock. The bout continues. Hashizaki is amazed as Lu Lansan masterfully deflects an attack from Tsuyoshi, smoothly moving into his opponent's range. The movements are fluid and continuous. Tsuyoshi initiates another attack, but Lu Lansan redirects it with a graceful, circular motion. Their energies are visualized as flowing ribbons, weaving around each other in a complex dance of force and redirection, a silent battle of skill. Hashizaki watches, completely bewildered. He asks why there's no sound, questioning if they are even seriously attacking each other. Chin explains that this is Hua Jin, the basis of Tai Chi, where they divert and nullify the energy of attacks. She notes that if used continuously, the energy flows without ever landing a decisive blow. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi breaks from the fluid exchange and lands a direct, powerful punch to Lu Lansan's midsection. The impact sends Lu Lansan sliding backward, his feet digging into the ground to absorb the force. Hashizaki and Chin look on, shocked by the sudden escalation. Chin quickly explains what happened. They nullified the attack with Fa Jin, a technique where you add your own energy to your opponents to counterattack. A diagram illustrates the concept, but Hashizaki is left more confused than ever. Hashizaki is agitated by the explanation of Fa gene, recalling a previous fight. He desperately asks Chin how to achieve that kind of power, but she angrily tells him to shut up and figure out on his own. Hashizaki begs Chin to explain, but she refuses, saying she hates pushy men. Jifei then intervenes, telling Hashizaki he must train his Nigong and learn to power his attacks with ki, rather than just muscle. Still confused, Hashizaki questions if Nigong and ki are really the secret, not just pure muscle strength. Jifei adjusts his sunglasses, cryptically stating that the ki is using attack energy in a different way. Jifei mentions hearing about Hashizaki's fight with a kid named Lu. He then clarifies that Lu told him it was actually Hashizaki's friend, not Hashizaki himself, who did the defeating, and that he has no relation to it. With a smirk, Jifei admits that while he had always thought Japan was unimpressive, what he's witnessing now has changed his mind. Hashizaki can only glare back at him in response. Back in the fight, the mood shifts as Lu Lansan suddenly grabs Tsuyoshi's arm. The sudden, sharp movement startles the onlookers. The fight explodes into a flurry of afterimages, showing the two combatants exchanging a multitude of strikes at an incredible speed. Tsuyoshi unleashes a rapid-fire series of punches, but Lu Lansan, with surprising agility, deflects and parries every single blow. Tsuyoshi changes tactics, throwing a sharp elbow strike, only to be met with an equally fast response from his opponent. Lu Lansan counters the elbow with a precise kick, the two impacts meeting with a force that creates a small shockwave between them. The exchange becomes a whirlwind of motion, a chaotic yet controlled dance of strikes and blocks, as neither fighter can gain an advantage. A montage of close-ups reveals the high-speed, intricate hand movements of their battle. Fists are redirected by open palms, and energy is deflected as they continue their silent, lightning-fast duel. The intense exchange culminates in both fighters throwing a straight punch simultaneously, their fists colliding with explosive force. The impact sends both Tsuyoshi and Lu Lansan sliding backward across the pavement, a testament to the immense power behind their seemingly effortless clash. The onlookers are left speechless. The frantic pace comes to a halt. The two fighters face each other from a distance, and Lu Lansan asks Tsuyoshi to tell him something. Lu Lansan asks an unexpected question: "How old are you?" Tsuyoshi, momentarily confused, replies that he is 22 years old. Lu Lansan nods thoughtfully in response. Suddenly, with a wide, genuine smile, Lu Lansan declares his surrender, shouting, "I admit my defeat." His teammates and the other onlookers are completely stunned by this turn of events. Lu Lansan begins to explain his decision. He reveals he is 42 years old and has dedicated his life to martial arts, understanding that training Nigong, internal energy, takes an immense amount of time and effort. He concludes his thought, stating with certainty that no one could possibly develop such a powerful Nigong at a young age like 22. As Jifei questions him, Lu Lansan clarifies his point. Tsuyoshi's overwhelming power doesn't come solely from his mastery of Tai Chi. Looking at Tsuyoshi from afar, Lu Lansan explains that this kind of strength, the ability to react to any attack and defeat foes without hesitation, is not something that can be acquired through normal means. Jifei realizes the chilling implication. Tsuyoshi's power is the result of having experienced countless battles. Lu Lansan then turns the question to him, asking if he thinks he can overcome such an opponent. An older man in a hat, Lu Shifei, turns to a man with long hair and sunglasses named Shifei, asking him if he thinks he can overcome a certain challenge. Listening in are Chin Shanmei, Hashizaki, and a confused Tsuyoshi. The scene focuses on Shifei, a man with an imposing presence. He is described as a Bajiquin user, so powerful that he's called the reincarnation of the legendary martial artist, Li Shuwen. Chin Shanmei and Hashizaki are unfamiliar with the name Li Shuwen. Chen explains that he was regarded as the strongest and most famous martial artist in Chinese history, as an image of the legendary figure appears. The story of Li Shuwen's prowess continues, explaining that he founded the Eight Extremities Fist. He was so deadly that he killed almost every opponent he faced with a single blow, leaving a pile of defeated martial artists in his wake. Lu Shifei elaborates that Chinese martial arts are fundamentally different because they were designed for actual combat, where fighting to the death is not unusual. This shocks Hashizaki, who exclaims in disbelief about him being the strongest. Lu Shifei says that this style of fighting is a thing of the past, as fewer people now understand its true essence. However, Hashizaki interjects, stating that Shifei is different. Lu Shifei agrees, confirming that Shifei is one of the few martial artists who has mastered Bajikwan for real, life-or-death combat. Hashizaki is appalled by the idea of killing each other in this day and age, calling it nuts. The rest of the group seems to agree with his sentiment. To explain what real combat means, Lu Shifei begins a story. The scene flashes back 30 years to a time of war, showing a massive crowd of protesters gathered before a grand, traditional building. A much younger Lu Shifei, only 17 years old, is seen at the head of the protest. Filled with revolutionary fire, he shouts for democratization, ready to change history even if it means facing down a line of soldiers. The situation escalates dramatically as tanks begin to roll in, facing the massive crowd of protesters. Undeterred, the young Lu Shifei stands at the front, armed with a long staff, ready to confront the military head-on. Completely surrounded by armed soldiers, the young Lu Shifei shows no fear, taking a low stance with his staff, prepared for the inevitable clash. The battle begins. Lu Shifei moves with lightning speed, striking the first soldier directly in the face with the end of his staff. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, expertly using his staff to fend off multiple soldiers who are attacking him from all sides. Switching from his staff to hand-to-hand combat, Lu Shifei brutally punches one soldier and follows up with a powerful kick, demonstrating his versatile martial arts skills. Panting, Lu Shifei stands his ground amidst a sea of fallen soldiers, a lone fighter against an entire army. The remaining soldiers look on in terror and disbelief, shocked by the power of this one young man. Lu Shifei glares back, his determination unwavering despite being heavily outnumbered. Suddenly, the ground rumbles. Lu Shifei looks up in alarm as a tank takes aim directly at the crowd of protesters and fires its main cannon. A massive explosion rips through the square, sending bodies flying. Lu Shifei himself is thrown back by the sheer force of the blast. Following the tank blast, the soldiers are ordered to shoot. They open fire with their rifles on the terrified, fleeing civilians, turning the protest into a massacre. Amidst the chaos and carnage, soldiers begin to seize the surviving protesters. A wounded Lu Shifei is seen on the ground, overwhelmed as people are dragged away and subdued around him. The scene shows the full horror of the event, a wide-scale slaughter, with tanks firing relentlessly into the defenseless crowd. Dazed and wounded, Lu Shifei stares in absolute horror at the battlefield covered with the dead and dying, his comrades and fellow citizens slaughtered before his eyes. His shock and horror begin to twist into something terrifying. A crazed, unnerving smile spreads across his face as he mutters in disbelief that his own country is using tanks on its civilians, and a dark resolve forms within him. With an expression of pure, unadulterated rage, Lu Shifei rises to his feet. Cursing the rotten country, his broken spirit is remade into one of pure vengeance, and he prepares to unleash his fury. Continuing the flashback, the enraged young Lu Shifei dives back into the fray, delivering a powerful blow to a soldier's midsection. He fights with reckless abandon, taking down soldier after soldier. A military commander watches in fury as Lu Shifei lands another devastating strike. Fueled by grief and anger, he relentlessly attacks the soldiers, his face a mask of fury as he punches another opponent. With a crazed look in his eyes, Lu Shifei continues his one-man war against the army, a whirlwind of destruction in the middle of the massacre. His foot steps down with such force that it cracks the pavement, a testament to the raw power he's unleashing in his desperate, rage-filled assault. The flashback concludes with a final, brutal punch, showing the desperate and violent struggle that defined Lu Shifei's past. The story returns to the present. Shifei explains that Lu Shifei survived those turbulent times using the Bajiquan he'd practiced since childhood. Qin Shanmei remarks on the irony that he now uses his skills for the very government he once fought against. Tsuyoshi looks at Shifei with curiosity. Shifei, noticing the attention, addresses the nickname he was given earlier, Li Shuan, admitting with a slight smile that there was a time he was called that. Taking off his sunglasses, Shifei downplays the legend. He tells Tsuyoshi not to read too much into it, honestly admitting that he has no idea how the rumor even started. The scene shifts to an art studio, where a group of people are waiting. A sleepy man with long hair complains that Tsuyoshi is taking a long time, yawning. The sleepy man wonders if Tsuyoshi got into a fight, but another person scoffs at the idea, saying Tsuyoshi would be killed instantly. They mention that Hashizaki will be arriving soon, so it should be fine. Back outside, Tsuyoshi and Shifei face each other, the tension thick enough to be a new chapter titled Prepare to Die. Lu Shifei's voiceover explains that while Shifei is one of the strongest fighters he knows, Tsuyoshi possesses a hidden power. With a wicked grin, Lu Shifei admits he has no idea who will win. Qin Shanmei identifies the impending duel as a clash between Tai Chi and Bajiquan, while Hashizaki watches intently. Shifei raises the stakes, telling a wide-eyed Tsuyoshi that their battle might just change the very history of Chinese martial arts. Tsuyoshi, completely unfazed, calmly states that he doesn't know who Li Shuan is. He then looks at Shifei and declares, "But you're the last one," implying Shifei is the final opponent on his list. Tsuyoshi lays out his condition for the fight. If Shifei loses, he must promise to never appear before Tsuyoshi again. Shifei smirks and agrees to the terms. As Tsuyoshi and Shifei prepare to fight, Hashizaki watches with a look of intense seriousness, while the others look on with concern. Suddenly, Hashizaki steps in between them, glaring at Shifei. To everyone's surprise, he bends down and picks up a rock from the ground, interrupting the standoff. With a powerful grunt, Hashizaki hurls the rock with incredible force, not at Tsuyoshi, but directly towards a stunned Shifei. The rock smashes into the wall, just inches from Shifei's head, cracking the concrete. The unexpected and powerful display leaves everyone, including Tsuyoshi, completely shocked. Infuriated by the surprise attack, Shifei turns to Hashizaki and angrily shouts, "Oi, where you doi-dash?" Before he can finish his sentence, Hashizaki closes the distance in an instant and lands a solid punch right on Shifei's jaw. Though knocked off balance, Shifei shows his expertise by landing gracefully in a low stance, absorbing the blow's impact. Hashizaki simultaneously drops into a fighting position. A surprised and angry Shifei stares intently at Hashizaki, who has now taken a fighting stance, and menacingly says, "You?" Hashizaki stares back with unwavering determination, demanding to know, "What's the meaning of this?" It's clear he has challenged Shifei himself. Hashizaki explains his reasoning to a confused Tsuyoshi, whose last name is revealed to be Kawabata. He tells Tsuyoshi that he doesn't need to fight, since Hashizaki lost to him. If Hashizaki can now beat Shifei, it will prove Tsuyoshi's strength by proxy. Shifei seems surprised that Hashizaki would use a surprise attack to start a fight. Hashizaki just smirks back, confirming that this is indeed a fight. Hashizaki mockingly asks if this isn't how Shifei fought in his war. He then lays down the challenge directly. If Shifei wants to fight Tsuyoshi, he has to go through him first. He continues to taunt the Bajiquan master, dismissively calling his martial art Extreme Octopus Fist or whatever, making it clear that it doesn't matter to him. Cracking his knuckles, Hashizaki makes a bold declaration, his voice filled with conviction, since karate is stronger than anything. Shurfei is amused by Hashizaki's audacity, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He accepts the challenge, telling Hashizaki he'll give him the fight he desires if he's so eager to die. With a confident smirk, Hashizaki begins to narrate his past. The scene flashes back to Ginza, an exclusive club district bustling with powerful politicians and business figures. He reveals that the owner of a lavish club in the area, a poised and elegant woman named Hashizaki Itsuko, is his mother. A man in a fedora, surrounded by an entourage, enters the club. He is a regular, and clearly a man of significant power. This man is revealed to be Chief Cabinet Secretary Iwamuro Kansuki, Hashizaki's father. He and Hashizaki's mother are in a relationship, sharing a drink at the club. The frame isolates a young Hashizaki, who plainly states the reality of his situation. He is the illegitimate child of these two powerful figures. The flashback continues. Hashizaki's mother was rarely home, often leaving him notes and money for food. To fill the empty space, he would invite his classmates over to his huge apartment. His friends were astounded by his massive monthly allowance of 300,000 yen. For young Hashizaki, this wealth was a tool to stave off loneliness. With his allowance, he could buy anything he wanted. His home became a haven for his friends, filled with entire manga collections, all the latest game consoles, and endless snacks. He surrounded himself with people he thought were his friends, spending his days playing video games and eating cake, believing this was the best life could be. Whenever they grew bored of playing at home, he would take everyone out, treating them all at the local arcade. He remembers smiling, thinking he was truly blessed with good friends. At the arcade, a group of older bullies tries to intimidate them and take their seats. His friends immediately turn to him, calling his name for help. Thanks to his natural strength, Hashizaki was also good at fighting. He easily pins the bully to the ground, forcing him to give up while his friends cheer in the background. He found purpose in this role. Whenever there was a fight, his friends would call on him, and he admits it felt good to be relied on. It gave him a sense of worth. But things began to change when he entered middle school, and he started to feel like he was making a big mistake. His friends began asking to borrow money, which he gave away freely. He was no longer just a friend, but an enforcer and a wallet. He was used to run errands, like buying cigarettes, and to fight their battles for them. He was part of their group, smoking with them behind the school, but the dynamic had shifted. He was being used, but he went along with it to maintain the illusion of friendship. Then, one winter day, his world came crashing down when he was ambushed and punched hard in the side of the head. He's suddenly confronted by a rival delinquent who heard he was getting cocky. As Hashizaki looks up in surprise, the trap he didn't see coming is sprung. The fight leaves him beaten and bloodied, slumping against a wall in a filthy alley. But the physical pain is nothing compared to the cold reality that is about to set in. As his so-called friends walk away, they mock him, calling him a small fry. Hashizaki realizes with dawning horror that he didn't even know the delinquents who attacked him. He was set up and sacrificed. Days later, Hashizaki sits alone in a hospital room. He checks his phone, only to find an empty inbox. Not a single one of his friends had reached out, confirming his complete abandonment. A week later, still bandaged, Hashizaki returns to his classroom. His former friends greet him with feigned nonchalance, as if nothing happened. They comment on his rough appearance, but when he tries to reconnect by suggesting they all go to karaoke, they quickly make excuses, claiming to be busy. Forcing a pained smile, Hashizaki pretends to understand. As he hobbles away on a crutch, he overhears them laughing behind his back, the sound of their betrayal echoing in his ears. Moments later, he sees them hanging out in the park, realizing they lied just to get rid of him. The truth of his isolation begins to set in. He then overhears their true feelings. They find him annoying, calling him by his first name, Enosuk, but hanging out with him is profitable. He was never a friend, just a wallet. He finally puts all the pieces together. His friends had been using his name to mug people, and the delinquents who attacked him were simply there to get revenge on Hashizaki for things he didn't even do. He remembers them telling him to fight for them because he was strong and because they were friends. The words now feel like a cruel joke. A flood of memories overwhelms him. In a painful epiphany, he realizes that the people he called his friends were never his friends at all. He was simply a tool for them to use and discard. The crushing weight of his reality settles in. With no father, a mother who was never home, and now no friends, he was truly and utterly alone, the ultimate loner. At his absolute lowest, limping on a crutch through the streets, Hashizaki spots a small dojo. A poster taped to the door calls out to him, promising that karate is the cure for bullying, extortion, and loneliness. Driven by a desperate impulse, he opens the door. Inside, he sees people in GIs practicing, their powerful movements filling the room with energy. As the students practice, Hashizaki awkwardly steps inside. He announces that he was bullied and has no friends, and humbly asks if they can teach him karate. A charismatic man with light-colored hair approaches him with a welcoming smile. He notes Hashizaki's strong build and asks if he wants to give it a try, introducing himself as Yumioka. The long flashback concludes, returning to the present day. Hashizaki narrates that in front of him stands a powerful opponent who survived a war in China. And beside him, watching silently, is Tsuyoshi, the strongest man that no one can beat. The combination of these two monumental figures fills him with purpose. A wide, almost feral grin spreads across Hashizaki's face. The challenge, the danger, the opportunity to prove himself. It all makes his blood boil with pure excitement. The group relocates to a nearby park, a more suitable arena for the coming battle. As Hashizaki stretches, he notes that it will be easier to fight here. A new chapter begins, Disadvantage. As the fight is about to begin, Lu Fei is laid out comfortably on some cardboard to watch. Qin Shanmei and Tsuyoshi look on as Fei stares down Hashizaki, the atmosphere thick with tension. Hashizaki quickly strategizes. He knows Fei's reflexes are too sharp for a direct attack. He dismisses the idea of a counter and decides on a trade-off. He'll take a hit to land one of his own. Remembering the power of his punch that cracked a stone wall, Hashizaki feels confident. He believes that even if he only lands a single strike, it could be enough to end the fight. Both combatants take their fighting stances. The fight begins. Fei explodes forward, closing the distance in a blur of motion. Hashizaki watches him come, tensed and ready to execute his plan. Hashizaki tries to match his opponent's timing, preparing to trade blows. But Fei's speed is overwhelming, and his fist is already inches from Hashizaki's face. Fei's punch connects with immense force. The powerful blow, a technique from Bajikwan called Chusui, slams into Hashizaki, sending him reeling backwards. The spectators look on in shock. Hashizaki stumbles back, his face contorted in pain from the devastating punch. Yet, to everyone's amazement, he digs his heels in and remains standing. Dazed and confused, Hashizaki touches his chin, wondering what just happened, feeling as though he almost blacked out from the single blow. Lu Fei explains the attack to the others. It was Chusui, a basic Bajikwan thrusting technique that channels the entire body's power, from the step to the fist, into one explosive point. He continues, stating that the technique's purpose is to not have to strike twice. But Qin Shanmei points out the obvious. Despite not even blocking, Hashizaki is somehow still standing. Fei is in utter disbelief, sweat beading on his face. He cannot comprehend how Hashizaki took a full-power Chusui head-on and didn't go down. The spectators are equally stunned. Clutching his own chest, Fei realizes with shock that Hashizaki had anticipated the hit and was prepared to trade blows, a feat of incredible toughness and resolve. Hashizaki grimaces, the pain radiating through his chest. He thinks to himself that it felt like being struck with a blunt weapon and admits that this man is not all talk. The two fighters face each other once more. The initial exchange is over, and both now understand the seriousness of the opponent before them. Their expressions hardened with determination. Hashizaki cautiously adjusts his footing, a bead of sweat running down his face. After feeling Shurfei's power, he knows he can't risk closing the gap carelessly. Shurfei taunts him, asking if running away is the essence of karate. Hashizaki grits his teeth, refusing the cheap provocation while analyzing that Shurfei's attacks are linear, which could be an opening. Hashizaki maintains a low, defensive stance, patiently waiting. The spectators watch in silence as he waits for Shurfei to make the next move. Hashizaki's eyes widen as he sees Shurfei stomp his foot, the signal for another attack. There, he thinks, bracing himself as Shurfei lunges forward. Shurfei unleashes a swift, upward strike from a low stance, aiming to break Hashizaki's defense from below. The attack is identified as Daiten Hojui, or receding tide. Shurfei's fist strikes Hashizaki's thigh with brutal precision, causing him to flinch in pain. Without a moment's pause, Shurfei flows into his next attack, the Raimen Chochu, an inner gate elbow strike aimed at Hashizaki's arm. He immediately follows up with a Gaiman Chochu, an outer gate elbow strike, a relentless combination that batters Hashizaki's defenses. Gasping for breath, Hashizaki clutches his abdomen, the force of the rapid elbow strikes having knocked the wind out of him. The spectators watch with growing concern. Before Hashizaki has a chance to recover, Shurfei closes in again, his body coiled and ready to unleash another, even more devastating attack. Shurfei executes the legendary Tetsuzenko, or Iron Mountain. He slams his entire body weight into Hashizaki, who spits blood as the crushing impact connects. Hashizaki is sent stumbling back from the force of the Iron Mountain. As he struggles, a new chapter begins. Sanshin. Stunned, Hashizaki looks down at his hands, his eyes wide with shock. He clutches at his chest, realizing with panic that he can't breathe. He lets out a choked gasp, his body desperately trying to draw in air. A dark, swirling bruise is already forming on his shirt, marking the point of impact from the Tetsuzenko. His body gives out, and he collapses to the ground, his system completely shocked by the blow. The spectators look on in horror as an internal view shows his organs violently compressed. Coughing and sputtering on the ground, Hashizaki struggles to push himself up, wondering what kind of attack could possibly have had that effect. As Shurfei looks on, Hashizaki thinks to himself that the inside of his body feels like it's been completely scrambled, a sensation of damage unlike anything he has ever felt before. Shurfei asks if this is the first time Hashizaki has been hit with a Hakei, an internal energy strike. Slowly getting up, Hashizaki smirks through the pain and replies that it isn't. But this time, he's surprised none of his bones were broken, a testament to Shurfei's skill. Genuinely impressed by his opponent's resilience, Shurfei can only let out an intrigued "ho" as Hashizaki forces himself back to his feet. Hashizaki takes stock of his condition. He knows he can't muster any real strength and that a counterattack would be weak. He clenches his fist, realizing he must first set his stance properly to have any chance. Focusing his will, Hashizaki's eyes turn black with concentration. He takes a deep, powerful breath, forcing his battered body to respond and gather its remaining energy. He plants his feet firmly, entering a solid, unshakable stance. He knows it's impossible to win with a single hit. His new strategy is to endure Shurfei's next assault. The change in Hashizaki is so profound that even Shurfei's eyes widen in surprise. The spectators recognize the new posture. Chin Shanmei identifies it as Sanshin, a fundamental stance in karate. Chin Shanmei explains that karate was derived from Chinese martial arts, so the similarities in stances make sense. As if to prove her point, Hashizaki stomps his foot, cracking the ground with his newfound stability. Shurfei attacks with another powerful punch, but this time, Hashizaki doesn't dodge. Rooted by his Sanshin stance, he meets the blow head-on with a solid block. The impact is immense. An X-ray view shows the bones in their forearms colliding with violent force. Shurfei grunts, shocked by the power behind Hashizaki's defensive block. The two trade blows, fist against fist, a brutal exchange of power that shows Hashizaki is now able to match Shurfei's strength. Hashizaki absorbs another blow, his entire body tightening to dissipate the force. Shurfei grunts in frustration, stunned that Hashizaki can now withstand his attacks. Having weathered the storm, Hashizaki seizes the opening and unleashes a powerful punch of his own. But Shurfei's reflexes are incredible, and he ducks under the blow at the last second. Hashizaki looks down, his eyes black with focus, but his opponent has vanished from his sight line. He realizes Shurfei has dropped to the ground, but before he can react, Shurfei looks up, annoyed. Shurfei glares up at Hashizaki, who readies his guard once more. The tide of the battle has shifted, and the spectators watch with bated breath. Hashizaki unleashes a furious assault, throwing a series of powerful punches. One of them connects, and Shurfei grunts as the force of the blow grazes him. Even a glancing blow from Hashizaki's fist has enough power to send Shurfei sliding back several feet. An internal view shows the bones in Shurfei's arm vibrating from the sheer impact, leaving him stunned. As the fighters pause, the spectators comment on the incredible turn of events. Shin Shanmei explains that Hashizaki, or Anosuk, is actually a pretty big deal in the karate world, and Lu Shurfei recalls hearing a specific title for him. A confident, almost predatory smirk spreads across Hashizaki's face. His fearsome reputation is finally revealed. Bone Crusher, Iron Fist God of Destruction. Shurfei, a martial artist with long hair and a mustache, acknowledging his opponent Hashizaki's attack. Shurfei compliments Hashizaki, admitting he is good to be able to fight back after taking so much damage. Hashizaki seems surprised by the compliment, as a group of onlookers watch the fight unfold. Despite landing a hit that sends Shurfei flying backward, Hashizaki is clearly injured, with blood dripping from his nose and eye. The effort is too much for Hashizaki, and he collapses to the ground, much to the shock of the onlookers. As Hashizaki lies defeated, Shurfei stands over him, impressed that he was able to move after taking so many of his haki strikes. In the background, a car pulls up. Suddenly, a young man with a baseball cap named Ryu arrives in a taxi with a stout companion. He shouts that he's finally found them after searching all over. Ryu freezes in shock as he takes in the scene. Hashizaki lying motionless on the ground with Shurfei standing nearby. Ryu's companions, a boy with glasses and the stout person from the taxi, also look on with stunned expressions. With the last of his strength, Hashizaki looks toward the newcomers and weakly calls out the name to. The scene flashes back to the past. A younger Hashizaki sits inside a karate dojo, watching other students train. An instructor finishes a session with Hashizaki, telling him they can have a proper practice next time and that he's free to look around before heading home. Hashizaki remains seated, intently watching the other students practice their karate moves. Even after the main class ends, Hashizaki stays and watches as one dedicated student continues to practice alone. Hashizaki's gaze is fixed on the student, who is revealed to be a younger Teru, identifiable by his two-toned hair. Teru notices Hashizaki is still there and tells him to go home, but Hashizaki says he'd like to watch for a bit longer. Getting slightly annoyed, Teru asks again if Hashizaki is still not going home. Teru, now facing Hashizaki, questions what he's doing and asks if it's really fun to just sit there and watch. Hashizaki finally speaks up, asking Teru why he practices for so long. Teru snaps back, saying it's obviously so he can get stronger. Hashizaki follows up with a deeper question. Why does Teru want to be strong in the first place? The question triggers a moment of realization for Hashizaki. He clenches his fist as he understands something profound, murmuring to a confused Teru, I am weak. Hashizaki realizes his loneliness and his attraction to the dojo are because of his own weakness. He smiles, finally accepting this fundamental truth about himself. Inspired by Hashizaki's raw honesty, Teru turns back to his training with renewed vigor, thinking to himself that he, too, wants to be strong from the bottom of his heart. From that moment, a partnership is formed. Teru begins to personally instruct Hashizaki, tapping his back to correct his form. Teru patiently corrects Hashizaki's form, instructing him on the fundamentals and telling him to lower his center of gravity to build a proper foundation. The flashback concludes on this memory of their shared journey. Back in the present, a smiling Teru looks down at his fallen friend and rival, admitting, "And yet, you're the reason I've become so strong." Back in the present, Hashizaki struggles to stay on his feet. Teru, watching him, clenches his fist in anger, saying he no longer cares who wins or loses and that they shouldn't mess with him. A surprised Shurfei looks on as Teru angrily declares his intention to personally defeat him, while the onlookers watch the tense standoff. With a look of fierce determination, Teru smiles, thinking to himself that he can still grow even stronger. However, the focus returns to Hashizaki, his eyes filled with intense concentration as he prepares to push past his physical limits. Internally, Hashizaki admits his vision is failing and it takes all his strength just to stand, but he clenches his fist, knowing he can't afford to lose here. He looks down at his fist, a sense of realization dawning on him. He reflects on his last punch that sent Shurfei flying, realizing it felt different, as if it wasn't his actual fist that made contact. Hashizaki feels he's on the verge of surpassing his limit, but his body is failing him, swaying on his feet as Shurfei watches cautiously. Shurfei notes that Hashizaki looks dizzy and asks if he's planning to die, while Hashizaki's friends watch with concern, recognizing he's at his limit. A crazed, wide-eyed smile spreads across Hashizaki's face as he tells Shurfei to stop talking and come at him for real. He taunts Shurfei, saying he won't go down unless he stops holding back, and adds that if Shurfei can't even beat him, he stands no chance against Kawabata-san. Provoked by the mention of Kawabata, Shurfei's expression hardens. He declares he will finish the fight with one blow to demonstrate the power of Bajiquin's one-hit kill. Hashizaki smirks in response, retorting that as it happens, karate also has a one-hit kill move. The two fighters lock eyes, their expressions deadly serious, both prepare to end the fight with their next move. As Shurfei unleashes a powerful strike, Hashizaki's eyes widen as he tries to recapture the unique sensation from his previous, powerful punch. In that instant, as the two prepare to clash, the narration explains that all sensation disappeared from Hashizaki's body. Having reached a state of total exhaustion, he lets go of all his senses, sight, sound, pain, touch, and balance, in one final, desperate gambit. Channeling everything he has left, Hashizaki unleashes his ultimate technique, the shaken, a powerful right fist thrust. However, Shurfei counters not with his fists, but with a powerful and unexpected kick to the gut, the divine spear leg, Shinso Kyaku. An onlooker shouts in astonishment, explaining that it is extremely rare for advanced practitioners of Bajiquin to use kicking techniques. But the move proves decisive. Shurfei's kick connects, and though he stumbles from the exertion, Hashizaki is sent flying backward. The narration reflects on his Shurfei style, stating that what was engraved into his body after countless life-or-death fights was not martial arts, but a willingness to defy common sense. A man with glasses, one of the observers from the Chinese side, steps forward and tells his companion to face him. He issues the challenge to Teru and the others, telling them to face him now that their fighter is down. But the fight is over. Hashizaki lies on the ground, completely unconscious with his eyes rolled back, as one of his friends looks on in shock. As Shurfei recovers, his companions rush to his side, concerned about his injuries. However, the man with glasses, Qin Shanmei, dismisses their worries, stating that injuries to the chest and arm are common in actual combat. Qin Shanmei elaborates that he is not a fighter, but a martial artist, implying a difference in philosophy. As he says this, Hashizaki's friends look on, and Tanaka, the the boy with glasses, seems to have a realization. Suddenly, with a furious shout, Tanaka rushes forward, catching everyone, including Fei's group, completely by surprise. He charges directly at the injured Fei, but another figure suddenly appears, intercepting his attack. The mysterious newcomer, who is actually Tsuyoshi, lands a precise kick to Tanaka's back, stopping his charge. Tanaka is shocked as Tsuyoshi's kick connects, and in the next panel, he finds his head being firmly grabbed by Tsuyoshi to halt his momentum. The sudden intervention leaves both Tanaka and a stumbling Fei completely stunned. In an absurdly deft move, Tsuyoshi positions the stunned Tanaka directly in the path of the falling Fei. Tsuyoshi uses Tanaka as a human shield, and Fei crashes headfirst into him. Tanaka is instantly knocked unconscious from the force of the impact. Hashizaki's friends, Ryu, Teru, and the others, can only stare in utter shock and confusion at the bizarre turn of events. The impact is devastating for Fei as well, who lets out a guttural scream of agony. All three of them, Tsuyoshi, Tanaka, and Fei, tumble to the ground in a chaotic heap. Tsuyoshi calmly gets back to his feet, leaving both Tanaka and the pained Fei lying on the ground. Qin Shanmei watches in astonishment, realizing that Tsuyoshi somehow redirected the momentum of both Tanaka and Fei. He murmurs that such a feat is like something from the realm of the gods. He initially praises Fei, thinking he must have also mastered Qigong, but his female companion questions his assessment, and Qin Shanmei realizes that's not what happened. Tsuyoshi calmly declares, "It's already over." He points out that Fei had passed out while still standing, before he even hit the ground. Below, Hashizaki remains unconscious. Tsuyoshi looks at the carnage and, to everyone's surprise, declares that with this outcome, Hashizaki is the winner of the fight. He then addresses the Chinese martial artists directly. "As you promised," he says, "all of you have lost. It's all over. Please don't appear in front of me again." Having said his piece, Tsuyoshi turns and begins to walk away, leaving the stunned groups to handle the aftermath. Teru, Ryu, and the others are left speechless, watching him depart from the chaotic scene. From the ground, a battered Fei looks up, his eyes dark with the shadow of his complete and utter defeat as he watches Tsuyoshi walk away. The park is now quiet, with both Hashizaki and Fei lying defeated on the ground, and their respective groups standing over them. The choice of what to do next hangs in the air. Close-ups show the unconscious faces of both Hashizaki and Fei, a stark image of the toll the day's battles have taken on both sides. Breaking the silence, Teru calls Hashizaki a reckless fool. He turns to Ryu and asks for help carrying him away. Back at the park, Qin Shanmei and his companion try to rouse the defeated Fei. Qin Shanmei tells Fei that it's over and they have lost. Hearing this, Fei's eyes snap open, filled with disbelief and fury. The defeat causes Fei to have a complete mental breakdown. He collapses to his knees, gargling and screaming incoherently as his companion watches in shock. The scene shifts to Tsuyoshi's peaceful art studio, where he has returned to his friends. He complains that he was late because he was held up by some pushy salesman selling Chinese antiques. Tsuyoshi vents his frustration, annoyed that he was pressured into buying one of the antiques. His friends find the situation hilarious, noting that Tsuyoshi is a pushover who always gets tangled up with strange people. Life in the studio returns to normal as the artists discuss their work. One friend asks Tanaka about his painting for an upcoming contest, and Tsuyoshi remarks that Tanaka is a genius who only performs when under pressure. Suddenly, the calm is broken. Tanaka looks up, noticing a loud noise coming from outside the studio. With a tremendous crash, the studio's glass door shatters as an enraged Fei, now armed with a long metal pole, bursts in. Tanaka can only scream in absolute terror at the sudden and violent intrusion. The studio erupts into chaos as Tsuyoshi's friends panic, recognizing the intruder as the same Chinese man from the park earlier. Possessed by a terrifying rage, Shurfei screams Tsuyoshi's name while his own companions cower in the background, horrified by his rampage. The source of Shurfei's weapon is comically revealed. An old woman is outside, wondering who stole her laundry drying pole. Back in the wrecked studio, Tsuyoshi's friends scramble in panic, trying to find a phone to call the police as Shurfei wildly swings the pole. Just as one of them gets his phone out, Shurfei brings the pole down, smashing the device to pieces. Standing amidst the destruction, Shurfei points the pole at a stunned Tsuyoshi and his friends, formally challenging him. Kawabata, Tsuyoshi. I'll beat you. Completely misinterpreting the situation, Tsuyoshi panics, thinking Shurfei is an angry salesman. He insists he already bought an antique jar and won't buy more, while his friends frantically beg him to just give the jar back. Shurfei ignores the pleas and lets out another furious battle cry as Tsuyoshi's friends cower, realizing nothing good has happened recently. The scene briefly cuts to Hashizaki's friends crammed in a car, taking him away. One of them complains that Shin-chan may turn out to be a spy who sent weirdos after them, leading to Hashizaki getting beaten up. Back at the studio, Tsuyoshi internally reflects that while fighting is part of Hashizaki's world, he cannot allow these people to keep invading his personal sanctuary. He looks at his ruined painting and the trash studio, wondering what he is supposed to do in this chaotic situation. With a look of quiet resolve, Tsuyoshi's expression hardens. He concludes that he has no other choice but to deal with the problem himself. The two opponents face each other. Shurfei, eyes blazing with fury, prepares to attack the now serious Tsuyoshi. With a scream of rage, Shurfei lunges forward, swinging the heavy metal pole directly at Tsuyoshi's head. Tsuyoshi shouts a warning to his friends, Tanaka and Sato, to look out. As they turn, the pole, having missed Tsuyoshi, swings right into their faces. Both Tanaka and Sato are knocked out cold by the blow, collapsing to the floor while Tsuyoshi remains completely untouched. With his friends now unconscious on the floor, Tsuyoshi stands alone, facing Shurfei with a serious, emotionless expression. Shurfei unleashes a series of rapid thrusts with the pole, but Tsuyoshi dodges them with impossible ease, moving like an afterimage. As Shurfei lunges again, Tsuyoshi counters with a simple open hand strike, completely shattering the end of the metal pole and shocking his opponent. In a comically casual move, Tsuyoshi flicks one of his paint pens like a throwing knife. It flies past Shurfei's head and embeds itself deep into the wall. As Tsuyoshi closes the distance, Shurfei prepares to counter, revealing a set of sharp, hidden blades attached to the inside of his vest. Shurfei springs his trap, unleashing the blades in a wide, deadly arc. But Tsuyoshi has already anticipated the move and dodged, leaving Shurfei striking at empty air. Tsuyoshi grabs a nearby rag, uses it to deflect the remaining blades, and then throws it in Shurfei's face as a distraction. Infuriated, Shurfei stomps on the scattered blades, crushing them under his foot, his eyes locked on Tsuyoshi. Then, in a single, anticlimactic motion, Tsuyoshi simply bumps his back against Shurfei's. The two stand back-to-back for a silent moment. Tsuyoshi is perfectly calm, while Shurfei's face is a mask of shock and dawning horror at the immense power he just felt. The seemingly gentle bump sends a devastating shockwave through Shurfei's body, launching him helplessly through the air. Shurfei is sent crashing through wall after wall of the studio, the structure disintegrating around him as he flies uncontrollably outside. Tsuyoshi stands calmly over the defeated Shurfei, who lies broken amidst the mountain of rubble that was once the studio. From the ground, his body and spirit crushed, Shurfei looks up and asks the question that burns within him, "Why are you so strong?" Tsuyoshi provides a maddeningly simple answer. He just goes to Tai Chi class 3 times a week and happens to fight people like Shurfei constantly. He admits that even he doesn't understand why he's so different. Completely broken by this absurd explanation, Shurfei gives up all hope. He tells Tsuyoshi that he's had enough and begs to be killed. Tsuyoshi is utterly baffled by the request, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tsuyoshi angrily refuses. "I will not," he says, his priorities completely elsewhere. "If you die, who will pay for this studio?" Tsuyoshi finally snaps, screaming at Shurfei. He rants about getting arrested for murder and calls Shurfei a stalker for constantly showing up and bothering him. His rage boiling over, Tsuyoshi lists all of Shurfei's transgressions, starting a fight, breaking into his home, knocking out his friends, and completely destroying his studio. Grabbing a terrified Shurfei by the shirt, Tsuyoshi threatens him and demands to know who is stronger. Shurfei immediately surrenders, apologizing and admitting everything is his fault. Shurfei's companion can only watch, stunned, as Tsuyoshi continues to scream at the sobbing martial artist, demanding that he pay for all the damages. The chapter concludes with Tsuyoshi standing at the edge of his ruined studio, looking down at the weeping, utterly defeated Shurfei and his bewildered companion. Following the intense confrontation, Hashizaki lies on the ground, letting out a guttural scream of frustration and disbelief, acknowledging that he and Tsuyoshi are in completely different leagues. Tsuyoshi just watches him with a neutral expression. Hashizaki, with a look of sheer intensity, shouts Tsuyoshi's name. In his mind, all the opponents he has faced before pale in comparison to the terrifying power of the man standing before him. Nearby, Chin Shanmei watches the scene unfold, her face etched with worry and exhaustion as she lets out a sigh. The immediate aftermath shows the destroyed yard, with Hashizaki lying defeated on the ground amidst the debris. Tsuyoshi kneels beside him as Chin Shanmei looks on, marking the beginning of a chapter titled Easy Guy. The group surveys the damage. Chin Shanmei looks concerned while Hashizaki is on the verge of tears from his overwhelming defeat. She and Tsuyoshi exchange a worried glance. Tsuyoshi breaks the silence, looking at the mess around them. He bluntly asks Chin Shanmei what she was doing here, pointing out that the studio is a mess and that it's all her fault. Taking his words to heart, Chin Shanmei bows her head and apologizes sincerely, admitting that it is all her fault, just as Tsuyoshi said. Chin Shanmei, with tears in her eyes, promises to pay for all the damages. However, Tsuyoshi dismisses her offer with a smile, telling her that's not the problem they are talking about and that she wouldn't understand. Misunderstanding his point, Chin Shanmei breaks down in tears. She apologizes again to Tsuyoshi, desperately saying she knows what he means and promising to do whatever she can to make it right. Overwhelmed with guilt, Chin Shanmei falls to her knees. She laments that she should have talked to Tsuyoshi from the start, revealing that if she defies the Chinese government, she will have nowhere else to go. She continues her emotional confession, explaining that she was afraid Tsuyoshi would avoid her if he knew the truth about her mission. That's why she had to proceed this way, because she desperately wanted him to know her true self. As Tsuyoshi looks on in surprise, Chin Shanmei tearfully declares that there is nothing fake about the way she feels when she is with him. She fondly recalls their time working together, how he always protected her and taught her everything about the job. To her, Tsuyoshi is cool and reliable. All the while, Tsuyoshi can only stare back with a blank, stunned expression. With tears streaming down her face, Chin Shanmei looks up at him and asks the question she fears the most. "Tsuyoshi, do you hate me?" Tsuyoshi, completely caught off guard by the confession, stammers a reply, saying it's not like that. Hashizaki, watching from the side, is taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Chin Shanmei apologizes again for hurting his feelings, but Tsuyoshi awkwardly tries to brush it off, saying he figures she had a lot going on. Hashizaki continues to watch, perplexed. Hearing his attempt at understanding, Chin Shanmei's tears of sorrow turn into tears of joy. She smiles brightly, thinking to herself how kind Tsuyoshi is. Gathering her courage, she tells him that she truly enjoyed being with him up until now and shyly asks if it's possible for them to get along again. Completely flustered by her forwardness, Tsuyoshi's face turns red as he blurts out that he isn't saying they can't. In the background, Chin Shanmei is visibly excited by his response. She gets up and thanks him profusely, much to his embarrassment. Hashizaki watches the scene with a newfound understanding, remarking on Tsuyoshi's cute, flustered side. As he watches the interaction, Hashizaki comes to a simple conclusion about the man who so thoroughly defeated him. This guy is easy. A few days later, the scene shifts to Tsuyoshi's apartment, where his alarm clock rings. He wakes up with a groggy, dazed expression, the previous day's events seemingly far from his mind. Tsuyoshi gets ready for the day, grabbing his bicycle from the apartment complex and riding off down the street. He arrives at the art studio, only to find it completely refurbished into a traditional Chinese-style house, a project funded by the Chinese government. He casually greets the other members sitting outside, who are now his fellow artists. Inside, they show off the new, high-quality supplies they've received, including expensive cadmium paints and mongoose brushes. Despite these changes at the studio, some things remain the same, as the scene transitions to Tsuyoshi and Shinsanmei working their regular shift at the convenience store. The narrator explains that according to Shinsanmei, the defeated members of the Chinese Four Fists are, for some reason, still in town. They're shown adapting to normal life, with one working as a line cook and another as a bartender. Their integration continues, as they are not doing anything particularly interesting. One member works as a traffic controller, another is studying diligently in a classroom, and a third is seen talking with Tsuyoshi at the art studio. At the entrance to the newly rebuilt studio, Tsuyoshi is greeted by Hashizaki, who now has short, spiky hair. Hashizaki politely asks Tsuyoshi to take care of him for the day, beginning his training. Inside the Chinese-style studio, the lesson begins. For today, they will learn about spacing. One of the students resolves to do their best on the exam for now. The scene shifts again. A few days later, outside Akihabara Station, a new character is introduced. An overweight young man with two-toned hair, checking his watch. This begins chapter 29, titled Zukyun. The man, Yumioka, meets up with his friend, Ryu. Ryu, who wears a cap, apologizes for being late, admitting he got lost because Tokyo is so big. Yumioka greets him, noting that Akihabara is quite far from Tachikawa. Ryu says he was looking forward to learning about Japanese pop culture, and Yumioka agrees to show him around for the day, glad that his friend is enthusiastic. Yumioka hands Ryu a bag and suggests they change into the contents. Ryu is curious about what's inside. Below, a large crowd is gathered, showing how busy the area is. Now dressed in fan attire, complete with headbands and glow sticks, Yumioka and Ryu attend an idol concert. Yumioka is fully immersed in the experience, cheering for his favorite idol, Miko. After the concert, the two friends eat at a restaurant. Ryu, blushing, declares that Miko is so cute he thinks he's in love. Yumioka agrees enthusiastically. As they eat, Yumioka is thrilled that Ryu understands the appeal of idols and promises to invite him again. Ryu gives a thumbs up, happy to be included. Yumioka asks Ryu about his plans, wondering if he'll go back to China. Ryu reveals he's decided to go to a Japanese language school next week because he wants to enter a university there. Yumioka seems impressed by Ryu's ambition to go to university. Ryu notices Yumioka's subdued reaction and asks him what's wrong. Ryu assumes Yumioka is also in college, but Yumioka sighs, admitting that it's not a big deal, but he's on the verge of losing his credits, making it hard to attend. A glimpse into Yumioka's life shows him sleeping soundly, drooling with his belly exposed, a stark contrast to a disciplined student. Yumioka wakes up, letting out a big yawn. He scratches his stomach with a tired, blank expression, looking unmotivated. He checks his phone, which shows the time is 7 o'clock. After petting his cat, he gets out of bed as the sun rises over the city skyline. Yumioka arrives on his university campus. As he walks into a lecture hall, other students greet each other, but they look at him with confusion, wondering if someone like him is in their seminar. Suddenly, two of his classmates stand up in shock, recognizing him. One of them shouts, "Isn't that Yumioka?" causing Yumioka to turn around. An image of his past self, fit and handsome, flashes in his mind as he greets his old classmates, saying it's been a long time. They're still gaping in shock. His classmates bombard him with questions, asking what happened to him and why he changed so much. Yumioka downplays it, saying he just gained a little weight, but they press on, asking what he's been up to. One of his classmates invites the karate club to go out for drinks, mentioning there will be girls. Later that night, Yumioka arrives at the restaurant, where his friends are already gathered and react with shock upon seeing him. The shock spreads through the group. They shout his name, exclaiming how fat he's become. Others can't believe it's him, noting that there are no traces of his former cool self. While his friends realize they've said too much, Yumioka is internally devastated. He stares blankly, deeply hurt by their comments, as he is the one who cares most about his weight. As his friends awkwardly try to smooth things over, the tense mood is broken by the gentle smile of a beautiful blonde girl sitting with them, who seems oblivious to Yumioka's inner turmoil. One of Yumioka's friends asks if he's already fallen for Natasha. Yumioka denies it, claiming he's graduated from that kind of life and is only interested in his ashi, or favorite idol. However, his gaze drifts over to Natasha. Natasha turns and gives a dazzling, gentle smile, completely unaware of the effect she's having. The moment he sees her smile, Yumioka is struck by a bolt of lightning. His heart pounds, and his face contorts in a mixture of shock and instant infatuation. His friends misinterpret his intense reaction, thinking he's not going to let his prey get away. Ignoring their comments, a determined Yumioka announces he's going to greet her. Blushing and flustered, Yumioka nervously approaches Natasha, who looks up at him with curiosity. Yumioka awkwardly greets the table. His friend introduces him as the vice club president, a fact that seems to impress Natasha and the other new members. The introduction continues in Chapter 30. A friend explains that Natasha is an exchange student from Russia who is also interested in martial arts. She smiles politely and says, "Nice to meet you." To hype him up, Yumioka's friend boasts that he won last year's national tournament, making him the strongest in their karate club. Natasha is visibly amazed by this, exclaiming, "Wow, that's amazing," as Yumioka stammers a greeting. Excited to meet a champion, Natasha grabs Yumioka's hands, surprising him. She comments on how big his body is and how his fists feel rough and strong from training. With a bright, blushing smile, Natasha declares that she loves strong people and deeply respects them. For Yumioka, who is currently the opposite of his former self, her words hit him with the force of a thunderclap. Overwhelmed by her words, a blushing Yumioka stumbles away from the table. He reflects that he thought he was content just admiring his idol, but realizes that this new, intense feeling is undeniably love. When Yumioka returns to his seat, his friends ask how it went. One of them correctly guesses that he fell in love, which Yumioka tries to deny while looking flustered. A friend then asks if he quit karate. Yumioka admits he was planning to, but an image of Natasha flashes in his mind, followed by memories of his past self, Teru, training with fierce determination. Filled with a new sense of purpose inspired by Natasha, a determined and blushing Yumioka announces with a smile, "I think it's time I start training again." His friends can only react with a stunned, "Really?" His friend is happy for him, but voices his doubt, asking if Yumioka can even do karate with his current body. "Don't underestimate me," Yumioka retorts, "I can manage it." The scene then shifts to the dojo. However, reality quickly sets in. Dressed in his old karategi, Yumioka is already panting and struggling to catch his breath, completely exhausted after just a short time. His friend watches with concern. During sparring, Yumioka is so out of shape that he can't keep up. He collapses, complaining that his opponent just running around isn't fair. He realizes with dismay that he can't even handle his usual practice routine. Sweating profusely and looking utterly defeated, Yumioka can only pant, his body unable to keep up with his newfound resolve. As he collapses to his hands and knees in exhaustion, he glances over and sees Natasha watching from the sidelines. He has a moment of pure horror as he wonders, "Is this how fat I am?" The humiliation fuels a powerful resolve. With a look of grim determination, Yumioka realizes this is not good. I have to lose weight. He promptly leaves and heads back to his apartment. Back home, Yumioka looks at his room with new eyes. He's appalled by the mess, with trash and idle merchandise strewn everywhere, and wonders aloud, "What's with this room? It's so dirty." He reflects on his past self, perhaps represented by a younger boy with glasses in a photo, and looks at his current unkempt state. He asks himself in despair, "Since when did I become like this?" Meanwhile, back at the convenience store, Tsuyoshi and Shin-Shanmei are working. She mentions the store manager said a new part-timer will be coming, joking that they might be another one of Tsuyoshi's spies. Tsuyoshi just points to her shoes, implying she's one to talk. Just then, the door chimes and a customer walks in. It's Yumioka, looking grim and determined. Tsuyoshi greets him with a standard welcome. Yumioka stares intently at Tsuyoshi, who looks back with a neutral, slightly confused expression. From behind, Yumioka asks him a question that hangs in the air. "Do you remember me?" Tsuyoshi replies that he doesn't, asking if Yumioka was one of the guys from the park. Yumioka confirms that Tsuyoshi beat him once before and tries to psych himself up to overcome the trauma from that day. With his typical unsettling emptiness, Tsuyoshi states that he's pretty sure they agreed there would be no rematch, his tone carrying an air of finality. The mere memory of their encounter sends a jolt of terror through Yumioka. He begins to sweat and shake uncontrollably, exclaiming, "This is bad. I can't stop shaking." Tsuyoshi just looks on, confused. Yumioka panics, desperately trying to find a distraction. He decides to grab some potato chips, but the cashier is Tsuyoshi himself, making his escape impossible. He flails around looking for something to do. Just as Yumioka's panic reaches its peak, the convenience store door chimes. To his horror, Natasha walks in, putting him in the worst possible situation. Natasha cheerfully introduces herself as the new part-timer. Yumioka freezes in the background as Tsuyoshi and Shin-Shanmei greet their new co-worker. Tsuyoshi welcomes Natasha, saying they've been waiting for her and that he'll call the manager. Natasha smiles and says she's looking forward to working with them. Natasha finally spots Yumioka hiding in the aisle. Yumioka-san?" she asks in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Yumioka is caught, sweating bullets. This kicks off Chapter 31. Natasha, smiling brightly at the low-sun convenience store, repeats her question, asking the stunned Yumioka what he's doing here. Trying to act casual, Yumioka stammers that he's just there for some shopping. He quickly grabs a bag of chips to make his excuse believable, while Tsuyoshi observes his frantic movements with suspicion. With an intimidating glare that makes his glasses shine, Tsuyoshi emotionlessly states the price, 128 yen. The simple transaction feels like a death sentence to the terrified Yumioka. Yumioka's hand trembles as he pays for the chips, the clinking sound of the coins only adding to his anxiety. He is visibly terrified of the simple interaction with Tsuyoshi. Natasha cheerfully explains that she has decided to work part-time here. She then notices Yumioka's state and asks with concern if he's okay, pointing out that he's sweating a lot. Cornered, Yumioka desperately tries to deflect. "No, his stare is..." He stammers, blaming his sweating on Tsuyoshi's intense gaze. Natasha looks at Tsuyoshi, who seems completely neutral. In Yumioka's mind, Tsuyoshi's blank stare transforms into the terrifying image of a monstrous, snarling bear with glowing eyes, representing the primal fear he feels. Yumioka's composure completely breaks. He yells that it's incredibly hot in the store, that he has to leave immediately, making a frantic excuse to escape. He bolts out of the store at full speed, berating himself for making such a disgraceful scene in front of my kohai. As he runs, tears of frustration stream down his face. He cries out that if he keeps acting like a fat, gloomy person, everyone will end up hating him. He quickly runs out of breath and has to stop, completely exhausted. He pants, still wondering why Natasha, of all people, is working at that specific convenience store. Shaking his head, he realizes it doesn't matter. The encounter has solidified his resolve. Looking down at his out-of-shape body, he grits his teeth and declares, "This body is no good. I need to lose weight." However, his resolve seems to have taken a brief detour. The scene cuts to a W.C. Donald's fast food restaurant, where Yumioka is shown taking a large bite out of a burger. He's having a meal with his friend Ryu. While munching on his burger, Yumioka tells Ryu that he thinks it's time for him to get serious about losing weight. Ryu agrees, telling Yumioka he has a strong sense of movement and could be an amazing martial artist if he lost the weight. Yumioka proudly adds that despite his current appearance, he was the karate champion of Japan. To prove his point, Yumioka shows Ryu an old photo of himself on his phone. Ryu is speechless, unable to believe the handsome, fit man in the picture is the same person sitting in front of him. Ryu tries to be encouraging, commenting that even though Yumioka became fat, he's still strong. Yumioka, however, fixates on one word and gets slightly annoyed, telling his friend not to call him fat. Ryu points out that he only had one burger, while the table is covered in Yumioka's wrappers. Yumioka is in disbelief, asking, "Huh? All these are mine? Did I eat all these?" The horrifying realization dawns on him. "Now I've done it, and I didn't even realize," he screams. He explains it was supposed to be a "this is my last meal" kind of thing before chugging his drink in despair. After his panic subsides, Yumioka's expression hardens with resolve. "I'm going to change," he declares. He proposes to Ryu that after he loses weight, they should settle their last fight, which was a draw. Ryu smiles, saying it sounds good and that he'll train too. Yumioka mentions he's planning to seclude himself in the mountains to cut some bad habits. He then casually asks Ryu, "By the way, are you going to come with me to the mountain?" Ryu is surprised by the sudden invitation. Ryu apologetically declines, explaining that his university is holding entrance exams, so he can't go. Yumioka understands, saying there's nothing to be done about it and wishes him the best. They say their goodbyes. Yumioka tells Ryu to look forward to his transformation and asks him to keep in touch. The scene then transitions to the next day at an apartment complex. In his now tidy room, Yumioka sits on his bed with a packed backpack. After a final check of his supplies, he declares, "All right, let's go," ready to begin his journey. As he opens his door to leave, he's startled to find someone unexpected waiting for him. Hashizaki, carrying a massive hiking backpack, looking ready for an expedition. Hashizaki grins, holding up a small object and saying the number 40. His bag is fully packed with a sleeping bag and other camping gear. Yumioka can only stare back, completely bewildered by Hashizaki's sudden and bizarre appearance at his front door. The scene repeats from Yumioka's perspective as he opens the door, ready to leave, only to be stopped in his tracks by the sight of the fully equipped Hashizaki. A close-up shows Hashizaki smiling and holding up an object, again saying 40, emphasizing his strange greeting. Yumioka's face is a mask of pure confusion as he tries to process what is happening. Hashizaki explains that he was waiting for Yumioka to come out. When Yumioka asks why, Hashizaki casually mentions that he knows about his plan to seclude himself in the mountains. Still processing the information, Yumioka can only let out another bewildered "huh." Hashizaki reveals that he ended up in the same hospital room as Shi Fei, the long-haired Chinese martial artist from the park. There, he became his student, learning hardening techniques called kukhiku. He continues, saying he heard from Shi Fei, who found out through his group's Fast Chinese Information Network, that Yumioka was going to the mountains. Yumioka is stunned by the convoluted grapevine as Hashizaki points to his bags. With a cheerful grin, Hashizaki says, "I thought you'd get bored all alone." Yumioka realizes with dawning horror that Hashizaki fully intends to crash his solitary training trip. Hashizaki eagerly asks when they're leaving, adding that he's ready to go anytime. He then offers, "If you're interested, I have a villa with a dojo in the mountain." Yumioka is internally screaming at how annoying and presumptuous he is. Yumioka bluntly rejects him, saying, "Sorry, I don't get what's so great about being alone on a mountain." Hashizaki is shocked, speechless by the sudden refusal. Internally, Yumioka fumes. He complains about how Hashizaki is unconsciously showing off his wealth, and how convenient it is to have a mountain villa with a dojo. His frustration boils over into a silent, internal scream. So damn annoying. Hashizaki asks where Yumioka was planning to go. Yumioka tries to brush him off, but Hashizaki switches topics, reminding him that he lost his recent fight against the long-haired Chinese guy, Shifei. Yumioka reluctantly admits it. Hashizaki bluntly states, I briefly saw your fight with him, but that was not good at all. I think you should train more. Hashizaki starts to agree, but Yumioka quickly changes his tune to get rid of him. And oh, he interrupts. I support you. Do your best, he declares, trying to encourage Hashizaki to go on his mountain journey alone. In a final attempt to send him on his way, Yumioka starts offering Hashizaki supplies for his trip, such as solid fuel, a lighter, insect repellent, and toiletries. Hashizaki is confused but accepts the items gratefully. Yumioka continues his act, eagerly asking how long Hashizaki plans to be gone. 1 year? 2 years? Or even longer? Hashizaki is taken aback, stammering that he doesn't think he'll be gone for that long. With a firm, encouraging grip, Yumioka clasps Hashizaki's hand. Do your best. Become stronger, he says with feigned sincerity. The confused but earnest Hashizaki accepts the handshake, saying he understands. Yumioka cheerfully waves goodbye from his apartment balcony, shouting, "See you again," as Hashizaki walks away, looking back with a perplexed expression, still trying to process the strange farewell. And so, Hashizaki begins his solitary journey, walking down the residential street with his massive backpack, presumably heading off to the mountains for his intense training. The moment Hashizaki is gone, Yumioka closes the door with a sigh of relief. His plan worked. He triumphantly flops onto his bed, declaring, "Well then, it's my day off today. Let's sleep a bit more." His own packed bag for the mountains lies forgotten on the floor. The final shot shows Hashizaki walking away, but the focus is on his determined face. He is resolute and ready to embark on his training, completely unaware that he was just cleverly tricked. The scene opens at a martial arts dojo, where an overweight but imposing man in a karate gi, Teru-san, stands ready. Watching him with fierce intensity is a vision of his former, leaner self, highlighting the fighting spirit that still burns within him. As a fist flies toward his face, Teru-san remains completely unfazed, his expression unchanging, ready to counter the attack. He unleashes his power, first with a forceful punch and a powerful stomp of his foot. Then, defying his heavy build, he executes a series of swift, graceful kicks, showing his mastery is still intact. The vision of his past self is shown delivering a devastatingly fast punch, his eyes glowing with power and focus. Back in the present, after the demonstration, Teru-san crouches to catch his breath. The other dojo members are stunned, with one remarking, "Even though his physique has changed, his movements are as refined as ever." Amazing! Among the onlookers is a young woman named Natasha, her eyes wide with admiration. She thinks of herself that taking a hit from someone with that much weight behind it would be dangerous. As Teru-san walks away, she murmurs, as expected of senpai. Teru-san walks out of the dojo with a cool, composed look on his face. However, the tough facade immediately shatters as he's overcome with a wave of nausea from the exertion, his face turning pale as he feels sick. He stumbles into the clubroom, where a colleague greets him. Teru-san collapses to the floor and begins desperately chugging a drink from a baby bottle. When his friend asks what he's drinking, Teru-san casually holds up a shaker, revealing that his unusual choice of beverage is just protein. His friend lectures him, saying he needs to focus on protein and shaping up. Teru-san, while chewing, nonchalantly reveals a massive container of fried snacks, calling it a small snack and completely baffling his friend with the sheer quantity. Just then, the door slides open and Natasha, the girl from the dojo, appears looking for someone. She looks around the room and asks, "So this is where you are, Teru-san?" As one of the other members leaves, Teru-san's friend asks if she needs anything from him. Natasha's face lights up with excitement as she praises him. "Teru-san, that earlier was amazing. It was so dynamic and exciting. The last kick was particularly captivating." Teru-san looks taken aback by the compliment. Putting on a brave face, Teru-san boasts that his body just remembers the movements because he was once the best at karate in Japan. He then quickly changes the subject, asking if she is going to her part-time job. After a brief chat about convenience stores, Natasha's expression turns serious. She looks at Teru-san with concern and asks, "Speaking of which, on that day, you suddenly left. Did I do something that upset you?" Seeing Natasha's worried, teary-eyed face, Teru-san starts sweating and quickly backpedals, making up an excuse that he left the store because the air conditioning was weak and it was too hot. Natasha smiles, completely relieved. "I was worried that I somehow made you hate me," she says, touching her nose shyly. Her innocent reaction leaves Teru-san utterly shocked. Teru-san flusteredly shouts that there's no way he could hate her. He then excuses himself, saying it's almost time for his part-time job, and rushes off. Once he's alone, Teru-san bursts into tears of joy, overcome with emotion as he cries out, "Damn it, she's too cute." The scene shifts to a low-sun convenience store, where a manager is training a new part-time employee, Tsuyoshi, on how to handle purchases that require age verification, like cigarettes. After the training, Natasha cheerfully thanks Tsuyoshi for his help. He seems a bit shy and flustered by her kindness, while their co-worker, Chin Shanmei, looks on. Suddenly, Chin Shanmei receives a call on her phone. The caller ID is written in Chinese characters. She tells Tsuyoshi she needs to step outside for a moment, a serious look on her face. Tsuyoshi points out that she just had a break and that it's Natasha's turn, but Chin Shanmei insists she'll be right back and quickly rushes out of the store. Standing in a secluded corner outside the store, Chin Shanmei speaks into her phone, confirming information with the person on the other end. "Hello? Yes. Yes. That's right." Her expression turns grim as she delivers the critical intel. They have made contact with Tsuyoshi. There is no mistake. The man on the other end of the line listens with a sinister smile, signaling that a dangerous plot is now in motion. After finishing her secret phone call, Chin Shanmei composes herself and heads back inside the convenience store, putting on a smile as she prepares to face her coworkers. Inside, Tsuyoshi and Natasha are sharing a friendly laugh. Chin Shanmei watches them from a distance, her previous warmth replaced by a cold, calculating gaze as she analyzes the interaction. Tsuyoshi, completely oblivious to the underlying tension, laughs bashfully as Natasha continues their cheerful conversation. A close-up on Chin Shanmei's face reveals her true feelings. Her eyes are wide with suspicion, and a forced, unnerving smile plays on her lips as she watches Natasha. Natasha enthusiastically praises a realistic drawing of a duck on Tsuyoshi's phone, asking if he aims to be a painter. A modest Tsuyoshi says it's not that amazing, while Chin Shanmei listens silently in the background. Natasha calls him a pro, but Chin Shanmei scoffs quietly. Flustered, Tsuyoshi corrects her, saying he's more of a semi-pro. Seizing an opportunity, Chin Shanmei interrupts them. She claims the manager wants her to teach Tsuyoshi a few things and tells him to take over the register, leading Natasha away to the back room for a private conversation. In the stockroom, the pretense is over. Chin Shanmei leans against the wall with her arms crossed and confronts Natasha directly, her voice sharp. "You! Who are you?" Natasha maintains her innocent act, smiling and claiming to be a Russian study abroad student. But Chin Shanmei's eyes narrow, cutting straight to the point. "I mean you getting close to Tsuyoshi. What are your intentions?" Natasha continues to play dumb, apologizing and saying she doesn't understand. Fed up with the act, Chin Shanmei slams her hand on the counter, startling Natasha and showing she means business. Done with words, Chin Shanmei lunges forward, launching a swift and direct attack aimed at Natasha's head. But Natasha reacts with incredible speed, casually catching the punch with an open palm just inches from her face. Her innocent facade is completely gone, replaced by the cold, hard expression of a trained operative. The two agents lock eyes. Chin Shanmei smirks, acknowledging the reveal. "So you finally showed your true colors," she says, as Natasha stares back, her own confidence unwavering. Chin Shanmei proposes they hang out after their shift, a clear challenge for a real fight. Just as the tension peaks, an oblivious Tsuyoshi opens the door, asking if they're okay after hearing a loud noise. Instantly, the two spies switch back to their cheerful convenience store personas. They laugh it off, telling Tsuyoshi they're fine and that Natasha just clumsily tripped over a desk. They dismiss his concern, saying it's just girl talk. They playfully tease Tsuyoshi, calling him naughty for listening in. He's left utterly confused by their sudden change in behavior, asking what they're even talking about. While Tsuyoshi panics in confusion, the girls giggle at his reaction. The scene then transitions to an exterior shot of the Losun convenience store, signaling the end of their shift. As promised, Natasha and Chin Shanmei walk together after work. Chin Shanmei decides to drop the act. "I'll cut to the chase," she says. "I've already received information from our headquarters that the Russians are targeting Tsuyoshi." With their covers blown, the two agents formally identify themselves. Natasha reveals she is a special agent from the Russian Martial Arts Ministry. Chin Shanmei confirms she is from the Chinese Martial Arts Ministry. Natasha then lays out her demand. "Hand that man over to Russia." Suddenly, a third figure emerges from the shadows to stand with Natasha, a man with long blonde hair named Ivanov. When Chin Shanmei asks what happens if they refuse the demand, Ivanov coolly replies, "Then it can't be helped." Ivanov unleashes a terrifying aura, his eyes glowing with killing intent. Chin Shanmei is frozen in shock by his immense power as his hand darts towards her. Before the attack can land, another figure appears in a blur of motion, moving with impossible speed to intervene. A new man, Ryu Shun, flips through the air, intercepting Ivanov's attack and landing between him and Chin Shanmei. It's clear that the Chinese ministry sent backup. Ivanov, the Russian agent, smirks with confidence, unfazed by the arrival of his new opponent. He readies himself for a fight as he faces off against Chin Shanmei's protector, Ryu Shun. Natasha watches the standoff with a cold, detached expression. "In this world, the strong are justified," she states, until it succumbs to a stronger force. Below her, Chin Shanmei looks on with fierce determination as her backup arrives. Natasha notices the arrival of their new adversary, alerting Ivanov to the man who has come to back up Chin Shanmei. The newcomer, Ryu Shun, casually strolls up, addressing Chin Shanmei. "Shanmei," he says with a smirk, "even in Japan, it's dangerous for women to walk alone at night." Chin Shanmei breathes a sigh of relief, though her expression is still laced with worry as she says his name. "Ryu." He gives her a look of pure confidence. The young fighter is formally introduced with an impressive title, the Lion of the North, Ryu Shun. Natasha, unfazed, correctly identifies him. "Ryu Shun, if I'm not wrong, you're a Northern Shaolin style user," and soon became the youngest fighter to ever reach the special class level in the Chinese Martial Arts Ministry, right? Ryu is impressed, but Natasha coldly reveals the source of her intel. "We have been looking into all of Kawabata, Tsuyoshi's opponents, and keeping their info." Chin Shanmei is shocked at the revelation of how closely they are being watched. The perspective dramatically zooms out from their street corner confrontation to a sprawling map of Japan, emphasizing the global scale of this conflict. Natasha glances upwards, adding with chilling confidence, "Besides," implying they're being monitored by a satellite, showcasing the immense resources of the Russian ministry. Ivanov scoffs that Ryu Shun is no match for him. Ryu, still underestimating the situation, retorts, "Is this a proxy war between China and Russia over that convenience store guy?" Chin Shanmei puts her faith in her comrade. "Ryu, the Chinese Martial Arts Ministry has higher expectations for you than anyone else." because you're still young and have potential for growth. Make these guys understand that. He grins, accepting the challenge. To avoid drawing attention, Ivanov suggests they move to a different location, and Natasha agrees, knowing a fight is inevitable. The two groups relocate to a more secluded area under an overpass. Ryu Shun asks who his opponent is, and Qin Shanmei admits she doesn't know his name, but can identify his background. She identifies Ivanov as a Systema user, explaining to Ryu that it is a Russian martial art that emphasizes breathing techniques and practical, real-world combat. Qin Shanmei adds that Ivanov's earlier silence was a technique to stabilize his breathing. Ryu, however, seems unimpressed and arrogantly juggles a small rock with his feet, not taking the explanation seriously. Tired of waiting, Ryu Shun makes the first move, lunging forward with a powerful kick and a confident shout. Ivanov, demonstrating the fluidity of Systema, dodges the attack with seemingly no effort, his body weaving out of the way, much to Ryu Shun's surprise. Undeterred, Ryu Shun presses his attack, following up his missed kick with a sharp punch aimed at Ivanov's midsection. Ivanov easily counters. He stomps on Ryu's foot to trap him in place and delivers a brutal open palm strike, sending the Chinese agent stumbling to the ground. Showing immense cruelty, Ivanov doesn't let up. He grabs the fallen Ryu by his ankles, lifts him into the air, and violently slams his head straight into the hard pavement. Despite the brutal slam, Ryu Shun shows his resilience. He blocks a follow-up kick and manages to clip Ivanov's ear, but the Russian barely flinches. Ryu pushes forward, his fighting spirit unbroken. Ryu Shun finds an opening and lands a clean, powerful kick to Ivanov's ribs. He continues his offensive, driving a powerful two-handed palm strike directly into Ivanov's chest. Ivanov takes the hit, but immediately counters with a devastating elbow strike to the side of Ryu Shun's head. Dazed but still fighting, Ryu Shun grits his teeth and winds up for another punch, channeling his energy for a decisive blow. Qin Shanmei recognizes his technique as hard qigong, a powerful concentration of internal energy. But as Ryu's fist flies forward, Ivanov catches it with his bare hand. The impact creates a spray of blood, yet the Russian stands firm, demonstrating his own incredible durability. Ryu Shun lands a devastating open-hand strike directly to Ivanov's throat, a critical blow targeting his breathing. As Ivanov chokes and gasps for air, Ryu Shun stands over him with a smug grin. Systema, was it? Your breathing technique is important, right? So what will you do? When you can't even breathe, he taunts. Ivanov collapses to his knees, unable to recover from the crushing blow to his windpipe. It seems the Lion of the North has won. Ryu Shun presses his advantage, sneering at the fallen Russian agent and repeating his question, confident that he has countered the core of the Systema style. Even Natasha is forced to acknowledge her opponent's skill. What a tremendous skill, she thinks, not only his agility, but a fighting sense that lets him counter Ivanov's moves. Ryu Shun has proven why he is called the Northern Lion. Seeing her comrade's apparent victory, Qin Shanmei declares, Natasha, it's your loss. Give up and return to your country. But Natasha's expression remains unreadable. However, the fight isn't over. With a surge of energy, Ivanov gets back to his feet, his eyes glowing with a terrifying rage. He has weathered the crippling blow. Before Ryu Shun can react to his opponent's sudden recovery, Ivanov unleashes a vicious karate chop to the back of his neck, a strike so powerful it sends a spray of blood into the air. The tide turns in an instant. Ivanov drives a knee into Ryu Shun's face and then stomps him to the ground, a brutal and decisive reversal. With Ryu Shun now completely defeated, Ivanov grabs a handful of his hair, lifting his head from the ground and calling out to Natasha. Ivanov issues an ultimatum to Qin Shanmei. If you don't accept defeat, he says, gesturing to the battered Ryu Shun, this guy here is going to die, you know? With Ryu Shun incapacitated, the two sides are at a stalemate. Qin Shanmei glares, unwilling to concede, while Natasha contemplates her next move. Suddenly, Natasha's calm demeanor shatters. She lets out a furious scream, "Harasho!" a Russian expression of intense anger. Her completely unexpected outburst leaves both Ryu Shun and Qin Shanmei stunned and confused. But her anger isn't directed at her opponents. She screams at her own partner. "What are you doing, Ivanov? Stand up." This is clearly part of a larger deception. Natasha continues to berate the victorious Ivanov, calling him a fool and accusing him of bringing dishonor to their motherland. Ivanov's face shows a flicker of understanding. Playing along with the act, Ivanov slumps as if defeated while Ryu Shun holds his hair, asking if he wants to continue. "Harasho," Ivanov mutters, signaling he understands Natasha's plan. The scene flashes back to Russia. A powerful government official addresses his subordinates, including a young Natasha. He declares a new, aggressive foreign policy. "If I get slapped, I'll strike back." The leader, resembling a real-world president, continues his speech. "We have already been beaten by the West. Now is the time to regain the dignity of our motherland. And the one that holds the key to that is Tsuyoshi." The leader holds up a photo of a young, innocent Tsuyoshi. He gives Natasha her mission: discover his past by any means necessary. Back in the present, her leader's words ringing in her ears, Natasha's face is a mask of determination. Her plan is set into motion as Ryu Shun lets out a cry of surprise. Suddenly, Natasha begins screaming, playing the part of a damsel in distress. "Please help us. We are being attacked by those two over there," she cries out, trying to attract the attention of passers-by. As Ryu Shun is distracted by her act, the supposedly defeated Ivanov springs his trap, grabbing Ryu's ankle. As Ryu Shun is distracted by her act, the supposedly defeated Ivanov springs his trap. In a flash, he grabs Ryu's ankle, yanking his leg out from under him and dragging him to the ground in a swift, unexpected reversal. Before Ryu can process the sudden takedown, Ivanov expertly twists his body, locking his opponent into a brutal ankle lock. He grips the joint, preparing to apply devastating pressure and end the fight for good. An agonizing scream rips through the night as Ivanov puts his full strength into the submission hold. Ryu Shun is completely trapped, his leg being twisted at an unnatural angle by Ivanov's brutal ankle lock. He can only scream in pain. Seeing the deception and the brutal result, Qin Shanmei shouts at the Russian agents, "Ryu! Natasha! That's cowardly!" Ivanov releases his hold and stands, looking down on the defeated Ryu Shun. Natasha stands beside him, her expression cold and victorious. But Ryu Shun struggles back to his feet, his pride as a warrior refusing to let him quit. He tells a concerned Qin Shanmei to shut up, saying, "It's my fault for letting my guard down. I'll still beat him." Full of bravado, Ryu claims it's no big deal and that he'll finish the fight with just one more blow. Ivanov listens with a smug, knowing smile. Ivanov calmly explains the situation. "The first one, the attack to the throat, was good. However, with the time I have after that, I've recovered quite a bit." Ryu's face fills with shock and disbelief. The horrifying truth dawns on Ryu Shun. He realizes that the core of Systema is deception, making weak strikes seem powerful and powerful strikes seem weak. He had been played from the very beginning. Ivanov compliments his opponent's kick, noting that Ryu Shun now has a good look on his face, the look of a fighter who understands the stakes. "If I let my guard down, I might even lose consciousness," he warns. Done talking, Ivanov lunges forward once more, his smile gone, replaced by the cold focus of a predator moving in for the kill. He throws a swift punch, easily breaking through Ryu Shun's already failing guard. The punch is followed by a devastating kick that sends Ryu stumbling backwards, completely overpowered. As Ryu falls, Ivanov trapped him in another complex submission hold, twisting his limbs. "You kicked me quite a lot," he says mockingly. Ivanov applies excruciating pressure to the hold, a menacing look on his face as Ryu's body is contorted in pain. Ryu lets out a final scream of agony before falling silent, completely and utterly defeated. Qin Shanmei can only watch in horror. With her victory secured, Natasha turns to Qin Shanmei. A truly powerful country cannot be measured by GDP alone, she lectures. Mother Russia, where true soldiers live, is the real champion of the Eurasian continent. Just as planned, 2 Japanese police officers arrive, drawn by Natasha's feigned screams for help. Seeing her chance to exit, Natasha says, "The Japanese police are excellent. I suppose there's no point for either of us to escalate this further. Let's go, Ivanov." "Wait!" Qin Shanmei shouts, but it's too late. The Russian agents walk away, leaving her to deal with the injured Ryu and the confused police. "Damn, this is bad," she mutters. Later that night, Natasha and Ivanov regroup at a luxurious hotel. "You did well today, Ivanov," she says, debriefing the mission. Natasha smirks, unimpressed with the skills of the Chinese agent. To think that the Chinese four-fist was only at that level. The day when Mother Russia regains its prestige is not far away. They enter their suite, where more members of their team are waiting. The first is a large, battle-hardened man with a stern expression, introduced as Guglielmo Rodchenko. The second is a man with a wild grin, facial piercings, and small tusks protruding from his lower lip. His name is Almidro. Natasha assesses the room. "It seems almost everyone is here," she notes, just as the final member of their team makes his entrance. A handsome, charismatic man with wavy blonde hair appears. "Welcome back, Natasha. You've been through a lot. I've been watching your achievements from above." This is Nikita Vladlina. Natasha smiles warmly. "I'm home. Oni-sama," she says, revealing Nikita is her older brother. He gathers his elite team. "Now then, let's get started," he commands, his expression turning serious. "Our target is Kawabata Tsuyoshi. Only him." A few days after the fight, the scene shifts. Teru-san is enjoying an anpan, a sweet red bean bun, thinking to himself that it was the right choice to bring it. He arrives at a large university hospital, holding a plastic bag, presumably with more anpan inside. Inside, he finds the person he's visiting, Ryu Shun, the defeated Chinese agent, laid up in a hospital bed with both legs in casts. Despite his injuries, Ryu greets Teru with a cheerful wave. Teru expresses his surprise at hearing Ryu was suddenly hospitalized and asks what happened, offering him the bag of anpan. When Teru asks if he lost, Ryu just gives a carefree smile. "Well," he says, "it's been a long time since I lost." Teru's mind immediately jumps to one person. "Don't tell me. Did you get into a fight with that convenience store guy?" But Ryu denies it. When pressed, he refuses to reveal his attacker's identity, saying, "If I tell you, you'll go after him, right?" Ryu's expression hardens with determination. "Once my leg is healed, I'll settle the score myself." He then changes the subject, asking Teru how his mountain seclusion training is going. Teru proudly pats his large stomach. "I guess you could say I'm a bit less squishy," he boasts, but Ryu is clearly unconvinced. Ryu calls him out, accusing him of not being serious about losing weight, and jokingly threatens to take back the anpan. As Teru leaves, Ryu thanks him for the visit, maintaining his cheerful facade. The moment Teru is gone, Ryu's smile vanishes. His face becomes a mask of cold fury, his eyes burning with the promise of revenge. Just after Teru leaves, the door to the hospital room slides open again. This time, it's Qin Shanmei, followed by the rest of their team. Qin Shanmei gathers the group to debrief. She explains that Ryu was defeated by the Russians, and that their opponents will resort to cowardly tricks. Shurfei, one of the members, notes that while they use deception, they are not unbeatable. Qin Shanmei's eyes are filled with resolve. "We have a saying for situations like this in China," she states coldly. "To avenge a humiliation, double the retribution is necessary." From his bed, Ryu addresses the other members of the Chinese Four-Fist, Uncho, Ruren, and Shurfei. He reminds them that they already lost to Tsuyoshi, and they cannot afford to lose to the Russians as well. He orders them to give their all to crush their new enemies. The team agrees, but Shurfei, the strategist, brings up a crucial point. However, Shunmei, we still don't know our enemy's strength. Another member reflects that their defeat was a failure of intelligence. The enemy knew about them, but they knew nothing. Shurfei questions if their current numbers are enough to investigate. Qin Shanmei confidently replies, "No, it's okay. I have someone in mind." Shurfei decides on a course of action. First, I have to get in touch with that person. The scene then fades, shifting back to the low-sun convenience store. Back at the store, an oblivious Tsuyoshi chats with Natasha. He mentions that the manager told him Qin Shanmei won't have any shifts for a while, and that he's worried because she hasn't read his messages. Natasha feigns surprise and concern. Tsuyoshi, noting how close the two girls seemed, asks if she has heard anything. Natasha plays innocent, claiming she knows nothing about the situation. Ever the kind-hearted soul, Tsuyoshi offers to help Natasha with anything she doesn't know, now that their senior co-worker is gone. She is genuinely touched by his dependable and sweet nature. Natasha's face lights up with a blush. "I'm really happy that I'll have more shifts together with you, Tsuyoshi-sen," she says, her directness catching the easily flustered Tsuyoshi completely off guard. As Tsuyoshi stammers, Natasha becomes shy, worrying that she sounded selfish. Their shift comes to an end, and they thank each other for their hard work. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Natasha turns to Tsuyoshi with a hopeful, charming smile. "Since we've finished together," she asks, "how about getting dinner after this?" The scene opens on a pleasant evening. A young woman asks her companion, Tsuyoshi, what he'd like to eat, noting the many options available. Tsuyoshi, flustered and excited, says anything is fine. When she suggests Russian food, he eagerly agrees, and they head towards the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Tsuyoshi is visibly shocked as he realizes the situation. He had just asked for a table for two. His companion smiles warmly, thinking to herself that this feels just like a date. The two are seen enjoying their meal inside the cozy Russian restaurant. The scene then pans out to show the bustling city street at night, setting a peaceful atmosphere for their date. After a delicious meal, Tsuyoshi and his date are walking happily. He's pleased he got to try Russian food in Japan. As they walk, she spots some cute accessories at a street stall and exclaims in admiration. Tsuyoshi offers to buy one for her. The item costs 980 yen. She is overjoyed with the gift, thanking him profusely and saying she'll take good care of it. Tsuyoshi, ever so humble, is just glad that she likes it. As they continue their walk, she praises Tsuyoshi's diligence and passion for his art. He humbly dismisses the praise. Suddenly, a hooded man jogs past and seemingly accidentally shoves her, causing her to cry out and fall towards Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi catches her, looking startled by the sudden event. She clings to him, seemingly frightened, as they both watch the hooded jogger continue on his way down the street. As she clings to him, her hand subtly presses into his side. She apologizes, but her grip seems intentional, a calculated move in the midst of the apparent chaos. Tsuyoshi's eyes widen in shock, his face a mask of pure confusion and panic from the sudden physical contact and the close proximity of his date. Flustered, she pulls away and asks to use the restroom for a moment. Tsuyoshi agrees and watches as she heads towards a public toilet nearby. As Tsuyoshi waits, a faint, knowing smile appears on his face. The narration text states, "I am sure that careful readers have already noticed." The narration explains the truth. What seemed like an accidental stumble was actually a deliberate system of technique by Natasha. Her goal was to evoke a strong romantic feeling in Tsuyoshi, thereby putting him off his guard. As Tsuyoshi waits, the same hooded figure from before emerges, this time with a menacing grin, his intentions clearly hostile. He watches Tsuyoshi from a distance before starting to approach. The hooded man now confronts Tsuyoshi directly in the park area. The text simply says, "And now," setting the stage for the second part of the attack. The narration continues. We see the second half of this technique. The attacker lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch aimed directly at the unsuspecting Tsuyoshi. The punch comes flying towards Tsuyoshi's face. He looks surprised, one of his glasses lenses whited out by the glare, his expression frozen in the instant before impact. With lightning speed and minimal movement, Tsuyoshi intercepts the blow. His hand stops the attacker's fist mid-air, the impact creating a visual shockwave. The attacker's face contorts in shock and pain. He is sent flying backward from the force of his own blocked punch, landing heavily on a stone marker. Natasha emerges from the restroom, her face a picture of shock as she takes in the scene. In front of her, the attacker's legs are sticking out of a bush he was violently thrown into. Tsuyoshi stands alone near the bushes, looking completely calm and unfazed by the encounter, as if nothing out of the ordinary has just transpired. Tsuyoshi lets out a small sigh. He then turns to see Natasha approaching from the public restroom, her face still etched with utter bewilderment and shock. Natasha apologizes for the wait, but Tsuyoshi just tells her it's fine. She asks if something is wrong, and he nonchalantly replies that he was just thinking how unsafe it is in Japan. He suggests they should try living abroad, maybe in Paris. As they walk away, Natasha stares at Tsuyoshi, her mind reeling from what she has just witnessed. She thinks to herself, this man is on another level. The scene cuts back to the defeated attacker, lying motionless and face up in the dense bushes where he landed. As night deepens, he's left completely hidden and abandoned. Sometime later, the attacker, now identified as Ivanov, finally stirs. Groaning in pain, he manages to pull himself out of the bushes and stumbles away, his mind reeling from the incomprehensible power he just faced. In a dark alleyway, Ivanov, the defeated attacker, is confronted by another man, Yen Lulan, who has a displeased look on his face. Yen Lulan mockingly confirms that Ivanov is the one who did Ryu in by breaking his legs. He then threatens to break Ivanov's arms as well as a bonus, while Ivanov remains silent. Ivanov's eyes widen in terror at the threat. The scene shifts to the city at night, where a loud crash is heard from the direction of the alley, implying Yen Lulan has made good on his promise. The scene changes to a bar where two members of the Chinese faction, Qin Shanmei and Shi Fei, are discussing the situation. She asks if a manhunt isn't a bit cowardly, but he retorts that in a war, which the other side started, there's no such thing as cowardly or dirty. Shi Fei, taking a drink, notes that Qin Shanmei doesn't look so good. She denies it, but he continues, stating that the terror of Kawabata Tsuyoshi is something that can't be described. Shi Fei declares he's willing to take on anyone, as long as he doesn't have to fight Tsuyoshi. He then reveals that while investigating who took out Ryu, he found something interesting: the name Nikita Vladrina, the mastermind behind the Russian faction. Shi Fei shows a newspaper clipping featuring the Russian mastermind, Nikita. The headline identifies him as Keita Mamiya, the prince of the figure skating world, revealing his public persona. Meanwhile, the completely oblivious Tsuyoshi is walking home, happily reflecting on his recent good fortune. Things are going well with a new part-timer at his job, Natasha. He continues to gush internally about Natasha, thinking she's not only brave and cute, but also serious at work and friendly enough to get along with everyone, including Chin-san. Tsuyoshi's infatuation grows as he thinks about how amazing it would be if they started dating. He reflects on his past experiences of being deceived by girls, feeling confident that this time is different. Adjusting his glasses with a glint, Tsuyoshi concludes with complete certainty, based on his past heartbreaks, that Natasha-san is pure. At the end of their date, Natasha tells Tsuyoshi she had a really fun time. She makes an excuse that she just got a call from her brother and has to leave. Tsuyoshi, overjoyed, agrees to go to dinner with her again, waving goodbye ecstatically. After walking a safe distance away, Natasha's sweet and cheerful demeanor vanishes. Her expression turns cold, hard, and serious, revealing her true nature as she continues on her way. The scene shifts to the Russian headquarters. Nikita Vladrina, the mastermind, sits casually on a sofa and states simply, Ivanov was beaten. Natasha and another Russian agent stand before Nikita, listening to his report. Both of their faces are grim and serious. Nikita explains that after Tsuyoshi beat Ivanov, he was targeted and taken to the hospital with both arms and legs broken. He reveals that it was the Chinese who did this, much to Natasha's shock, who assumed Tsuyoshi was the one responsible. Natasha grits her teeth in anger, calling the Chinese cowards. Nikita adds that while Tsuyoshi is one thing, the Chinese interfering is a thorn in their sides. Nikita's eyes narrow as he states that losing to the Chinese is a disgrace to the president. He explains that he can't make a move right now because of an upcoming competition, pointing to the newspaper article about his figure skating persona, as any incident could implicate him. Natasha and her colleague step forward, offering to take care of the Chinese for Nikita's sake, so that he won't be bothered. Natasha smiles, saying she's prepared to die for him, if necessary. Nikita accepts their offer before asking where the other one is. He smirks confidently, stating that if he were to get involved personally, neither the Chinese nor Kalbata Tsuyoshi would stand a chance. The scene cuts to a city skyline at night. Elsewhere, another agent with piercings is on the phone, apologizing for being delayed. Standing atop a building, the agent reports that he is spying on one of the Chinese and will take care of him now. He then jumps off the building. The scene shifts to a construction site, where a man in a hard hat, Masahiro, is working. He looks off to the side with a determined expression, while in the distance, a figure can be seen standing atop a building. Masahiro is shown diligently doing his job as a construction worker, stacking heavy steel beams with ease. During a break, Masahiro sits on some bags of material. A female co-worker approaches and playfully takes a canned drink from his hand, startling him. Masahiro sits with his female co-worker, Sayaka, on a break at the construction site. In the background, the Russian agent Almidro watches them from a distance, a menacing grin on his face as he prepares to make his move. From his vantage point on a nearby rooftop, the agent introduces himself to the audience. His name is Almidro, a special agent from the Russian Ministry of Martial Arts. Almidro states that he is in pursuit of an agent from an enemy nation. As he watches Masahiro working below, he smirks and wonders how he should cook his target. Back on the ground, the foreman asks Masahiro if he can carry a heavy load, praising him as a reliable Chinese kid. Masahiro, looking up, notices Almidro standing on the rooftop in the distance. Almidro continues his surveillance, noting that he is a careful and cunning man. He decides it's best to just take a closer look for now instead of acting rashly. Suddenly, there's a commotion. Other workers point and shout in panic as something goes wrong. A stack of sandbags begins to topple over, and Masahiro looks over with a start, alerted by the shouts of "Watch out." Masahiro turns to see a massive steel I-beam dropped from a crane, hurtling down directly toward another group of workers. Without hesitation, Masahiro braces himself and catches the gigantic steel beam with his bare hands, stopping its fall just before it crushes the workers below. Almidro, watching from the rooftop, is stunned into silence by this incredible feat of strength. The other workers below are frozen in shock and disbelief, asking if he's okay. Masahiro simply lets out a confident grin. Almidro looks on, completely bewildered. Down below, the foreman rushes over to check on Masahiro, who is now casually holding the massive beam. Masahiro just flashes a cocky, reassuring grin. Masahiro calmly tells his co-workers that there's no problem. He then yells up at the crane operators to be more careful, who apologize profusely from above. Sayaka angrily tells Masahiro that it wasn't a no-problem situation at all. She points out that no matter how you look at it, he couldn't have avoided it even if he tried, emphasizing how dangerous it was. She continues to scold him, saying she doesn't care how much confidence he has in his gut, but if he gets hurt, everyone will be in trouble. She sighs in frustration while Masahiro just deadpans, no problem. A bit later, Sayaka says she's busy and asks to go home first. As she leaves, the other workers gossip, noting that even though she's young, she seems to be a mother, one of those Jura mamas. The workers continue to gossip about Sayaka as she walks away. They wonder if she has a husband or boyfriend, remarking that her life sounds rough. Another worker comments that her face is cute and asks if she's his type, while Masahiro quietly bows his head. As the day ends, Almijiro watches Masahiro leave the construction site. He follows him from the rooftops, thinking to himself that it's almost time to make his move. Almijiro crouches by a chain-link fence, repeating that he is a cautious and cunning man. He prefers to strike in empty places, away from any potential witnesses. He follows Masahiro to a public bathhouse. However, as he approaches, he's stopped by a clear sign at the entrance: no tattoos allowed. The heavily tattooed Almijiro is denied entry, foiling his plan. While the frustrated Almijiro is stuck outside, Masahiro is inside, blissfully unaware he's being hunted. He enjoys a relaxing soak in the public bath, completely at peace. Masahiro emerges from the bathhouse only to be surprised by Almijiro, who is waiting for him in the alley. Before anything can happen, another scene unfolds. Sayaka is confronted by her aggressive ex-husband, who is demanding money. Sayaka tells him to get lost, angrily pointing out that he doesn't even pay child support. Enraged, her ex-husband lunges at her, screaming that he'll kill her. Just as the man is about to strike Sayaka, Masahiro intervenes, appearing seemingly out of nowhere to grab the man's wrist and stop the attack. Masahiro effortlessly restrains the struggling man. Sayaka asks in surprise why he's here. The ex-husband is dragged away, screaming in pain, while Almijiro watches the entire scene unfold from the shadows. Sayaka gratefully thanks Masahiro for saving her. Feeling embarrassed that he saw her in that situation, she invites him over for dinner as a way to show her gratitude. The scene pans to her apartment building, called Romantic House Kimura. Inside, Masahiro, Sayaka, and her young child sit down for a meal. She apologizes, saying she just used whatever was in the fridge. Meanwhile, Almijiro is spying on them from outside, his mission clearly not over. During dinner, Sayaka explains that the man from earlier was her deadbeat ex-husband. She reveals that she had her child when she was just 15. She then turns to Masahiro and playfully asks if he has a girlfriend. Masahiro gives her a serious, intense look in response to her question. Blushing, Sayaka laughs it off, admitting that she must be drunk. All the while, Almijiro continues to watch them from his hiding spot in a tree outside. Sayaka looks down fondly at her son, who has fallen asleep in her arms. She tells Masahiro, who watches them with a quiet, unreadable expression. From outside, Almijiro stealthily slides open a window to get a better view of the scene inside the apartment, his eyes intensely focused on his target. Having gathered his intelligence for the night, Almijiro silently climbs down from the tree, leaving the small family in peace for the moment. As he walks away through the quiet neighborhood, Almijiro smirks to himself. He thinks, "I'm a careful and cunning man, but I'm not uncouth." He chose not to attack his target in front of a woman and child, showing a glimpse of a personal code. In a closed bar, a man with sunglasses and a mustache, Shurfei, meticulously cleans glasses, maintaining his cover as a bartender. A new customer arrives. It's Ainok, a Russian agent. He stands by the pool table, his back to Shurfei, radiating a tense aura. Ainok immediately starts a game of pool by himself. With a powerful and precise strike, he breaks the rack, sending the balls flying. The break shot is incredibly powerful, causing the balls to ricochet wildly across the table, a clear display of his strength. With expert precision, Ainok sinks the 9-ball on the break. The cue ball stops dead in the center of the table, a testament to his perfect control. Shurfei watches this display, unimpressed. Ainok stands tall, a look of smug confidence on his face after his impressive show of skill. The two men, a Russian agent and a Chinese agent, stand on opposite ends of the empty bar, the air thick with unspoken tension. They stare each other down, a silent challenge passing between them. The battle has already begun, even without a single punch thrown. Shurfei calmly places a glass down, then steps forward, ready to face his opponent. Ainok walks up to the bar counter and sits down, demanding a drink. "Vodka," he says. Shurfei asks how he'd like it, But Ainoke dismisses the question. No need. Just give me the bottle. Shurfei slides the full bottle of vodka down the bar. For a split second, a look of surprise flashes in his eyes, visible even behind his sunglasses. Instead of just stopping the bottle, Ainoke unsheaths a massive combat knife, his intentions unclear. In a flash of steel, Ainoke expertly slices the top off the glass bottle, turning it into a makeshift cup. He holds up the newly formed cup, filled to the brim with vodka, all without spilling a single drop. Shurfei watches, intrigued. Shurfei smirks, playing along with the display of machismo. This is Russian liquor, he says, placing the makeshift cup on the counter. Ainoke confirms he's on a job. Shurfei muses. And here I thought the bloodbath would start immediately. Russian people sure are laid back. Shurfei reveals the pretense is over. I've already closed the shop. This whole bar is reserved for you. The two adversaries share a drink, a momentary truce before the inevitable conflict. The brief respite is over. Ainoke gets up, and both men grab a pool cue, preparing for battle. With a cigarette in his mouth and a cue in hand, Ainoke turns to face Shurfei, ready to fight. Ainoke approaches his opponent, his muscular arm tensed, ready to strike with the pool cue. Their faces are inches apart, a silent declaration that the time for games is over. The two agents take their positions in the empty bar, the pool tables now serving as their combat arena. Ainoke readies his knife, while Shurfei holds his cue stick, prepared to counter. A strange, almost musical tension fills the air as they lock eyes. The long-awaited showdown between the Russian and Chinese agents is just a moment away from exploding into action. Just as the fight is about to begin, both Ainoke and Shurfei are interrupted by their phones ringing simultaneously. They answer, both looking surprised and annoyed by the interruption. At the same time, in Tsuyoshi's apartment, he casually announces some big news to his friends, who are secretly Chinese agents. They erupt in shock, exclaiming, "What? You gonna get a girlfriend?" Tsuyoshi just laughs shyly, scratching his head, while his friends look on in utter disbelief and shock at this sudden development. The scene repeats the shocking revelation of Tsuyoshi's potential girlfriend, with him smiling bashfully while his friends remain dumbfounded. His friends demand to see a picture. Tsuyoshi obliges, showing them a photo of his date, Natasha. The reveal is met with comical outrage, with his friends yelling, "She's so cute," and "All right, let's kill him." His friends try to process the news, ask him what happened to his previous crush, the Chinese girl, Ching-chan. They note that he used to boast about her constantly, but has been quiet lately. Tsuyoshi gets flustered, insisting that his crush on Ching-chan was ages ago. His friends tease him about how depressed he was after being rejected, but he frantically insists that this time is different. He proudly tells them they went on a date and ate borscht. However, when they press him, he admits it's not love, but he just has a good feeling about her. As Tsuyoshi remains lost in his happy thoughts, one of his friends grimly jokes, "Goodbye, Tsuyoshi. You will die here today," while the others look on, bewildered by his strange romantic life. Back at the bar, the two agents stand frozen, still on their calls, the tension of their fight replaced by confusion. The standoff continues, with both Ainoke and Shurfei listening intently to the orders coming through their phones. Both agents receive the same message from their respective superiors, a direct order to stop fighting immediately. On the Chinese side, Qin Shanmei informs Shurfei that the battle is postponed. She reveals that a secret meeting between China and Russia has just concluded, where the tea agreement was signed. The tea agreement is explained. In the near future, there will be a formal fighting match between China and Russia. The country that wins the match will gain control over Kawabata Tsuyoshi. Ainoke breaks into a sweat as he processes the shocking news, his planned duel with Shurfei now irrelevant. The details are relayed to both sides. The tournament will be held in Tachikawa, with each side fielding a team of 4 fighters. The winner will be the team with the most 1-versus-1 victories. Shurfei smirks, intrigued. The commanders discuss logistics. Russia confirms that their top fighter, Ivanov, is unavailable, but they have a replacement ready. China confirms their preparations are complete. Aitsu listens, a grim look of understanding on his face. The Russian commander, Nikita, coldly states their objective: to take good material like Tsuyoshi, embed it with love for the motherland and their system of martial arts, and forge the ultimate soldier. This is not just a fight. It's a battle for a living weapon. The two opposing teams are shown. On the left, the Chinese team, led by Qin Shanmei and Shi Fei. On the right, the Russian team, featuring Nikita and Aitsu. Both sides have unknown fighters, but the resolve is the same. They cannot afford to lose. Back at the apartment, his friends try to warn the oblivious Tsuyoshi. After a Chinese beauty, now a Russian? Aren't you being deceived? Tsuyoshi, however, is completely lost in his own world, smiling blissfully. No way. We're definitely going to start dating, he declares, adding, I'm even considering marriage. His friends can only watch in helpless exasperation as Tsuyoshi daydreams about his future with a Russian agent, completely unaware of the international incident brewing around him. Ignoring their warnings, Tsuyoshi shouts with heartfelt passion, "That's how serious I am," leaving his friends utterly speechless. The chapter concludes, marking the end of Tsuyoshi's carefree days and the beginning of a high-stakes international conflict. The scene shifts to a hospital, though a title card enigmatically reads Mountain Seclusion. Inside, the core members of the Chinese team, including Qin Shanmei and Shi Fei, gather around the bed of an injured comrade, Ryu Shun. They brief him on the sudden change of plans. A formal team match against Russia will decide who gets control over Kawabata Tsuyoshi. Qin Shanmei reveals her choice for the fourth fighter, a muscular man with spiky hair. It's Aitsu, she says, shocking the others. The team reacts with surprise. Ryu Shun, from his hospital bed, exclaims at them. Shi Fei recognizes the name. That karate. Qin Shanmei confirms, I chose him to be our fourth fighter. One of the members praises the choice, noting that despite his previous defeat by Shi Fei, Aitsu has astonishing potential and room to grow. Shi Fei agrees, recalling a powerful straight punch from their fight and deeming him a worthy choice. When asked if Aitsu will agree to join, Qin Shanmei confidently states, no problem, he owes me a favor. Meanwhile, Ryu Shun asks where he is, and another member reveals Aitsu is currently in a mountain seclusion, a fact he knows because they were once in the same hospital room. Shi Fei becomes nostalgic, explaining the purpose of such seclusion, putting oneself in a harsh situation to strive for a new realm of strength, something he says any fighter should do. He elaborates that by going into the mountains alone, without food, one's nerves become sharpened. You must hunt beasts, forage for wild plants, and drink from clear rivers to survive. Shi Fei concludes his philosophical speech, stating that this is how a fighter becomes one with nature to reach new heights. The scene cuts to Aitsu in his seclusion, a picture of raw power and determination. The Chinese team looks forward to the results of his training, anticipating the great fights he will show them. Aitsu trains relentlessly, standing under the crushing force of a waterfall, panting from the exertion. With a powerful shout, he throws a punch, his chiseled physique on full display, showcasing the results of his intense training regimen. After his training session, he stands exhausted but focused, the water pouring over him as he catches his breath. Aitsu questions his own efforts, feeling like he's wasting his time. He then recalls that his rival, Teru, inspired him to begin this training. He tries to clear his mind, remembering an encouraging word from the past. He reaffirms his purpose. This is mountain seclusion, after all, a great opportunity to become stronger. Focus. He remembers his defeat at the hands of Shi Fei and clenches his fist. He vows to become stronger through this training to one day surpass his rival, Teru. His ultimate goal is revealed. He wants to become strong just like that person. An image of the unassuming Tsuyoshi in his convenience store uniform flashes in his mind. Just then, the illusion of harsh, solitary training is shattered. An attendant appears, addressing him as Bakama, young master, telling him his body is getting chilly and that his bath is ready. After his bath, Aino-suk enjoys the warmth. His seclusion is revealed to be a luxurious estate with modern amenities, including outdoor lighting and cultivated gardens. An overhead shot reveals the full extent of his secluded training ground, a sprawling, modern compound with multiple buildings, a river, and neatly organized vegetable gardens. Inside, the attendant asks what he would like to drink. Aino-suk requests hot protein. When asked for the flavor, he specifies cocoa. Aino-suk relaxes in a traditional Japanese wooden bath, sighing in contentment as he looks out the large window at the rain. Later, relaxing on a couch, he reflects on his training. He is still unable to replicate the sensation of the powerful punch he's chasing. He tells his attendant that he thought sharpening his senses in nature would allow him to deliver a blow surpassing that, but he still has a long way to go. The attendant asks what to prepare for dinner. Aino-suk, embracing the theme, asks if there's any wild meat. The attendant offers fresh wild boar and venison from nearby hunters. Aino-suk requests it grilled medium rare. The attendant also offers chestnuts, mushrooms, and vegetables from a garden, as well as salmon and char from the river. Aino-suk is ecstatic, exclaiming, "Splendid! It's mountain seclusion after all." But just as he is about to dig in, his attendant interrupts. "Bakama," he says, "we have a visitor." The announcement of an unexpected guest in his supposedly secluded resort stops Aino-suk in his tracks. Aino-suk is puzzled. A visitor? This deep in the mountains? He wonders who it could be, his first guest being his rival, Teru. He tells his attendant to stand down, deciding to handle it himself. He walks to the door, muttering about his guest's dishonesty and how they should have just come with him from the start. But as he slides the door open, he is stunned into silence by the identity of his visitor. Standing at his door is not his rival, but Qin Shanmei of the Chinese faction. She looks at him with a steady, serious gaze, having tracked him down to his secluded retreat to recruit him for the fight against Russia. Aino-suk can only stare back in shock. Deep in the mountains, a young man, Aino-suk, is surprised to see a visitor. It's Qin Shanmei, who has come with something important to discuss. Aino-suk, though caught off guard, invites her to join him for dinner. Shanmei enthusiastically accepts the offer, excited about the prospect of food. Inside, Aino-suk presents a lavish meal of fresh wild boar and deer meat. As Shanmei looks on in surprise, Aino-suk asks his butler, Jia, to prepare another portion. After Jia serves the meal, Shanmei politely thanks him and takes her first bite. Her expression immediately shows that the food is absolutely delicious. Aino-suk proudly explains that the freshness of the meat is key, a benefit of his mountain seclusion. Shanmei agrees, noting how delicious it is and complimenting the impressiveness of his mountain home. While Shanmei continues to enjoy the meal, Aino-suk explains that the land was a cheap purchase by his mother, where they build a dojo for mountain training. Shanmei's attention is drawn to a painting on the wall. She's shocked to learn that Aino-suk painted the beautiful still life himself, prompting him to mention he attended art college. Curious, Shanmei asks why he chose to go to art college. Aino-suk explains that it was somewhat on a whim, admitting that he didn't dislike painting. Shanmei then questions why he didn't attend a martial arts college instead, since he has his own dojo. Aino-suk coolly replies that since he can practice on his own, the college he went to didn't matter. Shanmei bluntly tells Aino-suk that he's the type of person who unconsciously gets on people's nerves. Before a confused Aino-suk can react, she changes the subject, praising the dessert and stating she has something important to discuss. Getting straight to the point, Shanmei looks at him seriously and says, "Lend me your strength." Aino-suk is taken aback by the sudden and direct request. Shanmei explains the grave situation. A proxy war is happening between China and Russia. She reveals that China is short on manpower after a dirty play by Russia that resulted in Ryu's defeat. With a desperate look, she admits there is no one else she can rely on but Aino-suk. Aino-suk flatly refuses her request. He states that he is not Chinese and has no interest in participating in a fight that seems to be over someone named Kawabata-san. Aino-suk continues, clarifying that the last time he fought was solely to protect Kawabata-san, and there's no such reason for him to get involved now. Shanmei counters, surprising him by declaring, "Aino-suk, you owe me a favor." Shanmei reminds Aino-suk that she provided him with information about Tsuyoshi. She accuses him of causing trouble for her faction by picking fights with Ryu and Fei, and warns him that it would be dishonorable to forget the debt he owes. Aino-suk is clearly flustered. Shanmei pressures him further, appealing to his honor as a Japanese martial artist. She then sweetens the deal, telling him there's something in it for him as well. Shanmei reveals her offer with a single, powerful promise: you can become stronger. Aino-suk is stunned as she explains that if he cooperates, they will teach him all of their Chinese martial arts knowledge, the very strength he witnessed when he fought Fei. Aino-suk hesitates, weakly protesting that he is currently in mountain seclusion. As Shanmei listens, a man in sunglasses and a floral vest, one of her associates, appears in the background. Suddenly, Shanmei's associate loses his composure, screaming at Aino-suk that his luxurious lifestyle is not mountain seclusion at all. Aino-suk is shocked into silence by the sudden outburst. The man continues his tirade, pointing out the delicious meal, the custom-built dojo, and the specially delivered food, calling Aino-suk a spoiled brat. He angrily declares that Aino-suk will never become stronger this way, while Shanmei shares his frustration. Sweating and desperate, the man gets in Aino-suk's face, yelling at him to stop making excuses and just cooperate with him already. The scene shifts to a dojo where a woman, Yumioka Teru, finishes her practice. Her junior, Natasha, approaches and compliments her, saying her form was amazing as usual. Tara seems momentarily puzzled, but smiles. Natasha notices that Tara doesn't seem well and asks what's wrong. Teru is flustered, denying that anything is wrong, but Natasha insists she can sense it and offers to listen if she wants to talk. Teru apologizes, saying Natasha must be busy, but Natasha reassures her it's no problem. She states that as Teru's senior, it is her duty to listen to her junior's troubles, leaving Teru touched by the seemingly kind gesture. However, a fourth wall break reveals Teru's true, comical intentions. She's not being a concerned senior. She's just incredibly nosy and is begging the universe for the chance to hear about Natasha's troubles. But what she doesn't realize is that she's the one being drawn into a conversation, not the other way around. A narrator explains Natasha's technique, a psychological method of manipulation. The technique is elaborated. When you want someone to do something, you manipulate them into asking for it themselves. This allows for a devastating counter, both psychologically and physically. Natasha smiles, confirming this is a legitimate system of technique, as an oblivious Teru in the background praises her for being so kind. The scene flashes back to Teru, desperately begging to hear Natasha's troubles, before cutting to the present where Teru stands grimly outside a hotel, wondering how she ended up in this situation. Inside the hotel with Natasha, Teru's imagination runs wild. She can't believe things have progressed so quickly with the person she's in love with and panics about what might happen between them. However, waiting inside the hotel room are three intimidating men: a blonde man, a muscular man in a tactical vest, and a man with a long ponytail and tattoos. The blonde man welcomes them. To Teru's absolute shock, Natasha introduces the man as her older brother. Teru's mind races, wondering if she's being introduced to Natasha's family. The blonde man introduces himself as Nikita, and Teru stammers through her own introduction, assuming the other men are also relatives. Nikita unsettlingly compliments Teru's build, while the man with the ponytail, Mijiro, chuckles. Nikita then chides Mijiro for being rude. Nikita smiles, getting straight to the point. He informs Teru that he has a request for her. Teru quickly puts the pieces together and asks if they want her to fight for Russia against China. Nikita confirms this is correct, adding that Natasha was very insistent on recruiting her. Teru processes the unexpected offer. Teru breathes a huge sigh of relief internally, realizing she completely misread the situation. She's incredibly embarrassed, thinking she was so close to making a fool of herself. She scolds herself for thinking a girl like Natasha would fall for her so easily. Just then, Natasha interrupts her thoughts, praising her great strength in karate and her incredibly high potential. Natasha explains her role in scouting for the Russian Ministry of Martial Arts. Teru is utterly baffled by this revelation and the talk of a battle against China, wondering who Natasha really is. While a part of her sees a chance to get closer, her main emotion is confusion as she asks what the battle is for. Natasha's demeanor becomes serious as she explains the fight is about someone Teru is familiar with, referring to the conflict only by the letter T. The T is revealed to stand for Tsuyoshi. Natasha declares that this is a battle over Kawabata Tsuyoshi, leaving a stunned Teru speechless. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Aino-suk's mountain villa. Shanmei, Aino-suk, and the butler Jia enter the massive and impressive training dojo. Shanmei expresses her amazement at the dojo's size, but Aino-suk is preoccupied, having noticed an unwelcome guest. Aino-suk angrily points at Ryu, who is sitting in a wheelchair with a bandaged leg, and demands to know why he is there. Ryu glares back, retorting that he hasn't forgiven Aino-suk for their last encounter. Before the argument can escalate, Shanmei cuts in, ordering Ryu to be quiet and informing Aino-suk that his training in Chinese martial arts is about to begin. Shanmei then delivers the shocking news. Ryu will be the one training Aino-suk. Both men react with fury and disbelief, shouting in protest that there's no way they'll work together. Shanmei coldly dismisses their complaints. She reminds Ryu that he can't even fight, so if he wants to continue enjoying the delicious food and excellent lodging, he has to work for it. Ryu is stunned by her cruelty. Ryu reluctantly agrees to the arrangement. Aino-suk, however, is still furious, accusing Ryu of just being a freeloader. Ryu fires back, pointing at Aino-suk and telling him to just make sure he trains properly. Ryu smirks, claiming he has no intention of training someone weaker than himself, and confidently states he is the stronger one. He challenges Aino-suk to a match to prove it. Jia, the butler, reminds Aino-suk that he lost to Teru. Aino-suk defensively argues that he was evenly matched with Teru during his prime, not the current version. Aino-suk scoffs at Ryu, pointing out his broken leg and boasting that he himself has grown stronger. Ryu simply smirks as Aino-suk questions what an injured man could possibly do against him. Ryu taunts Aino-suk, claiming he's weaker than even the current Teru and couldn't be beaten in a real fight, even if both of Ryu's legs were broken. Seeing this as a chance to settle their score, he confidently tells Aino-suk to bring it on. Aino-suk grins, thinking Ryu must be joking. From his wheelchair, Ryu calmly announces he'll just borrow a nearby mop, since he can't reach Aino-suk otherwise. With the mop held like a spear, the injured Ryu confidently faces Aino-suk from his wheelchair, ready for a fight. Seeing Ryu is serious, Aino-suk's expression hardens. He declares that if they are really going to do this, he won't be holding back. In the dojo, Aino-suk takes his karate stance. Across from him, Ryu sits in his wheelchair, brandishing the mop he's taken as a weapon. Aino-suk hesitates, conflicted about whether he should really fight seriously against a man in a wheelchair. Noticing the hesitation, Ryu smirks and tells him that if he won't attack, then he'll go first. In a burst of motion, Ryu propels his wheelchair forward, charging at Aino-suk with a mop aimed like a lance, catching him by surprise. Aino-suk dodges the mop, but Ryu immediately uses the momentum to ram the wheelchair itself forward, smashing it near Aino-suk's feet. As Aino-suk recoils from the wheelchair, Ryu executes his real plan, grabbing the chair to use it as a pivot point, completely catching Aino-suk off guard. In a stunning display of agility, Ryu, despite his broken leg, leaps out of the wheelchair, using the mop handle to vault himself towards the shocked Aino-suk. Before Aino-suk can comprehend the unorthodox attack, Ryu is on him, swinging the mop like a staff and landing a solid blow right across his face. The single strike sends Aino-suk crashing to the dojo floor. He groans in pain while Ryu, having already landed back in his wheelchair, looks on. Shanmei watches, stunned. On the floor, Anosuk admits that the blow hurt, his pride wounded. Ryu sits calmly in his wheelchair, having made his point. With a confident smile, Ryu looks down at the defeated Anosuk and says, "See? Just like I told you." Ryu begins to lecture Anosuk, explaining that he noticed a critical flaw during Anosuk's fight with Shurfei, a bad habit of assuming the opponent's movements, which cost him the fight. Ryu breaks down his strategy. When he charged forward, Anosuk wrongly assumed that the attack would come from the mop he was holding. But the initial attack was the wheelchair itself. Anosuk was so surprised by this that he rushed to stop the chair, completely dropping his guard. In that moment of distraction, Ryu made his real move. Ryu finishes his explanation with a smile. Anosuk never expected that a man with a broken leg would leap from a wheelchair to attack, and that simple lack of imagination was his downfall. Ryu continues his critique, pointing out that Anosuk has clearly devoted himself to learning one specific pattern of karate to fight one opponent, Teru, but has very little experience fighting anyone else. Anosuk has a painful realization. He admits that Ryu is right. He has spent all his time training with the sole focus of defeating Teru, leaving him with almost no real combat experience against other martial art styles. He clenches his fist in frustration, knowing he is still not strong enough. Ryu explains that his own experience is vastly different, having fought all sorts of people. The weight of his inexperience crushes Anosuk, who breaks down and desperately yells, "What should I do?" While Anosuk despairs over the difference in their experience, Jia, the butler, calmly steps forward, raising his hand and announcing that he has a good idea. Jia leads the group outside, where he unveils his solution for Anosuk's training, a bizarre and complex training dummy made of numerous wooden swords and poles attached to a large tree. While Anosuk contemplates this new challenge, the scene shifts back to the hotel. Teru is asking for clarification about the battle over Kawabata Tsuyoshi, and Nikita begins to explain that Tsuyoshi's very presence has become a significant political piece on the international stage. Nikita continues his explanation, revealing that the nation that can claim dominion over Tsuyoshi could force treaties that benefit them economically and militarily. The image of Tsuyoshi looms over a table of world leaders as Teru is left shocked. Teru questions why an abnormally strong fighter like Tsuyoshi would play such an important role. Nikita replies with a smirk that from his perspective, Tsuyoshi might have a hidden side to him, just like Nikita himself. As the gravity of the situation is explained in the hotel, the scene cuts to the subject of their conversation, Tsuyoshi, living his mundane life in his small apartment, completely unaware of his international importance. The contrast between Tsuyoshi's perceived importance and his reality is highlighted as he calmly chops a large pile of bean sprouts for his dinner. To save money, Tsuyoshi adds a mountain of the cheap bean sprouts into a cup of instant noodles, a testament to his humble lifestyle. While the Russian agents theorize about his hidden depths, the oblivious Tsuyoshi happily sits on his floor, slurping his budget-friendly noodle dinner. The panels create a stark contrast, showing Nikita's theory about Tsuyoshi's hidden side, while Tsuyoshi is just living his simple life, preparing his meal and washing his hands. Nikita concludes his thought with a confident smile, stating that he and Tsuyoshi are similar. The title of the chapter, Grip Strength, appears, foreshadowing the events to come. Teru, still completely lost, stammers and asks who exactly they are, questioning the identity of Natasha's supposed older brother. Natasha formally explains that they are agents of the Russian martial arts ministry. She adds that for his public identity, her brother, Nikita, competes as a figure skater. The group explains that the Russian martial arts ministry is essentially an organization of spies who specialize in martial arts, operating worldwide for the interests of their motherland. Teru is flabbergasted, panicking about being privy to such a massive secret. Nikita elaborates on the state of the world. He explains that while large-scale conflicts like those in the 20th century have decreased, the tension between nations has not disappeared. He reveals that instead of conventional armies, one-on-one duels have become the primary method for resolving international conflicts. Because of this, every nation has established its own martial arts ministry to find skilled fighters. Natasha adds that her brother, Nikita, is Russia's top fighter. Teru is left sweating and speechless, struggling to comprehend the unbelievable story she has just been told about a new world order governed by martial arts duels. Teru shouts in disbelief, arguing that if such a ridiculous story were true, it would be all over the news and internet. She questions if this means Japan also has a martial arts ministry, to which Natasha calmly confirms there have been discussions about it. Natasha explains that Japan is lagging behind. While Russia has had state organizations like the sports ministry since the Soviet era, Japan's government is currently engrossed in creating a sports agency for the upcoming Olympics. Still skeptical, Teru points out that Nikita, with his public identity as a figure skater, doesn't seem like the kind of person who would engage in martial arts or fighting. In response to her skepticism, Nikita calmly stands up and approaches the nervous and confused Teru. Nikita offers his hand with a serene smile, proposing they have a gripping contest. Teru is baffled, looking at his seemingly delicate hands and wondering what he's talking about. Though incredibly nervous and unsure of what's happening, Teru hesitantly reaches out and accepts the handshake. As soon as their hands meet, Nikita's grip tightens with immense, unnatural force. Teru screams in agony as she's completely overpowered. She can't even budge her hand against his grip, which feels like it's made of iron. The sheer force brings her to her knees. With seemingly no effort, Nikita flings Teru to the ground with just his grip strength, leaving her groaning in pain. Nikita explains that external appearances are nothing but factors that can mislead you in a real battle. As Teru clutches her hand in pain, she realizes with horror that it isn't just his grip strength. His entire core is monstrous. Looking down at her, Nikita asks, "Aren't you someone who should understand that the most?" His words strike a deep chord, causing the traumatic memory of her own defeat at the hands of the deceptively harmless Tsuyoshi to flash before her eyes. Nikita smiles, saying that in this way, Teru is just like Kawabata Tsuyoshi. Nikita reveals that he has, of course, looked into Teru as well and is aware of her contact with Tsuyoshi. He explains that the world is now paying attention to Tsuyoshi, a man who appears frail but possesses formidable combat skills. He continues, stating that various fighters, martial artists, and others who live by violence have been reportedly defeated by Tsuyoshi across the board, as an image of countless bodies lying at Tsuyoshi's feet illustrates his point. Nikita reveals the crucial fact: neither the Japanese government nor anyone else is controlling this powerful man. He then declares with confidence that Russia will be the one to control him, which causes Teru to begin laughing. Teru bursts into hysterical laughter, finding the very idea of controlling Tsuyoshi to be absolutely absurd. Still laughing maniacally, she screams that there's simply no way it's possible. Teru gets up from the floor, telling the assembled Russian agents that while they might be strong, they don't understand the reality of the situation at all. With a terrifying look of certainty born from her own traumatic experience, Teru declares that no one can possibly defeat him. Facing the silent Russian team, Teru repeats her conviction with absolute finality: no one can defeat him. Teru turns her gaze to Natasha, her manic expression softening slightly as she prepares to give her final answer, while the rest of the team watches intently. Teru officially refuses their offer, stating she can't participate in a fight that involves Tsuyoshi. She then honestly admits she had thought Natasha was nice and wanted to get closer to her, using her karate to show off. With that, Teru announces that she's stopping now and turns to leave the room, seemingly ending the conversation. Nikita and Natasha watch her go. As Teru walks away, Nikita calls out to her, his voice sharp as he asks, "So you're running away?" Nikita's words turn cruel and targeted. He says that after losing a single time to Tsuyoshi, she was so traumatized that her fighting skills dulled, and she became ugly and fat. He leans in with a piercing gaze, hissing the insult. Are you a loser? No, a loser pig. The verbal blow makes Teru flinch with anger. Nikita continues his psychological assault, accusing her of turning away from reality. He then reveals the extent of his research, addressing her by her former titles. Mr. Former All-Japan University karate champion, and more shockingly, member of the gang Bahamut, Yumioka To. Teru is stunned, wondering how he could possibly know so much about her past. She furiously tells him to never contact her again, threatening to kill him if she ever sees him again. As she turns to leave, Nikita makes his final plea. He asks if she is truly okay with running from Tsuyoshi for the rest of her life, offering her a chance to change and reach a level of strength far beyond her prime if she cooperates. Nikita shouts after her that their plan is to beat the Chinese, then go after Tsuyoshi next, forcing him to cooperate once they gain control. Teru coldly dismisses him, saying she doesn't care and that they can go get themselves killed. Nikita's calm demeanor finally breaks. He yells at Teru, asking if she thinks she's special, pointing out that everyone on their team, himself, Natasha, Mijiro, and Rojenko, has fallen from grace. He passionately declares that each of them has felt the crushing loss of defeat. He tries to connect with her past glory, asking if she doesn't want to take it back. He screams at her to stand up and fight to reclaim it with them. As Teru hesitates at the door, Natasha makes a final, emotional appeal. With tears in her eyes, she calls out to Teru, professing her belief that she will fight alongside her. Natasha's plea makes Teru stop in her tracks. Her foot hovers over the floor, and her fist clenches as she's hit with a memory of her past, standing proudly with her fellow gang members from Bahamut. Teru stands frozen, her resolve clearly shaken by the passionate appeals. The Russian agents watch in silence as she wrestles with her trauma and pride. Finally, with a quiet curse, a decision is made. While Teru faces her turning point, a different kind of trial is beginning for Aino-suk back at the mountain retreat. He stares in bewilderment at the strange wooden contraption Gia has unveiled, asking what in the world it is. Gia proudly presents the complex wooden contraption, announcing that it is an iron soldier machine, also known as a teppei machine. He explains that it's a special training device said to have been invented by an ancient swordsman named Teppei. Aino-suk, Ryu, and Shanmei look on with a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. Aino-suk smirks, saying that this is finally starting to feel like a proper mountain seclusion training. He asks what to do, and Gia explains that the goal is simple. Hit the wooden swords with the intent to knock them down. With a determined yell, Aino-suk winds up and unleashes a powerful punch, striking the center of the teppei machine with tremendous force. The impact sends the flexible wooden swords flying, but they immediately rebound, whipping back towards Aino-suk from dozens of different angles. Aino-suk is instantly on the defensive, forced to block a relentless barrage of strikes as the wooden swords pummel him from all sides. He continues to get battered by the counter-assault, unable to find an opening as the machine's limbs strike his arms and body repeatedly. One of the rebounding swords swings around and smacks him hard across the side of the head. Before he can recover, another sword whips back from a different direction, striking him again. A powerful blow lands squarely on his face, sending a spray of blood from his nose as he cries out in pain. Aino-suk is thrown off balance, stumbling as he continues to be hit from every angle, yelling in pain and frustration at the unending assault. He realizes the true nature of the machine. The swords collide with each other, creating unpredictable attack patterns. He curses, realizing that the more he hits it, the stronger it hits back, and there are far too many attacks to deal with. Gia, Ryu, and Shanmei watch as Aino-suk gets thoroughly beaten by the training device, sweat and blood flying with every impact. As he continues to struggle against the relentless machine, a look of determined shock is plastered on Aino-suk's face. He grits his teeth and thinks to himself, "This device, it's crazy." The chapter begins with a man named Aino-suk undergoing intense training. He's being repeatedly struck by a chaotic flurry of bamboo sticks from a training device. Watching from the side, Shin Shanmei and a young blonde boy look on with worried expressions. Aino-suk cries out in pain as the relentless assault continues. He tries to maneuver, but a loud scream echoes through the forest as he's overwhelmed by the device's unpredictable attacks. Finally, the training comes to a halt. Aino-suk is left completely ensnared by the web of bamboo sticks, battered and bleeding, a picture of pure exhaustion. As the group looks on, the blonde boy, now in a wheelchair, seems to have a moment of insight, realizing how the complex device works. Aino-suk, still caught in the trap, glares with a look of grim determination. Shin Shanmei asks the old man how he knew about this training method. He sheepishly admits with a smile that he saw it in a manga once and always wanted to try it, much to her and the blonde boy's surprise. While the old man tends to Aino-suk's injuries, Aino-suk complains about the pain, calling the training device crazy because it attacks randomly from all directions, getting faster and faster, making it impossible to predict. The blonde boy in the wheelchair interjects, reminding Aino-suk of what he told him earlier. He states that Aino-suk's core problem is his habit of trying to predict his opponent's moves. He elaborates, asking Aino-suk if he lost to him precisely because he didn't move as predicted. Aino-suk can only grunt in frustrated agreement. Aino-suk argues back, saying that in martial arts, it's natural to try and predict your opponent's attacks. He questions if dealing with this unpredictable machine will actually help him, given his lack of experience. The blonde boy bluntly replies, "Huh? I don't know." He tells Aino-suk that if he wants to get stronger in a short amount of time, the only way is to try. Aino-suk is left to ponder this harsh truth. With a smug grin, the blonde boy says it's a piece of cake. He explains that he wanted to demonstrate how easy it is, but he can't because of his leg injury. Aino-suk looks on, annoyed at his cocky attitude. Suddenly, Shin Shanmei speaks up, telling the blonde boy, "I got it." Turning to Aino-suk, she declares, "I'll do it." Aino-suk looks surprised by her sudden resolve. She tells him to watch her just once and remember it well. Aino-suk, still skeptical, mutters that he doesn't think it's possible and tries to warn her that it's dangerous. Before he can finish his warning, Shin Shanmei steps into the device's range and, with a powerful and precise palm strike, shatters one of the incoming bamboo sticks. As the device activates fully, both the blonde boy and Aino-suk yell for her to watch out, fearing she'll be hit just as Aino-suk was. But their fears are unfounded. Shin Shanmei moves with incredible grace and fluidity, effortlessly deflecting and dodging the flurry of sticks coming at her from every direction. She continues her flawless demonstration, even using the sticks as platforms to flip and maneuver through the air, leaving Aino-suk and the others watching in stunned silence. After dismantling the training exercise, Shin Shanmei calmly walks up a structure made from the very sticks that just attacked her, looking back at a dumbfounded Aino-suk. She sternly tells Aino-suk that he is in no position to complain right now. He must simply shut up and do what he's told. Her display of skill leaves him with no room to argue, and he can only respond with a meek yes. The scene shifts. While Aino-suk struggles with the training in the background, Shin Shanmei and the blonde boy relax at a table. He comments on how bad Aino-suk is doing, but she says to get him time to get used to it. She then asks who he would have recommended as their fourth fighter. The blonde boy mentions that guy, a karateka named Yumioka Teru, who fought him before. Shin Shanmei recalls the name. He adds that while Teru is fat now, he has talent, but they can't use him. The blonde boy asks why not. Shin Shanmei explains that even if Teru's ability is better than Aino-suk's, it doesn't matter. He is broken after he fought Tsuyoshi. The scene changes, showing the man they were discussing, Yumioka Teru. He's in a messy apartment, a far cry from a talented martial artist, idly watching a music video on his computer while the blonde boy's voiceover is heard. A close-up reveals Teru's current state. He has become overweight and unkempt, messily stuffing his face with chips, a shadow of his former self. While on his computer, a taunting message appears on screen, asking if he's a loser, or perhaps a loser pig. The face of Tsuyoshi flashes in his mind, causing Teru to snap in a rage, smashing his keyboard in fury and shame. The story dives into Teru's past. He narrates that his grandfather was a Chinese repatriated orphan, and the town he grew up in was filled with second- and third-generation immigrants, leading to constant conflict and violence. We see a younger, confident Yumioka Teru standing tall amidst the chaos of a street brawl. One of his crew members asks what they should do with the guys they've just beaten. The defeated thugs hurl insults, calling Teru's group cowards and telling them not to come to their town. The prejudice is palpable as they sneer at their perceived Chinese heritage. Teru's gang retorts that they are Japanese and that Teru himself doesn't have a nationality. The other gang finds this hilarious, but their laughter is cut short. Without a word, one of Teru's allies lands a brutal punch on the disrespectful thug, silencing him instantly. The man shouts, "Don't discriminate based on nationality," as he pummels the thug. His friend asks Teru for orders, looking to their calm and composed leader. As his crew cheers, ready for a full-blown fight, Teru gives a simple, cold command, "Just round them up here." Teru continues his narration, explaining that the violent thugs he fought alongside were the people he grew up with. This was the city he was raised in, and to survive in an environment like this, he shows himself training hard at a local karate dojo, honing his skills with powerful, precise strikes. He unleashes a powerful kick, explaining that in his world, learning karate was not a hobby, but a necessity for survival. He'd been going to the dojo since he was a child. As he became stronger and more skilled than those around him, he had many opportunities to use his techniques in actual street fights. He quickly established his dominance, seen here in the middle of a street fight, surrounded by his crew and onlookers. A swift, powerful elbow strike is all it takes for him to down another opponent, further cementing his reputation. The flashback shows the result of his strength. His defeated opponents bow before him as girls cheer his name. Before he knew it, he was known as the strongest man in town. This memory of his peak contrasts sharply with his current, broken state. Teru recalls a tangent in his story. One day, a new guy came to the dojo. It was a young Hashizaki, who nervously asked if he could learn karate because he was being bullied and had no friends. Teru remembers Hashizaki looking like a typical rich kid. He found him annoying, as Hashizaki would needlessly get too close and hassle him with his cheerful, friendly demeanor. Despite Teru's annoyance, they trained together, doing push-ups, practicing strikes, and going for runs. Teru notes that while he wasn't good at being friendly and kept his distance, Hashizaki, for some reason, kept getting stronger. Before he knew it, Hashizaki had become someone who could actually rival him. However, Teru confidently states that he was still stronger, as demonstrated in their sparring matches where he consistently had the upper hand. He reflects that the more they competed, the faster their karate skills improved. He then mentions combining his daytime and nighttime lives to his advantage, walking down a neon-lit street with his crew. Teru's life was split in two. During the day, he was a student. At night, he was a street fighter. This duality is shown through scenes of him in a classroom versus him brawling in an alley. Knowing his future would be bleak if he only focused on his town, Teru studied like everyone else and went to university. During the day, he was a student, but at night he worked as a bodyguard for a club in Roppongi. He explains more about his town's culture. Because many locals couldn't speak Japanese well, people from other towns would come and mock them and pick fights. This led to a bunch of his local friends and seniors forming a gang called Bahamut. This organization, Bahamut, was formed to protect themselves from such violence and unjust discrimination. It soon became the dream of every delinquent and outcast in town to join and rise to the top of the group. However, Teru states that he never really cared about the gang life. He felt the meaningless fights, and boasting only made his heart grow colder. His path was to maintain a proper distance, never picking fights or getting deeply involved. The flashback continues to the fateful day. Teru and his crew are led into a flashy club's VIP room, where a man is waiting for them. The man, flanked by two women, sizes up Teru. He asks if Teru is the one who is supposedly so strong. Teru's companion hypes him up, declaring that no one has ever been able to beat Teru, who is considered a legend even among their ranks. The man listens with a smug, unimpressed look. The man then makes his request. In that case, he says with a grin, there's this guy I want you to fight. Teru looks on, intrigued. The chapter title, Misdeed, hangs over the scene, foreshadowing the grim turn of events that this simple request will set in motion. Teru explains that this man was one of Bahamut's executives. The gang was well connected with powerful criminal organizations, and they would frequently receive requests for back-alley deals and other criminal acts. On this occasion, the executive, Omura-san, asked Teru to test the strength of a certain man. When Teru confirms he just has to fight him, Omura-san casually agrees, adding that he'll be paid for the one-on-one fight. Later, Teru and his crew drive down the highway. He remarks that it's been a while since he came to Tachikawa and that it's quite far. In the car, they discuss the job. His friend notes that a direct request from Omura-san for a one-on-one fight must mean their target has some skill. Teru seems unconcerned. The mood in the car is light and confident. Teru's crewmates are excited, looking forward to seeing him in action. They feel it's a simple job for good pay. They make plans for after the fight, deciding to go out for drinks and yakiniku. The scene then cuts to their destination, a quiet, suburban low-sun convenience store at night. The whole crew arrives, bikes and all, but they are confused. Here, one asks. They can't believe their target is simply someone inside a convenience store. Teru peers inside and sees his target. To his surprise, it's not a fearsome fighter, but the complete opposite of what he pictured. Just a meek-looking clerk with round glasses, politely serving a customer. Teru's crew bursts out laughing, finding the situation hilarious. They can't believe the legendary Teru is supposed to fight this guy. They see it as easy money and contemplate just bullying the clerk to get it over with. The clerk, Tsuyoshi, approaches them and asks what they want, adding that he's busy. Teru's crew mocks him, laughing at the fact that he's just a regular convenience store clerk. One of Teru's eager crew members asks to take over. Wanting to avoid a scene in the store, Tsuyoshi calmly suggests they go to a nearby park. The gang members agree, ready for a fight. At the park, the girls who came along express pity for Glasses-kun, completely unaware of what's to come. The panel ominously focuses on a single hand, lying motionless on the ground. The shocking result is revealed. The seemingly harmless clerk, Tsuyoshi, stands completely untouched, surrounded by the crumpled, defeated bodies of Teru's entire crew. Teru stares in absolute shock and disbelief. He can't comprehend how his tough, experienced gang members were all taken down in an instant. Tsuyoshi turns his blank gaze from the defeated crew to a stunned Teru and asks a simple, chilling question. Will you be next? Still processing the unbelievable sight, Teru stammers, trying to understand what just happened. He desperately asks if Tsuyoshi does martial arts, refusing to believe an ordinary person could do this. As Teru accuses Tsuyoshi of overdoing it by breaking fingers against amateurs, Tsuyoshi simply looks back at him, his expression unreadable. Tsuyoshi responds with cold logic. You were the ones who came at me 8-on-1, right? If you're going to complain about a few broken fingers, then maybe you shouldn't pick fights in the first place. Teru dismisses his fallen comrades as small fries and sneers at Tsuyoshi, accusing him of acting cocky just because he knows a bit of martial arts. With a final, menacing grin, Teru advances on Tsuyoshi, his confidence as the town's strongest fighter at its absolute peak. Listen here, Glasses, he threatens. I'll show you that there are walls that you can't climb in this world. But as he reflects on this moment from the future, his narration becomes grim. In the next instant, I saw hell. The flashback continues. As a fighter, Teru explains that when facing a strong opponent, you naturally assume a defensive stance. We see him in his fighting pose, ready for Tsuyoshi's attack, but Tsuyoshi just stands there passively. Teru's narration reveals the moment his world broke. Despite Tsuyoshi's slender posture and unassuming technique, the first fist that struck him was so powerful it far exceeded his expectations. When reality shatters one's expectations, panic sets in, and Teru began to panic. The impact was like being struck by a hammer. It was followed by a sharp, stabbing pain that made his organs shake. Teru immediately puked, unable to breathe, while Tsuyoshi looked on with a blank expression. Teru desperately tried to fight back, unleashing every karate technique he had. But every single attack was cut down with shocking ease by the convenience store clerk. As Tsuyoshi threw several more effortless strikes, Teru began losing his grip on sanity. He was completely disabled, unable to move, and Tsuyoshi landed the final blow. He fell in an instant. The legendary street fighter, the strongest man in his town, was defeated without a chance, left crumpled on the ground as Tsuyoshi stood over him. After the fight, Tsuyoshi gives two simple requests to the defeated Teru. Please don't appear in front of me again. And please don't tell anyone about me. He then turns to leave. As he lies on the ground, crushed and humiliated, Teru mutters in disbelief. No way. To someone like him. His pride as a fighter refuses to accept the reality of his defeat. Tsuyoshi, who is walking away, stops. He turns back to the defeated Teru, his attention caught by that last phrase. Tsuyoshi's face changes. The blank expression is gone, replaced by a disturbing intensity. He asks, someone like him? What do you mean by that? His voice is low and menacing. Teru stammers, trying to deny it, but Tsuyoshi presses him, his gaze becoming more unhinged. He points out that's how one would talk about someone they view as a lower social rank. Teru is paralyzed by fear. Tsuyoshi's face contorts in a terrifying expression of rage as he gets right in Teru's face, screaming, I was right, huh? Tsuyoshi grabs Teru by the collar, pulling his face close. Are you looking down on me? He demands as Teru cries out in pain and terror. The interrogation continues, with Tsuyoshi's demeanor becoming scarier by the second. Teru can't comprehend the immense pressure radiating from this convenience store clerk as he screams, Answer it, quickly! Terrified, Teru desperately tries to explain himself, stammering that it was because of the round glasses or something equally trivial. Tsuyoshi explodes with rage over these superficial reasons. He rants about how round glasses are trendy and asks if Teru thinks his hair color is cool. Teru is so scared he feels that saying anything that might offend this man will get him killed. Completely broken, Teru begs for it to stop, crying that he surrenders and that it's all his fault. But Tsuyoshi is far from finished. One of the girls with the crew, unable to watch anymore, yells at Tsuyoshi to stop, calling him unfair. She claims that if he fought fair and square, Teru would definitely be the stronger one. Tsuyoshi, seemingly oblivious to the insult, just asks, Gloomy? What is that? The girl screams back that he's a gloomy person and calls him a virgin, insults that seem to just confuse him. As Tsuyoshi takes a step towards the girls, Teru panics. He screams at Tsuyoshi to stop and not to touch them. He tells the girls to get out of there, desperately trying to protect them. The girls look on, concerned for Teru, as he positions himself between them and Tsuyoshi. He puts on a brave face, determined to manage the situation, despite being utterly broken. Tsuyoshi looks at the bizarre scene. His attackers are all defeated, and their leader is now trying to play the hero. He asks, It's weird, isn't it? The one who was attacked is being unfair. Why does it now feel like I'm the one who attacked you? His confusion turns to pure fury. He screams at Teru, and why the fuck are you in the position to make a cool sacrifice play, huh? The psychological torment continues as Tsuyoshi demands an explanation. Teru can do nothing but apologize over and over again, completely shattered. Tsuyoshi finally calms down, adjusting his glasses. He calls Teru a scumbag for attacking him 9-on-1 and then trying to look cool for the girls. He then casually asks what Teru is up to these days. Teru, still on his knees, replies that he goes to college. Tsuyoshi comments on Teru's double life as a student and a troublemaker, saying that he's starting to get irritated. Teru, completely broken, can only think about wanting to go home. As Tsuyoshi raises his fist again, Teru flinches back in absolute terror, bowing his head and crying, Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm really, truly sorry. Tsuyoshi delivers his final, chilling threat. Listen, don't show up in front of me ever again. I'll kill you next time. He then instructs Teru to take care of his defeated crew. Teru, still crying and bowing, can only agree through his apologies. Tsuyoshi calmly walks away, leaving Teru and his decimated gang in the park. The flashback concludes as Teru narrates, "From that day on, I cut ties with Bahamut and locked myself in my house. This single encounter completely shattered his spirit and led him to the miserable state he is in today." The story opens on Yumioka Teru, a man who has let himself go. He's seen stuffing his face with food, then sitting listlessly in front of his computer in a messy room. The final panel shows the dreary apartment complex where he lives as a shut-in. Suddenly, his doorbell rings. A woman's voice calls out, "Teru-san, are you there?" Startled, Yumioka looks up from his computer, surprised by the unexpected visitor. He sees a beautiful blonde woman on his security monitor and wonders, "Natasha-chan?" Yumioka opens the door but blocks the entrance, telling Natasha to go back. He looks disheveled and unwilling to engage. Natasha, however, desperately puts her hands on the door and pleads for him to listen to her. Natasha begs him to hear her out, even for just a moment, saying that if he can't do it, no one can. Yumioka looks away, defeated, explaining that he's useless now. He can't move like he used to and can no longer beat him, no matter how hard he tries. As Natasha sinks to her knees, crying that she has nowhere else to go, she begs him one last time to listen. The sheer desperation in her voice seems to finally get through to the shocked Yumioka. With a look of resignation, Yumioka relents. "Don't blame me if you end up disappointed," he says as he finally opens the door for Natasha to come inside. Natasha thanks him, a glimmer of hope on her face. As she steps inside, her expression turns to one of shock as she sees the disgusting state of his apartment, filled with trash. Yumioka simply looks on with a tired expression. Yumioka gestures around the piles of garbage in his own bloated body. "Look, this is what's become of me," he says with a self-deprecating tone. "Laughable, isn't it?" Natasha ignores his comment, her expression turning serious. "I want you to fight," she says. Yumioka can only offer a wry, defeated smile, asking what someone like him could possibly do for her. Yumioka dismisses the idea, waving his hand and saying it's impossible. He asks why she chose him when there are plenty of stronger people out there. But Natasha glares back, insisting, "Because Teru-san, you can still become stronger." Natasha continues, her voice full of conviction. She reminds him that when they first met, he was big, strong, and kind. She tells him she felt an endless potential within him, which is why she sought him out now. Then, Natasha drops a bombshell. She reveals that she, too, has fought against Kawabata Tsuyoshi. She explains that since she works at the same convenience store as him, she knows exactly how scary he is. Yumioka is left speechless. Natasha explains that Tsuyoshi's orders are absolute, and she can't go against them. A series of small panels show him ordering her around to the store, telling her to microwave his food, check inventory, and handle the register. She goes on, telling a horrified Yumioka that Tsuyoshi has forced her to join him for meals and even done perverse things she can't say out loud, leaving her feeling scared and violated. Yumioka reacts with shock and disgust. Despite her fear, Natasha explains that the mission is absolute, so she is forced to continue interacting with that person. Yumioka listens, his expression a mix of concern and confusion. Yumioka, exasperated, asks why she can't just quit the convenience store job. With tears streaming down her face, Natasha cries that betraying the expectations of her homeland is even scarier than Tsuyoshi. Natasha then reveals her tragic backstory. Her father was an executive of a Russian conglomerate, an oligarch, who was arrested after confronting the current regime. Her family was scattered as a result. She continues her story, explaining that her physically talented brother was given a chance by the president, and now his future, along with her own, rests on her. This is why she has no choice but to hold on, pleading that Teru is her last chance. Yumioka says he understands her difficult situation, but before he can finish, Natasha suddenly begins to cough violently, clutching her chest. To Yumioka's absolute horror, he sees that Natasha has coughed up a terrifying amount of blood into her cupped hands. Natasha apologizes weakly, blood dripping from her mouth. Yumioka panics, asking if she's okay as she collapses. With her last bit of strength, she tells him to contact her brother. Natasha has completely collapsed onto the floor. Yumioka, now in a full-blown panic, rushes to her side, shouting her name. Yumioka continues to shout Natasha's name, desperately trying to get a response and understand what's happening as she lies motionless on the floor. Shaking with fear, Yumioka scrambles for his phone, frantically dialing for an ambulance. The scene then shows paramedics arriving, quickly loading the unconscious Natasha onto a stretcher and rushing her away, leaving Yumioka alone in his trashed apartment. The scene shifts to a stark, empty hospital hallway. The sound of panting echoes as someone runs at full speed, their footsteps filled with urgency. It's clear they are desperately trying to reach someone. The person running down the hall is revealed to be a young man with blonde hair. He bursts through the door to Natasha's room, a look of pure panic on his face. He stops in his tracks, seeing Yumioka sitting with his back to him, next to what appears to be an empty hospital bed. The view shifts to show Natasha lying in the bed, unconscious and wearing an oxygen mask. Her brother, Aitsu, rushes to her side, crying out her name in distress. Yumioka awkwardly tries to explain the situation to Aitsu, telling him that Natasha suddenly collapsed at his home. He confirms that he is her brother. Aitsu thanks Yumioka for being there to help her. Noticing his concern, Yumioka nervously asks if there is something wrong with Natasha. Aitsu explains that Natasha has always been frail, and he guesses the recent stress finally caused her to collapse. He looks down at his sister, calling himself a failure as a brother for not noticing she was pushing herself too hard. Aitsu turns to Yumioka and asks if Natasha mentioned anything to him. Yumioka, looking downcast, confirms that she asked him to fight that person. Aitsu simply says, "I see." And a moment of silent understanding passes between the two men as they both contemplate the situation. Yumioka then asks Aitsu if Natasha talked about their family. Aitsu confirms this, explaining their shared hardships since they lost their father and were driven out of their country. He looks at his sleeping sister, explaining that because of a chance he's been given, Natasha has devoted her entire life to helping him succeed. With a hardened expression, Aitsu declares that this is a challenge he must face, no matter what. Yumioka looks on, his expression unreadable as he takes in the gravity of the siblings' circumstances. Yumioka asks what Aitsu plans to do. Surprisingly, Aitsu says his answer is still no, and he apologizes to Yumioka for having to hear about all their problems. Aitsu tells Yumioka that he should go home. However, Yumioka refuses, saying that he's worried and wants to stay a bit longer. Aitsu relents, placing a hand on Yumioka's shoulder and telling him to do as he wishes before leaving the room. Yumioka looks startled by the sudden, friendly gesture. Now alone, Yumioka sits quietly by Natasha's bedside, watching over her as she sleeps. As night falls, Yumioka dozes off in the chair, having stayed by her side the entire time. The scene shows him sleeping soundly next to her bed in the dark hospital room. The next morning, Yumioka's expression has changed to one of determination. He looks up with wide, surprised eyes as Aitsu enters the room, as if a sudden realization has struck him. Later, Natasha is awake and sitting up by the window, holding a small heart monitor. She and Yumioka sit in a comfortable silence. With both Yumioka and Aitsu present, Natasha finally speaks. She looks down with a somber expression as the two men ask if she's okay. Natasha confesses to a shocked Yumioka that she has been using him. She apologizes, admitting that she only got close to him because she wanted him to fight for her. She continues, saying that his kindness made her realize she shouldn't take advantage of people. With a cheerful smile, she thanks him for what he's already done and tells him to forget everything she said. Yumioka is visibly shaken, his mind flashing back to all the moments of her seemingly genuine desperation. Natasha then adds that she loves strong people, and she was relieved to find that feeling even for someone she hated, which snaps Yumioka out of his stupor. Yumioka clenches his fist, a new resolve in his eyes. He looks at Natasha and says, "No, it's okay. Take advantage of me," leaving her surprised. An intense, almost manic smile spreads across Yumioka's face as he declares, "I don't care how much you use me, as long as it's you." Natasha is speechless. Anosuk, seizing the moment, asks, "Then you'll do it?" Yumioka agrees. Anosuk smiles, thanking him for his help. With his decision made, Yumioka turns to a surprised Natasha and asks, "So, how can I become stronger?" Anosuk smirks confidently and replies, "I'll teach you everything I can." Yumioka stands, a new sense of purpose in his posture. As he prepares to leave the hospital, he tells Anosuk, "I'll be going," marking the beginning of his journey to get stronger for Natasha's sake. In the hospital, Teru, a man with distinctive two-toned hair, says his goodbyes to Natasha, who is recovering in bed. He tells her he's leaving now, with a determined look on his face. Natasha watches from her hospital bed as Teru is led out of the room by a well-dressed Russian agent. The agent opens the door, leading them out into the sterile hallway. As they walk down the long hospital corridor, Teru asks where they're headed. The agent smirks, replying that he has prepared a special place for him, piquing a confused Teru's curiosity. The agent presses a button, and a discreetly hidden door slides open, revealing not another hospital wing, but something entirely different. Teru is stunned to see a massive, state-of-the-art training facility hidden within the hospital. The agent gestures grandly, welcoming him to their secret gym. Teru is shocked to realize the training facility is located right next to Natasha's room. The agent explains with a grin that since the hospital is funded by the Russian government, they have a certain degree of flexibility. Inside, Teru sees other fighters already hard at work. One man is bench pressing a heavy load while another runs on a treadmill, wearing a mask. The agent boasts that all the equipment uses the latest advancements in technology. The Russian agent gets close to a speechless Teru, telling him that this is where he will go beyond his limits. Teru, however, looks completely overwhelmed and uncertain about what he's gotten himself into. Without warning, the agent aggressively grabs Teru from behind, shouting that he doesn't mind being used. Teru screams in protest, caught completely off guard by the sudden hostility. The agent's attention is drawn to a muscular man with spiky blonde hair working out nearby. He announces the man's arrival, saying, "Nikita, he's here." With a satisfied smile, the agent declares that the Russian team is finally all present. He turns to a bewildered Teru to begin the introductions. An enormous, powerfully built man with a shaved head appears. Teru can't help but comment on his insane muscles. The agent introduces the man as his martial arts coach, Markov Chejanovic Sensei. Markov gives Teru a chilling smile, stating he's looking forward to turning him into a superhuman. Teru can only react with a horrified, Meanwhile, back in Natasha's room, her doctor informs her that Teru has finally agreed to the plan. Natasha listens with a blank expression. Natasha suddenly sits up, revealing a mischievous smile. She holds up a couple of blood capsules, admitting that pretending to be asleep for a whole day was surprisingly exhausting. It was all an act. The doctor bows, embarrassed at being praised for his part in the ruse. Natasha gives him a sharp, cunning look, saying that thanks to him, the operation is going well. The scene shifts to an outdoor training ground surrounded by cliffs. Here, Anosuk, now recovered, is undergoing intense training, furiously striking and breaking through a series of wooden obstacles. As Anosuk tackles a complex ladder-like structure on a tree, his companions, Chin Shanmei and the wheelchair-bound Shurfei, watch on calmly from a nearby table, sipping tea. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Anosuk proudly asks how he's doing, claiming he's gotten pretty good. From his wheelchair, Shurfei gives a non-committal response. Yeah, well, it's not bad. Chin Shanmei, however, offers a sharper critique. Taking off her sunglasses, she explains that while his speed and reflexes have improved, his striking power has been cut in half. Anosuk is frustrated, arguing that it's impossible to increase his power while dealing with so many attacks from unexpected positions. He feels he's already at his limit. Shanmei calmly explains that it's impossible to handle every single attack in a real fight. To teach him this lesson, she says she has called for someone as a figure appears in the distance. A large, powerfully built man arrives, carrying a child on his shoulders with a woman beside him. He greets Anosuk, who looks on in surprise. This is Roland, a master of Chinese martial arts. Roland begins to explain the new training philosophy. He illustrates that instead of blocking or evading every move, it's more effective to counterattack after taking a hit. When Anosuk voices his concern about taking damage, Roland cryptically mentions that there's a way in Chinese martial arts to simply ignore it. This method, Roland reveals, is called hard qi gong, a skill for withstanding powerful blows. As images of martial artists breaking stones flash by, Anosuk looks skeptical, questioning if such an incredible technique can truly be mastered so easily. Roland explains to Anosuk that in Qigong, there are two types of skills: internal, which manipulates the body's inner energy, and external, which increases overall strength. He clarifies that hard Qigong is an external skill, and since Anosuk has already trained his external skill through karate, he has a chance to master it in a short time. Anosuk processes this information as Roland continues, explaining that their first step will be to take what he has already learned and elevate it. Roland adds that once that's done, he'll only need to learn a few more tricks. Anosuk, however, gets distracted. He hesitantly asks Roland about the woman who accompanied him, looking flustered. He then points towards the child with them, asking who they are. Roland bluntly tells him there's no need to worry about them, shutting down the conversation. Watching from a distance, Shifei wonders aloud if Roland got a woman. Qin Shanmei, cool as ever behind her sunglasses, replies, "Seems like it." Shifei is annoyed that Roland brought a date, but Shanmei sees the silver lining. She notes that they get to enjoy her butler Jia's delicious cooking and that there's even a spare room for the new couple, so they should just be thankful he showed up at all. Anosuk brings up a critical point, asking Roland if his hard Qigong failed during his fight with Kawabata Tsuyoshi. Roland admits that he successfully took a body blow from Tsuyoshi. However, Tsuyoshi's blows were far faster and heavier than he anticipated. The unexpected force caused his concentration to disperse, leading to his collapse. He could have avoided a broken collarbone if he'd been able to shift his focus in time. Anosuk understands the situation. Roland explains that by combining the training Anosuk has been doing with hard Qigong, his defensive abilities and decision-making will improve significantly. Anosuk eagerly asks what he should do next. Roland tells him they will start with the place where his energy gathers the most. He points downwards toward his own crotch, leaving Anosuk completely baffled. Roland then casually picks up a massive sledgehammer, instructing Anosuk to get ready. Anosuk screams in terror, realizing the horrifyingly literal nature of the training he's about to endure. The scene shifts back to the Russian training facility. The chapter title is ominously revealed, Shameless Pig. In the gym, Markov Chejanovic gathers his team of fighters, including the agent Nikita, the soldier Rodchenko, the cocky Almijiro, and the newly suited-up Teru. Teru nervously fidgets in a strange, bulky suit. Markov explains that it is a special EMS suit made with the latest Russian technology, designed to create the ideal physique in the shortest possible time. Before the training begins, Markov decides to give the team a little quiz. He turns to the group and asks them what they think is the most necessary thing in combat. Markov calls on the stoic, battle-hardened Rodchenko for an answer. Rodchenko states simply, planning. Teru, meanwhile, is just trying to figure out if Markov is everyone's trainer. Markov claps his hands together, his face lighting up with a wide, manic grin. "Wonderful," he exclaims. Markov agrees enthusiastically that planning is very important. A fighter must instantly assess their own power and their opponents to devise a plan for victory. Rodchenko, known as the intelligent soldier, adds a crucial point. Irregularities frequently occur in battles, so one must be able to think flexibly and replan when needed. Markov then turns his attention to the next person, Almijiro. Almijiro, a fighter with a cocky grin and eyebrow piercings, gives his answer with a chuckle. Finding opportunities, I guess it's timing. Markov erupts with joy, shouting Korosho, Russian for good. He aggressively grabs Almijiro in a headlock, much to Teru's shock and Almijiro's pained surprise. With crazed intensity, Markov bellows that timing is everything. The timing to attack, the timing to evade. The one who controls these moments will win the battle. You can't win without good timing. Releasing his hold, Markov praises the cautious and cunning Almijiro, but warns him that waiting too long for an opportunity will also make you lose. He instructs him to balance caution and boldness, then turns to the final person, the agent, Nikita. With a cold, serious expression, Nikita gives his one-word answer, resolve. Markov's expression turns serious as well. That's right, he says, nodding slowly. He recalls that from the first moment they met, Nikita has always had a strong resolve. Nikita elaborates, stating that the resolve to win, even if you must sacrifice everything or even kill your opponent, is the foundation of all skills. Markov looks on grimly as a horrified Teru listens, the true, brutal nature of this training finally dawning on him. After the intense lesson on resolve, Markov turns his attention to the terrified Teru, asking for his answer to the quiz. Teru stammers, but before he can speak, Markov calmly presses a button on the EMS suit's remote. Suddenly, Teru's body is racked with a massive electric shock. He lets out a blood-curdling scream as electricity courses through the suit, causing him to collapse in agony, while Markov and his associate watch impassively. Dazed and in pain, Teru asks what the shock was for. Markov explodes with rage, screaming at him. "Have you not understood a word I've said? You pig!" Markov grabs Teru, berating him. "Why are you this fat? Are you really a martial artist? Aren't you a pig that escaped from a pig farm?" As Teru tries to defend himself, Markov shocks him again. Teru screams again, his body convulsing from the relentless electricity. Teru protests, questioning the sudden abuse and complaining that the EMS level is too high. But Markov is furious that he's talking back, shouting, "You pig," as he prepares to increase the intensity. An even more powerful shock courses through Teru's body. His eyes roll back as he lets out an agonized, inhuman roar, his muscles contracting violently. With a sadistic grin, Markov tells the suffering Teru to take his reward. He sneers, "For a pig, pain is joy, right?" When a confused Teru just pants, Markov menacingly asks, "Where's my please?" Markov continues to torture Teru with the shocks, demanding that he say please. Teru screams, "No way," but as the pain becomes unbearable, he finally breaks, crying out, "Ow, ow, ow. Yes, yes, I will." With a twisted smile of pleasure, a completely broken Teru whimpers, "Pee, please." Markov looks down on him, satisfied. "You shameless pig," he says, before pressing the button for his reward. A final, massive jolt of electricity sends Teru into one last agonizing scream before he collapses onto the floor, unconscious. Looming over Teru's unconscious body, Markov finally reveals his own answer to the quiz. The most necessary thing in combat, he explains, is pleasure. Not only the pleasure of hurting your enemy, but the pleasure of being hurt. This way, no matter how hard the training or how strong the enemy, it all becomes a source of joy. Markov continues, explaining that this training will intensely sculpt Teru's body and forge a disposition to convert all pain into pleasure. He then adds, "However, there's someone more suited than me for this training. Come on, step forward." A figure steps out of the locker room. Teru looks up in utter disbelief to see Natasha, no longer the frail girl in the hospital bed, but a woman dressed in a stunning and intimidating black leather dominatrix outfit, holding a riding crop. Teru stammers in confusion, asking how she could be here when she's supposed to be sick. Without a word, Markov simply hands the EMS remote control over to Natasha. Natasha takes the remote. With a sweet, innocent smile, she says, "Looking forward to training you, Teru-san." She immediately presses the button, sending another jolt of electricity through Teru's body as he screams once more. As Teru suffers, Natasha gives a radiant, cheerful smile and announces with a heart, "I've recovered." Now, in full control, Natasha stands over a terrified Teru. He can only stare up at the woman he thought he was protecting, who now holds the device that controls his pain. With the brightest, most cheerful smile yet, Natasha looks down at her new trainee. "Now then," she says, her voice full of sweet malice, "let's train this shameless pig." The next chapter begins. Reward. The scene opens in a gym where Natasha, in a striking black outfit, violently grabs Teru's hair. He screams in pain and surprise, calling out her name, while Nikita watches from the side with a shocked expression. Natasha glares at him furiously, yelling at him not to call her so casually. She demands he address her with the formal honorific "sama," asserting her complete dominance over him. While Natasha continues to pull his hair, Teru cries out in pain, worried he'll go bald. Meanwhile, Nikita and another onlooker are utterly bewildered, wondering what on earth is happening. With a sadistic smile, Natasha tells Teru that she's graciously pulling his hair and that he should consider it a reward. She corrects him, saying the proper response isn't yes, but thank you very much. Teru screams his gratitude through the pain. Natasha, pleased, immediately orders him to run 20 kilometers, much to the astonishment of the others in the room. Teru protests, saying he can't even run 3 kilometers. In response, Natasha calmly uses a remote to send a powerful electric shock through the suit he's wearing, causing him to convulse and scream in agony. Lying on the floor, still reeling from the shock, Teru tries to argue that it's physically impossible. Natasha simply smiles and reminds him, "Where's the sama?" Defeated, he addresses her as Natasha-sama. Giving in completely, Teru gets on the treadmill and starts running, tears streaming down his face as he cries out her name again. Natasha yells at him to stop talking back and just run. Teru runs relentlessly, sweat pouring down his exhausted face. A clock shows the time ticking by. Finally, after the treadmill display hits 20 kilometers, he collapses onto the machine, completely spent. Sprawled out on the floor with a crazed look in his eyes, Teru is completely exhausted. Natasha stands over him, holding a whip, her expression unreadable behind a mask. Teru whimpers that his whole body aches and he's hungry, saying he can't do any more. With a cheerful smile, Natasha tells him to do another 10 kilometers, seeing her raise the remote again. A terrified Teru immediately agrees to run. Back on the treadmill, Teru runs with a look of pure dread and exhaustion, panting heavily as Natasha watches him from the side. As Teru continues to run, Natasha hits him from behind, yelling at him to keep going. Nikita looks on with an expression of pure disbelief and concern. The imagery cuts between an empty railroad track and Teru's torturous run on the treadmill, his face a mask of suffering as he pants for breath. Natasha hits Teru again, angry at his pace. She screams at him that he's too slow, pushing him even harder. A metaphorical steam train appears as Natasha unleashes a torrent of verbal abuse. She screams at Teru, calling him pathetic for having a sloppy face, a soft body, and a rotten spirit that complains about this level of exercise. Natasha mockingly calls him ugly and asks if he's embarrassed, comparing him to a pig rolling in its own filth. She asks if he wants to change, and through his ragged breaths, a broken Teru gasps that he does. Teru wonders to himself how he is able to keep moving, despite being pushed so hard, abused with words, and feeling immense pain. The imagery links his feet on the treadmill to the turning wheels of the metaphorical train. Just as Teru thinks he's at his absolute limit, Natasha brutally kicks him in the lower back, forcing him to keep going. The kick pushes him over the edge. A close-up shows his face completely breaking down, with tears and snot streaming as he lets out a cry of utter despair. Suddenly, Teru's mind breaks through its limits. The imagery becomes surreal, showing his brain exploding with power, intercut with flashbacks to his childhood and the image of a train climbing a steep, endless track. The metaphorical train continues its journey, now moving steadily through a vast, empty landscape towards two rising suns, symbolizing a new dawn or a split in his path forward. Natasha relentlessly screams at Teru to accept the fact that he is an ugly pig. Crying uncontrollably, Teru screams back in agreement, his old self-image shattering completely. Despite the agony, a profound shift occurs. Teru looks up, his face twisted in a crazed expression of ecstasy, and screams, "Thank you very much." He has finally started to embrace the pain as the catalyst for change, just as Natasha screams back, "Faster!" This twisted encouragement unlocks something within him. Teru is completely reborn through the abuse, now screaming for more. More, please. He feels strength welling up inside him with each reward from Natasha-sama. Both trainer and trainee yell with crazed intensity as the metaphorical train of his will barrels forward at an impossible speed. The metaphorical train of Teru's consciousness is now a scene of wild celebration. Countless cheering versions of himself shout, "Bonsai!" as they ride the speeding engine, symbolizing his complete mental and psychological breakthrough. Back in the gym, the men watching are stunned. Nikita asks Sensei Markov if they really needed to go that far. The sensei just chuckles, noting that it's natural for a body that has lost and regained weight so many times. The sensei explains that breaking a person's personality is essential for change, predicting Teru will become a superhuman in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Natasha force-feeds a burping, exhausted Teru a training drink, cheerfully announcing it's feeding time for the piggy. The scene shifts to a rugged, outdoor location. A shirtless Anosuk is being trained by a man with a ponytail, who strikes him with a wooden pole, forcing him to react. Anosuk's expression is a mix of grim determination and shock. A man with a top knot, Uncho, declares that Anosuk passes the test, noting he mastered the skill in only 3 days. In another area, Chin Shanmei tells a recovering blonde man in a wheelchair that the preparations are complete and the real training will now begin. A new, flamboyantly dressed man with sunglasses, Shurfei, arrives on the scene. He surveys the area and the food provided, commenting on how considerate their hosts are. The entire group assembles. Uncho formally announces to a stunned Anosuk that they, the Chinese Ministry of Martial Arts Japan branch, will teach him the essence of Chinese martial arts. The story is to be continued. A montage shows the Chinese team settling in. Shurfei mixes a drink, and Roland, a man with a cap and mustache, is shown skillfully preparing dumplings as an associate takes notes, all under the waving flag of China. In a quick cutaway, a blonde-haired young man plays a fighting game in a cabin. The scene then flashes to a memory of a small child walking with a stick, followed by a man with a long ponytail sitting beside a young girl. The scene returns to Anosuk's training. He is now inexplicably suspended from a large tree by a harness, looking down at a small child. Confused and alarmed, he wonders why this is happening as the panel declares the start of his final training. A flashback begins, set a few hours earlier. The team is gathered, and it's explained that Anosuk has already overcome his lack of combat experience and learned the basics of hard Qigong from Uncho. This is his final training. Chin Shanmei begins her explanation, asking Anosuk if he is familiar with internal power, or Qi. Anosuk grimly replies that he is, remembering how his arm was shattered by that very power in a previous fight. Anosuk recognizes 2 of the new arrivals. He understands now why Shurfei and Roland are here, recalling that he fought Shurfei before and witnessed Roland's high-level martial arts skill in a fight against Kawabata. Realizing the caliber of his new mentors, Anosuk becomes visibly excited. He's been interested in their power for a while and is thrilled at the prospect of receiving guidance from them. His excitement is quickly deflated. Shurfei announces he was invited to make drinks, and Roland is there to cook. Anosuk is left utterly confused, asking who then is going to teach him about ki. Back in the present, Chin Shanmei attaches a harness and straps to Anosuk. He is bewildered as he is hoisted into the air by the tree, struggling against the harness and questioning the bizarre setup. As Anosuk hangs helplessly, he yells in confusion. Chin Shanmei calmly explains that this tool will help him refine his ki in the shortest time possible. She then patronizingly asks if he even knows what ki is. Anosuk hazards a guess that ki is some kind of internal or mysterious power, but then immediately dismisses his own idea, scoffing that such things don't exist outside of manga. Chin Shanmei bluntly calls him an idiot. Chin Shanmei begins her lesson, explaining that ki, aura, and chakra are all names for the same thing, the control and use of power. When Anosuk guesses this means punching and kicking, she calls him an idiot again, saying he's way off. She holds up 3 fingers and elaborates. There are 3 things to control: your own power, your opponent's power, and gravity. That's it. Anosuk listens intently, a look of shock on his face. Chin Shanmei explains that if he can perfectly control these 3 aspects, he can not only return an opponent's force, but also use gravity to easily throw someone much heavier than himself. Anosuk is stunned by the revelation. The explanation triggers a memory for Anosuk, a devastating knee kick from Tsuyoshi. He recalls being effortlessly thrown and struck, realizing he was a victim of this very principle. Anosuk wonders aloud if he should start practicing Tai Chi to learn this control. Chin Shanmei, with a deadpan expression, immediately shuts him down, telling him to give up because he doesn't have the talent for it. Roland interrupts as Chin Shanmei continues to berate Anosuk, telling him that someone who relies on brute strength couldn't possibly understand. Roland tells her she's being unnecessarily mean today. Roland elaborates, stating that even after practicing Tai Chi for 42 years to develop his internal power, he still couldn't compare to Tsuyoshi. He and Shanmei both agree that, compared to Tsuyoshi, Anosuk simply lacks the innate talent for learning internal power. Anosuk yells in frustration, pointing out the contradiction. He is told to learn internal power, but also that he has no talent for it. He demands to know what he is supposed to do. Chin Shanmei stares back, stating that to become stronger, he must learn the basics. Roland looks at Anosuk, who is still suspended from the tree, and tells him that for now, he wants him to live like that as much as possible. Anosuk is shocked to learn he must stay suspended from the tree for everything except using the toilet. He questions if he can truly master ki this way, but Chin Shanmei furiously yells at him to stop complaining and just do it if he wants to get stronger. As Anosuk hangs from the tree, a small child approaches and playfully slaps him on the face, much to his surprise. Anosuk is momentarily distracted by a memory or vision of Uncho sitting happily on a rock with a woman, calling out Anosuk's name. While the rest of the team relaxes at a Chinese-style pavilion, Anosuk is instructed to practice his karate forms while suspended from the harness, focusing on keeping his balance. As Anosuk struggles with his training, the others enjoy their break. Shurfei presents a Venice mojito to a delighted Chin Shanmei, while the blonde man praises Roland's delicious cooking. Anosuk finds the suspended training incredibly difficult. Roland explains that this method forces the body to learn directly, bypassing the mind. He tells Shanmei that trying to explain ki to Anosuk would take years because he overthinks everything. While suspended, a twig falls and hits Anosuk on the head. The minor impact seems to trigger a change, as he goes from pained to groaning to a state of quiet focus. Anosuk complains, asking why he has to go through all this just to fight some Russians. Chin Shanmei snaps at him, yelling that he shouldn't let his guard down and must keep practicing his forms in that position. Chin Shanmei tells him that the battle with Russia is not the end goal. Anosuk questions what she means, but she deflects, telling him that's for later. A caption appears, indicating a time skip, 1 month later. 1 month later, the scene shifts to the break room of a convenience store. Chin Shanmei and Natasha, both in employee uniforms, are sitting opposite each other. Shanmei announces that their match is 2 weeks away. Chin Shanmei specifies that the match will take place at Showa Kinnan Park in Tachikawa. Natasha listens silently, her expression serious. A graphic illustrates the two opposing teams. Shanmei explains it will be a 5-on-5 match where the last team standing wins. The ultimate prize, to gain control over Tsuyoshi. Natasha simply agrees. Chin Shanmei points out that she set the team size based on Natasha's request and tells her to be grateful. She then pointedly asks how Natasha will deal with Tsuyoshi, leaving Natasha confused. Shanmei explains her concern. Tsuyoshi seems interested in Natasha. If he finds out she's a Russian spy before the match, he'll be angry, rendering the match pointless. She accuses Natasha of taking advantage of her relationship with him. Natasha looks defensive and turns the question back on Shanmei, asking, "What about you?" Shanmei confidently asserts that she has also built a very good relationship with Tsuyoshi. Shanmei reveals that she knows Tsuyoshi is already suspicious because Natasha has been avoiding his invitations. She shows Natasha a text exchange confirming this and coldly tells her, "You went too far." Natasha looks worried. Shanmei states they lack a decisive move to make Tsuyoshi cooperate without shocking him too much. When Natasha asks for ideas, Shanmei offers a deal. "I have one. Cooperate with me." The scene shifts to the front of the store, where Tsuyoshi is happily and politely serving customers, completely oblivious to the scheming in the back room. While working, Tsuyoshi reflects on his peaceful life. His only current problem, he thinks, is that his budding romance with Natasha-chan has unfortunately stalled. Tsuyoshi muses that he hasn't seen either Natasha or Chin Shanmei much lately. Hearing Natasha was at the hospital for her brother. He finds it odd that they're both on the same shift today, but haven't come out of the back room yet. An impatient customer complains about the wait, snapping Tsuyoshi out of his thoughts. He quickly apologizes for the delay. After finishing with the customer, Tsuyoshi lets out a sigh of relief. He looks towards the back room, wondering what the two are doing in there. He hears a muffled noise and becomes concerned, calling out tentatively. In the back room, the source of the noise is revealed. Natasha and Chin Shanmei are locked in a silent, furious battle, viciously pinching each other's cheeks with all their might. Tsuyoshi bursts into the dark back room, demanding to know what they're doing. He finds Natasha and Chin Shanmei locked in a struggle, pinching each other's cheeks and yelling insults in Russian and Chinese. He has no idea what they're saying. Tsuyoshi pleads for them to stop fighting. They immediately separate, their angry expressions vanishing. Natasha mutters that it would be faster to just ask Tsuyoshi, while Shanmei asks if they can talk after work. The scene shifts to a large, traditional Chinese-style building, presumably where the meeting will take place. An oblivious and cheerful Tsuyoshi happily agrees. Inside, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Natasha and Chin Shanmei sit across from each other in silence, both looking grim and annoyed, a blank art canvas between them. Tsuyoshi innocently enters the room, offering everyone tea from Shizuoka. Also present are Tanaka and Mr. Sadataku, who look on with confusion at the tense gathering. The moment Tsuyoshi offers his kind gesture, both Natasha and Chin Shanmei are struck by the same look of absolute, abject horror, as if his innocence is the most terrifying thing in the room. Confused by the tension, Tsuyoshi asks why everyone is here. With a cheerful smile, he asks what happened between the two of them. Chin Shanmei looks at him with grim determination and says, "Listen, Tsuyoshi." With Natasha looking on in shock, Chin Shanmei points a finger at her and drops a bombshell on the unsuspecting Tsuyoshi. "This woman is a Russian spy. Don't be deceived." The revelation hits with devastating force. Natasha's face is a mask of pure horror. Tsuyoshi stares blankly, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as his world begins to warp around him. The chapter ends.